inspiring safety record, strong balance sheet, world-class resource assets, groundbreaking innovation, steady and sustainable contribution to nation's social, economical and environmental development. NLCIL Navaratna CPSE under the administrative control of Ministry of Coal, Government of India, a corporate with a human nature, creating wealth for the well-being.
Welcome everybody!
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi,
former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judit Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Welcome here to Chennai, India for the 44th Chess Olympiad, round 7. After round 6, we have a great leader, and it is Armenia in the open section, and in the women's section, it is India. So before the free day, it was quite nice day for India, but maybe they want more. Well, anyway, we had also a free day where after the Bermuda party, people had a little rest, and probably most of us were enjoying a little bit the city. Some excursions were made, and also I believe that the top players and the top teams, they were more focusing on their preparation. I'm Judit Polgar, and I'm going to be joined by Mihail Marin again to...
Hello, Judit. Hello, everybody.
Talk about the games and the excitements, because already in round 7 we can say that every move counts, not only every draw. So let's see first what are the standings of the Olympiad right now, because everybody is already calculating very heavily, I think, that you cannot drop half of match points just like that. So let's see in the open section, Armenia has a full score so far. They've won all 6 matches. The last match, it was very interesting against India too, where Gukesh won his game, and later on maybe we want to show you also that part of the match, and Armenia was leading, India was leading, India too was leading 1.5-1/2, but after that on boards 3 and 4, the Armenians won, so they won the match. It was very crucial, and don't forget that it's without Aronyan, the best player, who is joined to the US team. And US is number 2, dropping only half a point in their team. After that, we have quite a significant number of teams with 10 match points. India 2, Uzbekistan, France, India, the first team, the Netherlands, Cuba, Germany, India 3 there, Kazakhstan, and Serbia and Peru. So it's quite of a mix of teams. What do you think about that, Mihail? What are the chances? Do we see in the top 12 or 12-13 the teams who are going to get medals, or someone else afterwards who are going to win many matches, and Ukraine, for example?
Well, of course, Armenia put a serious bid, even though they were not such a great favorite. So they have some chances. The states are always in the cards, and we have these wonderful Indian teams. The main team and also the second very ambitious team. And probably we should not discard the third one. But of course, things will get shuffled. I mean, there are 5 more rounds to go, including this one. And, we have Spain, for instance, which is a bit behind, but they have a very strong team. Norway, unfortunately, they had a disappointing tournament. I cannot calculate their chances, but okay, I believe there will be changes. Of course, Ukraine is always there. I mean, not so far away.
Well, and this is, I think for none of the great teams, it can be a strategy that you drop match points in order that you go on the side and you play against weaker teams, and then you're going to be winning your last 3 or 4 matches, and then you clinch up to get a medal. But it is also an option that the players and teams, for example, Israel, Ukraine, as you said, Azerbaijan, of course, they have fighting spirit, great players with Mamedyarov on their first board. Iran also very strong. So those teams also, it's possible that they will win a few matches now, and then they are going to be fighting for the medal as well.
Sorry, I left out some teams, but okay, most of them have chances, or all of them. Well, earlier there was this, they call it like this in the Spanish Opens, the submarine gambit. So you go low in the beginning and then you win in the end of the matches. But okay, that was possible when they counted game points. Of course, winning 4-0, 3-1, 3.5 in the last 3 rounds would ensure you a fantastic place. Nowadays, you cannot climb up so easily because it's match points.
Well, talking about match points, it is, of course, makes the event quite different from strategic point of view, what the strategies for the players and the teams. Because, for example, Netherlands and Portugal has the most game points because they have 18.5 in their boards. But, of course, the most important thing is to win the match itself. Let's go to the women's section, because we have there also a lot of excitement, and of course we have viewers who are rooting for their ladies team, and India has full score. They are the only one in the open section and also in the women's section. We have only one team with a full score, which means they won all 6 matches of theirs, and we have only 5 rounds left. But there we have not only 1, but we have 2 points behind the leader. With 11 points, only half a match point given, dropped on the way. It's Azerbaijan and Romania.
Pleasantly surprising Romania for me, of course. I hope they will manage to maintain the pace, but of course they are swimming in some waters with very dangerous, let's call them sharks, if you allow me.
Well, we can also say that they are playing not only extremely well, but they even missed an opportunity in the last round where Bulmaga could not convert her winning advantage against Maria Musiciuk. It was only a draw, so this way it was a draw.
Yes, they could have. Of course, things the Ukrainians messed up things on the last board. So all in all, it was a fair result, probably. I spoke with Irina Bulmaga at the Bermuda party. She was happy because actually the end game, I mean, okay, the table bases show a win in 127 or something. But of course, it's not trivial technique. Especially.
Well, before that, she was even more winning.
Yes.
But at that point, indeed, with the 2 bishops and the pawn against the rook, it's not so easy if the defender plays well. Well, that's chess, and this is what happens when you enter into the 5th or 6th hour to the game, because, of course, you can go wrong much easier. And then we see Poland, the ladies' team, where they are always trying to get a medal. Ukraine, they not only want to get medal, but they want to get the gold medal. They are numbers 2 seeded. Originally, we have Armenia, Bulgaria, Israel, Georgia. The Georgian ladies have only, I'm saying it in brackets, they lost 1 match point. But of course, we can say that whoever from the top 20 even, up to Cuba, India 3, Mongolia, Kazakhstan, Greece, Spain, Netherlands, if they would win all 5 matches of their last 5 match, I believe they would all get not only a chance to get the medal, but maybe gold medal. So the teams are going to be really dropping off half a point here, losing there. But every day, with every day, we are going to have much more tension. And of course, the players who are really playing here for medal, because of course, out of the 186 countries in the open section, nations who are taking part, with the ladies, it's 160. Of course, there are very different motivation for the players. There are some players who come here to get a medal, and they are used to it, those countries, that they get a medal, they play for a medal, they are very serious about it, they focus on chess, they prepare as much as possible, they don't go to the beauty party. And there are other players who are like in the middle. They also want to play well, but they don't want to be left out of the fun. And there are players in some countries who actually already incredibly happy by being here, by being part of this incredible celebration, which is amazingly organized here in India. We can say that this amazing work during the 4 months they had only, that it's going to be established, the playing hall, everything, the organization is incredible. And also for the viewers who are not here in India, we can tell you that if you go out to the city and you go on the roads, everywhere you see the logos of the Olympiad, you see the signs, good luck for the Indian teams, welcoming all the countries. You have Tambi, the musket, you see it everywhere, not only on posters, but physically you see the 3-meter tall Tambis all over the world, where yesterday I was visiting the Shore Temple, they're also all over. Tambis are there welcoming the participants. And also in the city, in the shopping malls, on the streets, they have huge screens with the commentary, what you're watching right now. So the city really has this incredible, amazing chess vibes. Did you have time also, Mihail, to see around? What is your experience to compare to other Olympiads? Do you have these extreme vibes?
From the moment I stepped out of the airplane, I had this feeling. Actually, I had a Facebook post. If you want to be treated like a king, you should come to India. It was so surprising, so pleasantly surprising. I mean, I was expecting that because I had been to India a few times earlier, but this time everything is so good. Oh, and the heat was lower than in my city, European city. I think that everything is fine. The place we are living in. We see small animals also around. It's a lot of the squirrels, but okay, you're mentioning basically 3 categories of teams or players. No, those who are playing for medals, for a high result, and you mentioned that they are serious about it. And the other categories are, one of them, okay, just to play chess without any clear goal, and the third category, just happy to be here. So, but I think that they are all very serious. They are all very serious about having the tournament of their lives. All of them. Even, if you come from a small country, some exotic country with no ambitions, you want to play against some grandmaster and to have the feeling that you did your best. I remember I once met an old man who, a long time ago, had played against Fischer. And the core of his chess career was that Fischer thought for 50 minutes on one move. So, okay, Fischer won in 23 moves, I believe, but the fact that Fischer thought for 50 minutes, that was, something fantastic for for the man. So I believe that all the players here have this feeling. Okay, today I saw Carlsen. Today I rubbed shoulders with Caruana. Whatever, if you even play with one of the lower grandmasters, even that would be fantastic for me.
Well, that's true that, of course, everybody is very happy to be in one hall already with the world champion. And today, the B hall, the second hall, where not the top teams, but in the main hall, we have about 25 teams playing. And in the other hall, which is even bigger, now Magnus Carlsen is there, and not because he wanted to take a visit to make some pictures, but actually Norway is not performing so well, and they ended up in the other hall. So I'm pretty sure the people are extremely happy for this. So you see how much sacrifice the world champion is doing. He's even going to the other hall playing. And what is very nice that he not only here, but he's playing every game since he got in, and he's playing against the 2400,
yes,
right?
That's remarkable, because he doesn't feel that there is no challenge in it. He's here to help the team. He didn't play for 1 or 2 games in the beginning. That was probably part of the plan. He wants to play 9 games, and he plays them.
Yes.
No matter how strong or less strong the opponents are.
So I think this is one of the great news for the whole of the B hall, that they can see Magnus Carlsen playing, and I'm pretty sure that everybody tries to go there near to him. But well, now we see the big match. Gukesh is playing against the A team of India. Is Shashikiran is playing on board one?
Just a moment, let's check. No, Saskiran is not playing. No, it's Hari Krishna, Vidit, Erigaisi, and Narayanan.
Yes.
India 1.
So actually, that's the big clash. India 1 against India 3. And we have, let's see the pairings and the matchups, because they are very interesting what's happening today already. Hari Krishna is playing against Ganguly, old competitors. Then we have Vidit against Seturaman. Then we have Erigaisi, Gupta, Narayanan against Puranik. So it's a huge clash between India 1 and India 3. Then let's see, actually, in reality, that's the board 1, because Armenia is having the huge clash against USA, and which is, you can see that it's a very fair play moment here, because Armenia lost their best player, Levon Aronyan, and he went to play for US, and Levon Aronyan is kept out from the team today. So this definitely, I can say, as a fair play moment here.
We concluded our last broadcast with my question, what will be? And of course, this is the logical answer.
Well, of course, USA, let's face it, they are just much stronger in any form, in any setup. They are playing on 4 boards. So this was a very logical, and I think also for Levon, this was not even a question. Maybe even he said it to the team that if there is a match coming up between Armenia and USA, he will not be able to play for emotional reasons. So let them play. Fabiano is playing on board 1. He won his first game in the previous round.
Yes.
Let's see what the free day gave him.
One word about Sargsyan. He's the top board. He didn't have such a fantastic tournament so far. He had made only draws, and then he lost against Gukesh, which was quite painful. But we see that he didn't step out, because it was obviously he didn't catch his best shape yet. But of course, he knows that for the team, it is good that they keep this setup. He tries to hold. Of course, he would try to win some game. I'm sure about that, but he didn't find his optimal shape yet. But this way, the other guys who are playing well so far, they keep their boards, and no color problems. So okay, we'll see how this strategy will work.
At the same time, of course, on board 1, it's not necessarily finding your form, but maybe he's not exactly in bad form, but he's playing against extremely strong players, especially today. Of course, Gukesh was a very difficult opponent for him. We will try to show you that game also in a later stage, what has happened, because Gukesh is in very good form. But today is not going to be an easy game for him. He plays with the white pieces. We know that the Armenian team is never tired, and they are never lack of fighting spirit. Let's see board 2, board 3 already, because we have France against Netherlands. Giri was winning quite a few games in his last 2 games. He won with both of the games with exchange sacrifice. Jobava was the victim in the previous round of Giri. And, well, here we are going to see an interesting match, of course, again.
I see that Erwin Lamy returned into the team after losing to Smirin. I think he took 2 days off. But
and then we have on board 4, we have Serbia against Georgia. So starting from the previous match, France and Netherlands, they have only 10 match points. So how the ranking is going is Armenia with 12, USA 11, and then India 1 and 3 already with 10 points. France and Netherlands, 10 points. Serbia, Germany, what we see here, 10 points. Kramer, the talented young man, is leading the team. We have Cuba, India too. I think our eyes will be on this match quite a bit because the young team is going and playing there. We have Gukesh, Sarin, Nihal and Pragnananda on first three
I see that
boards.
Yasser Quesada stepped out of the team. He doesn't play today. Okay, who knows why?
Let's see. Next matchup is Peru against Uzbekistan. Of course, Uzbekistan also has only 10 points because they lost against India, right?
I think so,
previous,
yes.
so they have 10 points also, but of course they are motivated and they want to go up there to win a medal, and they have to win today, I think, or definitely that will be their idea. On every board they are a little bit better by rating clearly, but it's always a huge challenge how to convert it into +1. They have to reach 2.5 points, everybody who wants to win the match, every country. Next match is Spain against Kazakhstan.
It's surprising that Paco Vallejo didn't play for a while. He didn't play. He started well, but then he had 2 days off, the free day, and now again he doesn't play. I hope it's not about health problems.
Well, we still have a pretty strong team in Spain, and it seems like Shirov played all his games, right?
Yes, and I think he would like to play. Yes, I think
he is the kind of fighter. And then from board 8, we have already the 9-point players. Teams, Azerbaijan playing against Israel.
Oh, one moment, the last board, the first board in the Kazakhstan team, you noticed earlier that he also has 6 out of 6, Nogerbek. I was checking only for the top boards, and this result escaped to my attention. So with Urisaga, okay, should be careful with his opponent.
Here, Azerbaijan, Israel, we see. And
it's also about team strategy here. We noticed that Israel has the lowest player on the top board. Of course, it's not really low rated, but he's the lowest rated player in the team. And he has done quite okay. He won 1 game and drawn the others. So maybe he's a solid player, and it works better like this to try to win the match on the lower boards.
Yes, this is kind of can be a strategy because, of course, Maxim and Ilya and Posny, Evgeny, they are very experienced Olympic players. Next board is Greece playing against Ukraine, where also we see quite significant rating difference, but of course the Greece team is also...
It's a fantastic team. If you look at them, the ratings, they are a little bit low, but of course we hope that they find their shape and they come back.
Next board, it is Brazil against England. England is always a team who you have to be careful. David Havel has the most points in the team. I'm not sure, he dropped maybe half a point so far.
Yes, he made a draw in round 5 and won all the others. He has 5.5 out of 6. And we see the most experienced, I think it's a big difference, by far most experienced player on the first board.
Absolutely,
he's
Mickey
on
Adams.
+1 without any loss.
Well, he's a very stable board 1 player. Then the next match is Iran against Australia. Of course, we've seen Iran playing very stable and good, but still they dropped 1.5 point match point. And then we have still with 9 match points. The next one is Austria-Hungary. So we are still there with Hungary.
Yes. Of course, it's Hungary. It's always a strong team with tradition and everything, but running a bit low this time so far.
Well, we are not so strong anymore compared to a team of 8-10 years ago when we had that generation of Leko, myself, Almashi, and some other players, but we are still fighting. We also have, as you see on rating, a little strategy change that Victor, who is a very solid, very tough player, who can be beaten not so easily, he's put on a first board, and Berkesh, who has a much higher rating right now, he is playing on board 2.
Actually, Erdos has quite a good result. He has 4 out of 6, and he played all the games. He lost 1, he won 3. So not the typical solid first board. He was actually playing.
Okay, so let's see the women's matchups, and then we go back to the playing hall, and then later on hope that we are going to be able to show you some games also. We have a little technical issue at the meantime, but let's see the matchups over there. The women's section is board 1. The leader India plays against Azerbaijan, which is, of course, a great fight, and nobody can think that they have an easy game. Then Azerbaijan has 11 points, and India has full score so far in the event.
Even by rating, they are not standing so bad, Azerbaijan. Not such a big difference. I mean, of course, on the top board there is some difference, but they have...
well, the second as well, 160 point is not little, I must say.
But then it gets better.
But then, yeah, the first 2 boards significant different, and the third forces, anything can happen.
I mean, how many do you have in the world? How many players of Correru's rating? I mean...
Of course, and also Harika, who we shouldn't forget that she's actually in her 9th month of pregnancy, but she could not skip this Olympiad because, of course, I think emotionally and also from every aspect for her it was very important that she's playing and representing her own country. When India is organizing the Olympiad, I talked to her at the beginning at the press conference, and she seemed to be in a very good mood and very positive about her participation.
One word about the bottom board game. Fatalieva has 5 out of 5, but we also know that Tanya Sachdev is a hero of the Indian team, so she has 5 out of 6. She has 2 draws. So that will be an important game, maybe.
Absolutely. So the next match is between Georgia, Romania. Romania has 11 points, so they are standing on bronze medal right now against Georgia, who is very good history. So they have the image of being very tough, very good, and very successful also.
Quite a big rating difference between them, but okay, Romania has been a surprising team so far. So
definitely the Romanian team is significantly lower in average rating, but so far it seems that something works very well for them.
It's strange that Luminița Cosma stepped out. She had 4.5 out of 5. So she counts as a very solid player, but actually she's one of the best performers of the team. Now I see she doesn't play.
Sometimes it can be, of course, a tactical decision by the captain, because we have to understand that the players normally they are aware of which country they are playing against already right after the round, like within an hour or hour and a half, the pairing is ready. So the countries know that which country they are playing with, but they don't know exactly which players they are playing with. So the captain can choose out of the 5 players which 4 players are going to be representing the next day the country. So sometimes it happens that they make some little trick, or they want to make sure that the player is relaxed for the next round, because the next 5 rounds together with today, it is very stressful, and the most important thing, not only to play well, but to have the energy level on a very high point. And I saw with the Indian team members when they gave interviews, and they were highlighting quite a bit and talking about this, that they have quite a few people helping them out, checking some notes with the computer, giving their advices, being there, supporting. And one of the most important thing is not only that you give a good line to your player, but the important thing is that you save energy. So when you go to the board, you play your opening, probably it's going to be okay, but it's much more important sometimes to have energy in the 3rd hour, 4th hour, 5th hour, and especially towards the end of the round.
By the way, talking about Romania, I noticed that they have some mathematical strategy. In the first round, board 1 didn't play. In the second one, board 2, and so on. They have this mechanism. Now it started something different. In round 6, it was board 3, which took a day off, and now board 4, Luminița Cosma. So maybe there is some mathematical scheme, I don't know, to ensure that they don't mix up colors and things like that. So.
Yeah, the colors are also another issue. When I was a captain also, of course, we tried to make it equal and balanced, because some of the players are sensitive on this, that they don't want to have more blacks or more whites even, but they want to keep it balanced as if it would be a normal tournament. I was always on the side that if I'm in good form, I was ready to play 2 in a row with black. Even it happened, I think, once that I was playing 3 in a row with black. Because after all, we shouldn't forget that it's a team competition, so everything what is best for the team should be done by the captain. And also I'm generally on the side that also the players should be thinking that way, because we have only every 2 years the Olympiad, which is a very special event. The whole world is gathering together, like chess connects everybody, the weaker, the stronger, everybody, women and men and girls and boys. And
Oh, by the way, I just noticed a fantastic coincidence. It could not be that Romania was imitating Ukraine, because you don't know, until you deliver the team, you don't know what other teams use, because Ukraine used the same system. In the first round, board 1. In the second one, board 2. And now they started with board 3. So, and today, probably board 4. So it's the same mechanism. Maybe it's something captains know better than us commentators.
so let's see some more matchups over there. You're seeing now Kazakhstan, Vietnam. They also have, Vietnam has 10 points still, Kazakhstan already 9. Let's see, India 2 is playing against Greece, and Spain plays against Czech Republic, Mongolia against Cuba, and India 3 against Switzerland. Yeah, and maybe we can switch back to the playing hall. And there everything is quiet and everybody is concentrating, and the captains are having a quiet time so far, but I'm pretty sure after 2 hours or 3 hours it's going to be very tense, because of course every move can be decisive. But maybe before we look into this scene, what's happening in the playing hall, let's take a look, a highlight from the free day, because the free day and the previous round. So let's see what has happened. Maybe a little later, but now let's see some photos of the playing hall about the players and how do they focus. Okay, so we have this gentleman in a hat. It's definitely not against the sun, because the playing hall has a very good temperature, and also it's in the shade. But as we see, probably the gentleman is coming from a country where probably hat is needed any time of the day. And looking somewhere in the queen side towards.
Very good pictures, no? Very colorful.
Yeah, the pictures are very nice, and I remember that already when I was playing in the Olympiad, they had pictures, but maybe they were not such a high quality. Now in this Olympiad, we have quite a few great photographers being here, and they are trying to catch the moment of a player.
Very expressive face now.
Quite unique dressing as well.
No, dressing is good, of course.
In the ladies section, you will find quite a few players from different countries wearing something special on their head. In their hair, they have very special hairstyle and also colors, I must say.
But look at their eyes also, how they are looking at the chessboard. They are living the moment.
Well, whoever plays and sits behind the chessboard, we have very similar expressions. We are focusing, we are calculating, we have to make decisions. We get a heart attack if we make a bad move, and our heart is jumping out from its place when we win in a nice way, or we find some exceptionally original idea, I believe.
So it's about hats today, yes? As far as I see.
Yeah, we have the ladies who are in hat, also the gentlemen's, and
the color combination is good here, no? Yes.
We have all kind of colors everywhere. Wow, what a hairstyle!
Yeah,
what a hairstyle!
That's the winner.
And 1e5 on the board.
Yes, okay.
Well, that's a big question, whether hairstyle, can it distract your opponent? We had a lovely video the other day when Vichy Anand was asked by a lovely little girl whether how can you distract your pieces? And Vichy said that actually I never tried it. You can distract your opponent, but I don't know how to distract the pieces. Well, here we see in these pictures that some of the hairstyle and charming smile and hat, as we see on this picture.
So chess is about happiness after all, no?
And checker shirt, so someone can be confused. Where is the chessboard after all? Before the game, everybody smiles so nice. But during the game, and what about after the game? Well, it's a puzzle position and a funny, great hairstyle, I must say. It's also nice, her nail. One of them is black, the other one is plain. So everything is black and white, apart from her hair.
And dresses.
Yeah. Actually, it's so interesting to just walk in the playing hall and to look around and observe the players' expression, focus, and it is something special. It's like also when you're traveling in the airports. I know some people, and also myself, I like simply sometimes just to watch people how they are. And it's also the same in the Olympiad, I believe, that you see so many different people.
The whole world, practically.
And the whole world is here. And
yes.
We speak the same language. Let's see.
Another good
Still
one.
some focus on the board. You see how much light they have in the playing hall, which is also a great challenge actually for the organizers to make the conditions very well, the temperature of the hall, having distance between two chairs and the distance between the matches, to have toilets nearby for the players, also to have great lights. There are so many things that in organizing an Olympiad you have to take into account. And you see that she is also concentrating, focusing. Maybe something happens on the 8th rank. We have some more pictures on the same theme.
There were a few pictures like this one and the previous one when I understand that they abandon themselves to the position. They don't control their posture so well. They are just position, Here we see Sagar Shah from Chessbase India, who is discovering and giving all the news from all ages groups, from age 7, 8, up to the very top players. You can always hear so many positive stories through his channel and videos, and I'm kind of envying India that they have such a person who is appreciating chess, the game, the beauty, the players, the parents, the effort anybody is doing in India. And I think this is how we get to know about many new talents. Probably some of us heard maybe even about Gukesh or some other players for the first time through him making some discovery interviews there. And well, he's doing a channel on only the Indian players playing in the Olympiad. So here we see the first board Georgian player and Magnus Carlsen arrived in the series of the picture. He is surprised here. I wonder which game was this, and I cannot recognize it immediately. Shame on me. So the king is more advanced than the queen?
Well, the king is on f7 as far as I
And
see.
the queen on g8.
And queen is on g8, so I don't know which game it was. I'm a little bit
It
puzzled
was not
about
the
that.
Vocaturo game.
Well,
So
we'll figure out next time.
Yes.
Well, this is also someone who is focusing very much. Contrary
this is
to
the
this
best
one,
focus.
I hope this was after the game, that a lot of energy was taken away, too exhausted from the
And he lost
games.
his hat.
And now we are back to the playing hall and our apologies for the technical issues that we are not bringing up any game yet, but once we are going to be able to do that, we are going to be catching up with the interesting games which is running, because there are huge matches after the free day. The player should recharge their batteries, and they know that the next 5 rounds, whoever is playing for a medal, it's going to be a marathon for the players, for the captains, for the helpers, for the coaches, but at the same time also for everybody who is in the playing hall, also for arbiters. It's a marathon. They have to be there. They have to be prepared for any action is happening and be ready to take the right decision.
Earlier you asked me what do I think about the chances of the teams from the first 2 pages. No, actually there are many unseen elements. These we don't know. We may find about them when the Olympiad is over. I mean, there may be some teams which overperformed, but they feel like they somehow finished they're just there to trying to survive. And there are other teams who may run lower, which have this dream. No, now we win 5 games in a row. I mean, this state of mind, the state of mind can influence it all, make the difference between the teams. It's not a tie break, not the points, but what they have, and of course their technical possibilities too. That's, but let's say all other things even. This interior feeling, this may decide it all. So we don't know from the big mass of teams which of them have this. Now, of course, we can count on the states having a high position, for instance, or India, but that's only the exterior things. By the way, you noticed another family business a little bit earlier.
Yeah, we have a very special story, because Andorra is represented by the whole family, which means that De La Riva, the father, the player, plays for the, I think, board 1, right?
No, he's board 3.
He's board 3 in the team of Andorra.
And he has a 4 out of 5.
Good score. And his wife and 2 daughters, they are playing and representing in the ladies' team of Andorra. I think they are the only one who are representing in both sections, in the open section and in the women's section. We have others who represent family. Also in the Andorra team, we have
2 brothers, yes, Josep Maria and Serni Ribera, the last 2
sister
boards.
and brother, right?
No, José Maria is a man's name. It's Maria Jose is the woman name.
Mm-hmm. Ah,
so
okay.
they have this, yes.
And then we have, of course, from Sweden, Pia Kramling and Anna, her daughter. And we have some other teams also where we have sisters, well, not to talk about Ukraine, the Muzichuk sisters, right?
Yes, of course. They are too famous already to consider them part of family business.
Exactly.
I remember that 25 years ago, Oscar de la Riva was one of the most talented Spanish youngsters. But he lives in Andorra for some 20 years. He works as a trainer there. Well, he dropped some rating. He's only 24, but he's a grandmaster. And, well, he's surrounded by chess players, no? The daughters and the wife.
Well, this is the Olympiad, which gives the opportunity for the different nations and countries to participate, no matter on what level you are, you're 1800 player or a 2800 player. We have all range of players, and of course, depending how popular chess is in their own country, We can say probably that in India, back in the early 90s, they did not have a single grandmaster, and I think Vichy was the first grandmaster in 91, if I remember well, and the second one was Barua. I met him just the other day. I played with him, and they represented the great Indian chess, but at that time they did not have much. And look what happened since then. 3 decades passed, and it seems like India is maybe taking the spot of the former Soviet Union, where every day you have a new grandmaster. Now, I think yesterday it was 74 grandmasters, or maybe 75, but I'm pretty sure that by the end of the Olympiad, maybe we have some more GMs, because they take it so seriously. The chess is really picked up so much in the country, and there is such a big support. From governmental point of view, also the Prime Minister was present at the opening ceremony, which was quite amazing. And well, Vishianand, I remember when he was in his prime years, he was living in Spain, so he was not giving his attention too much to Indian chess. But now that he moved back for nearly a decade, I believe, or more or less, he gave a lot of opportunities for youngsters. He's very much involved in the growth of chess in India. He has his own academy where he has the very top players, youngsters, to be trained. And some of the coaches there are the players and the coaches who he himself worked together for the World Championship match and also the top tournaments, which means that all those youngsters, they get an incredible possibility of training and support and under Anand's mentorship, because I know exactly how great it is just to hear someone like Anand or Kramnik or Gelfand or Kasparov just being around with around those champions. It gives simply an incredible input, even if they don't make a single move on the board, by the way they are talking, the way they are reflecting on your idea, the way they are look at you, the way they are inspiring you. Those very small things can also give a great push. And I see that in India there are on very different levels, they have great inspirational events and people and coaches and material which can be reached online.
Of course, India is the country with the best dynamics, let's say, of development. No, if you compare them with the Soviets. Okay, China also reached high peaks, but of course this is already known. But India is really surprising year by year, no, more and more. If we mentioned Andorra, I was just talking with a member of their federation at the Bermuda party, and he mentioned that Raul Garcia, who between 84 and 2014 has been playing in 16 Olympiads, he's originally from Argentina, and he even got a gold medal, individual gold medal in 1990 in Novi Sad. Now he's just a captain. He doesn't play anymore, so now it's more of a family business, as we said earlier.
Well, in the meantime, I think maybe we can show you some position, but before that we have a small technical break and we'll coming back just in a minute.
inspiring safety record, strong balance sheet, world-class resource assets, groundbreaking innovation, steady and sustainable contribution to nation's social, economical and environmental development. NLCIL Navaratna CPSE under the administrative control of Ministry of Coal, Government of India, a corporate with a human nature, creating wealth for the well-being.
Welcome everybody.
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special chessable course.
Master your chess with Judit Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Welcome back to the 7th round of the 44th Chess Olympiad in Chennai. And in the playing hall, everything is quiet, everybody is focusing and concentrating. And we are already deeply in the opening phase and some of the games entering into the middle game, which is the most difficult part of chess, right, Mihail?
Right. You said it's quiet. I think it's quiet only outside. I think volcanoes are burning inside.
I fully agree with you. Let's see what's going on in the playing hall. We are sorry that we cannot show you the board itself and showing exactly what's going on the screen, but will be coming shortly. I hope that we're going to be able to show that. Until that moment, let's focus with the camera a little bit more to the chessboard so we can explain a little bit what is going on in the opening between Sargsyan and Caruana. The first board, great matchup between Armenia, the leader of the Olympiad after 6, against USA, which is a huge clash, and we can say that it is so important because the number 2 and number 1 right now is playing against each other, and it's important because one wins, the other one loses. I know I'm not so smart saying this, other people can figure this out also, but the importance is that when one match is won between two rivals, the other one losing and cannot win a match, cannot catch up, because in other rounds it's otherwise, right? When Armenia plays with someone else, Armenia wins, US wins, they are gaining points. So when there is a big game, big matchup between two countries fighting for the first place right now, it is much harder and every move counts.
I had this deep thought of yours independently earlier that when one team wins, the other loses. You are asking me about the chances of everybody around, and I wanted to say that it also depends on the pairings, no? Because if one team is meant to start winning match after match, it's also important against whom they win. Because if they win against half outsiders, it's not so important. But if they defeat one of the leaders, then of course it's a big step ahead. So. But this is not up to them to decide against whom they win.
What we can say already, just to understand what is going on, to evaluating the board, this is the board 1, and the last move was knight e6 with the black side. Before that, white made an interesting move, playing bishop to c1, you see behind the rook. He went away, and black went knight e6. Fabiano is playing with the black pieces.
Actually, black had, let's say, between quotations, had lost to tempi with bishop a6, and then later back to b7, and then bishop b4 and back to e7, just to force b3 and bishop d2. And now with bishop c1, rook c1, rook c2, bishop c1, white prepares to return this tempi in order to achieve full coordination, to place the bishop on b2 once he has a pawn on b3. So
well, the question is whether is it going to be so well placed on b2?
No, but once you played b3, I mean, okay, usually the bishop goes to g5 or f4 more typically. But to go to f4, first of all, there is a black knight there already. And secondly, after playing b3, having the bishop away may cause some small inconvenience.
Well, I can say that I would leave the bishop on c1. Maybe I would go f4 at some point.
Maybe. Okay, the rook is active on c2.
Maybe I'm too aggressive.
No, okay, he's not forced to go back to b2, but on d2 it was in the way, and also now he defended the pawn on d4 actually with bishop c1.
Yeah, that is very clear that I think white has a nice initiative, but it's going to be a very complicated game.
My sympathy goes with black because I love the hanging pawns. And the knight is already on e6, so c5 may come now. But of course, as you say, e3 and then maybe later f4. f4 should be done with care, because if e3 and then next f4, then cd, d, knight takes d4. Wins a pawn if I see it well.
Well, I think the Armenian team is extremely motivated in this match to win. And of course, at this stage, you cannot really think about winning the gold medal, winning the silver medal. You have to be able to keep the tension inside of you. You have to be able to balance the excitement, the stress level, and the team spirit somewhere. Well, you're right. The bishop is regrouped to b2, maybe for later stage to have the c1 square for the other rook to be behind the other.
Or like Karpov, queen c1 and rook d1. It's
But for
also
that, the d4 pawn
yes.
before that has to be
Yes.
defended. What I want to point out that it seems like Fabiano has been spending more time than Sargsyan, who spent only, 15 minutes plus the extra 20 seconds what they spent, so which is about 20 minutes. And he has like 7 minutes advantage on the clock, which is of course not much, but still it's better to have more time than your opponent. Maybe we can move on a little bit to the second board, which is already between Vasily So and Melkumyan. It is a much more solid, simplified position, but...
It's the Caro-Kann, I believe, no? The exchange variation should be, if we see the structure.
I think it's very similar to what we had in some games in previous rounds between...
For instance, Vocatura Carlsen, but we had some
Yes.
more. We had some more.
We had some more of that. So black gave up his white square bishop, and the position is very closed. And I would rather play it with white. I would be in Vasily So shoes, preferably. But black is controlling the position pretty much. While in board 3, between Shahakian, Samuel against Dominguez, that is something which is fire going on over there.
It's wild, no?
This is what you see. This is board 2. We go back for a second. So this is the game between Vasily So and Melkumyan.
It was a slightly different variation of the Caro-Kann. It was the knight f3, knight c3, bishop g4, and only after h3 later they transposed to this structure. But okay,
Well,
the position
the structure, if we can talk about it a little bit, it is very stubborn by black, right? It's very hard to crack. And it's important now that the last move was move knight d7, the knight front of the queen. It was important, so the bishop is opened up, its power. So on the king side, white cannot go h4, h5 possibly.
Yes, but black also has problems launching his minorities attack with b5. Because the bishop on f4 controls b8, and after knight d7 there is no bishop d6. Actually, bishop d6 was not so good anyway, because then bishop g5 could have followed with the knight on f6. So black also needs to find a plan. But okay, being with black, you don't always have to prove anything.
In this kind of position, my question is that black has significantly more time than white, nearly 15 minutes difference. And Vasily So, we know that he's an incredible player, he's a very well-prepared player, and he's not a time trouble player. So we can say that maybe he's a little bit nervous in this match, and he's more careful and double-checking and triple-thinking how he's continuing his game.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm not so sure if he got the kind of position he's very good at. I love his piece flow usually. He has a way of improving his position. He has this natural talent. I don't think he calculates so much usually. He just feels how he should move with his pieces. And of course, in the critical moments, he can also calculate. So I'm not sure if this position is flexible enough for him. I mean, to show his best. It's a bit static. The bishops don't have... I mean, okay, they stand well, but okay, well, how are you going to improve the bishop's placement? Maybe the knight should go somewhere to f1, e3, g4, I don't know.
Well, let's try to focus a little bit on the third board between Tershahakian against Dominguez. And Dominguez is the key person in the American team. He won some critical game. For example, against Israel, he was the only one who won, I think, against Maxim Rothstein. And
he has 4 out of 5. He's the best. He's the best performer so far. Yes.
He has a great score. He's playing on board 3, originally from Cuba, for several years, already playing for the U.S. And he's a great expert in Najdorf. I don't know if it was what opening we had. And then it's a huge mess. Of course, it's a Najdorf. What else? He's a great expert in that. So it's a very messy position, actually, very energetic. We'll come back to this, but let's also talk about board 4 between Shackland and Hovhannisyan, because Sam is back in the team right now.
Yes, I noticed that the Americans also had this mechanism of taking the players out of the team, the same mentioned earlier.
But I believe that today it's not a system.
No.
It's an elegant way of not putting Aronian
Yes, of
against
course, of course.
the Armenian team, because for the known reasons that Aronian left Armenia's team and switched to the US. So if we look at this position, you don't see exactly every piece, but you see the structure of it. Black has no white square bishop in this position as well. Black has a double pawn, which is right now not seeable because of Black's thinking
G6, G7.
angle, but it has front of the king, it has the 2 pawns, which is not bad at all to have that double pawn. It is a pretty balanced position, don't you think so?
Yeah, we have the same pieces as in Wesley So's game, but here it's vice versa, meaning that white has the exchange variation structure. The structure is mirrored, but the pieces are the same. White with the bishop's pair, but also he has the minorities attack theoretical possibility.
So let's move a little bit to some other boards. Let's see what's going on between France and the Netherlands on board 1. Mossard against Anish Giri playing with the black pieces. I think it was kind of a Taimanov system. And it is already very interesting. And we are only at move 13 right now.
It was similar to the Taimanov, but it was bishop b5. And black developed in the spirit of the Taimanov.
Well, now we are zooming in to the center of this game. So we see something from here. Maybe we will have another angle from there. Anish Giri went under an hour already, so he's behind in time 20 minutes, which means to me that probably it's something new, something what he was not expecting in this game. Right now he cannot move with his bishop, as far as I understand it, because the queen is in the center on d4, and it's actually tying the bishop to its original place because the g7 pawn will be unprotected. So black has to be thinking about an idea and the solution. How can he develop with the f8 bishop and be able to castle short?
So f6 or e5 are the main candidates, because I believe there is no time for queen c7 and knight e5. And anyway, if knight e5, then f4, so it's not a stable solution. He has to choose between e5 and f6.
Well, we can maybe talk about it in general. What kind of structure is this, and what is the evaluation of the position right now? Because we don't see the exact angle, so maybe not all our viewers can follow our suggestion whether e5 and f6. Only if we look at it from white or from the black side. So the position is somewhat challenging for black because he has to be taking decisive pawn moves, most likely, to be able to develop with his pieces properly.
Yes, from structural point of view, I believe that black's position is very pleasing, because he has this compact structure from the H file to the D file, everywhere pawns. And okay, in the perspective, he has the possibility of playing before this minorities attack, creating a weakness in the black in the white structure. But okay, his problem is the development. So if he needs to weaken his king side structure a bit to get castle, then things may change.
But we can also talk about it that in these matches, and when we talk about 27, 50 players, top 10 players, when they play against the lower rated player, it's like nearly 100-point lower. Of course, they know that they play against a strong grandmaster, right? But at the same time, still, when they have a balanced position, they are ready to try out some original thing. Maybe they would not necessarily play against, let's say, Magnus Carlsen or Aronian or some of the other top players, but they know maybe they can make an original idea, which is not bad. It's just they are not sure of themselves. And also they want to keep the game moving and going, so it's not simplified as fast, keep the game going, and they want to give a chance for themselves to be able to win and to give opportunity to make a mistake for the other side.
Yes, of course. Sometimes when you play against okay, you cannot really call Musar the low-rated player. He's 26-72, but of course, if you compare him with Kiri, he's low-rated. You want to, even when we play with black, you want to keep open a door to the win. You would like to, against a player of your rating, you may be happy with a draw. But against other players, you may wish to keep a possibility for playing for a win, and this implies a risk when playing with black.
I want to talk about the mindset of the players, because I think when they play, they don't know who they play in the next round. You have to have a much more flexible mindset to be open to new openings, to new ideas, to new styles. And I remember when Richard Rapport was playing his great tournament where he qualified to the candidates tournament. He won the Grand Prix, I think, and it was the final game, and it was so interesting that he knew that he wants to fight it out completely, that game, because if it's a draw, then it's going to be a playoff. And he didn't have anything special. It was objectively an equalish position, and he went out from a repetition of moves because his mindset was that he wants to play on. It's not that he's going to be winning, or it's not that he's going to have a huge advantage, but he just wanted to move on. And it was like move 37 or something. And then Rapport made a decision that he makes a sacrifice of exchange. He knew that it's going to be only perpetuate check, but he gave an opportunity for the opponent to go wrong, and this is what happened. The opponent lost the thread and got confused. So I think this is important, that the top players sense the moment when they can move on and give more opportunities to make mistakes for the opponent.
By the way, you have a move, Queen F6 now, so he didn't want to weaken his structure, but he leaves his queen side a bit vulnerable.
Okay, so before we move on and surfing with the camera around the playing hall, we have a very little short break. We are going to have the chief arbiter visiting our studio with a short interview. Hi, we are back for the 7th round with the 44th Chess Olympiad, and we have our special guest, Laurent Freud, the chief arbiter of the Olympiad. Hello.
Hello, Judit.
It's great to have you because I have few questions regarding the Olympiad. It must be very complex work what you're doing, right?
Absolutely. We are trying to make it look easy, but it's quite complicated on the backside.
This is your first chess Olympiad being the chief arbiter. What are the biggest challenges to be an arbiter, and how much in advance do you have to make your first preparational moves, gathering together your team?
Yes, indeed, the Olympiad is a very special event, especially because of the size. Also the mix of cultures, it's almost 350 teams. So it's, the volume is the biggest challenge. You have to deal with teams where usually an arbiter would deal with individuals in his team. In this event, we have 12 sectors as far as the arbiters are concerned. And this represents more than 200 arbiters. We have the chance to be in India, where there are a lot of titled arbiters with the FIDE arbiter or international arbiter title, and we can rotate them. So that's why the team is so big this year. And in terms of preparation, it started already a few months ago. From the moment we selected people, then you have a lot of administrative tasks. And what we wanted to do this time is also to anticipate the preparation of the team. We think it's very important in the Arbiters Commission to have arbiters who are prepared for the events. So we organize 2 online sessions before arriving here, then a full training day on site to make the team comfortable with the processes, to get ready for the event so that the experience of the player is as good as possible.
So what are the most frequent questions and debates and problems or challenges for the arbiters in an Olympiad?
In an Olympiad, each arbiter has a quite limited scope, so 4 boards. You would have mostly questions related to the laws of chess. So you have cases when the flag falls, as you could probably already speak about it during your sessions. Other than that, make sure that the rules are applied properly. The organizational part of the arbiter's role is not touched in these aspects. For the sector arbiters, to the contrary, then it's about team leadership, and then the questions is rather to be really homogeneous among the different teams, because we want to treat each team equally. So it's very important that in Sector 1 and Sector 12, all teams are treated in the same way.
Well, I know that for arbiters, of course, it's very difficult because usually they are said some lot of critics about arbiters because, of course, in one hand you are there, and when everything goes smoothly, nobody says anything about the arbiter. They are just there. At the same time, when they make a mistake, then obviously from one person to the whole world they are debating and talking about that. How is it possible to make it more valuable, the arbiter's work, and also how do you deal with the mistakes? What happens after that?
Yeah, first of all, I'm happy that you recognize this because, when you don't hear about an arbiter, it means that nothing bad happened.
That's the biggest compliment.
Yes, exactly. Unfortunately, it can happen that some mistakes happen. The idea is not to kill someone when he made a mistake. The idea is to learn from the mistakes and progress in their career. So depending, of course, on the importance of the mistake, if it's really serious, there can be some sanctions. If they are unacceptable compared to the role of the arbiter, if this is something minor, then you remind the rule so that the mistake does not happen afterwards again.
Now there are not so many spectators, I guess, like in other Olympiads before. Is it possible to keep it balanced, that the visitors are not overcrowded in the playing hall and both playing hall to manage the good conditions?
Yeah, that's a challenge when you have a limited space. to welcome some spectators, you have to deal with the crowd. So what they had here as a solution, for instance, was to introduce some rotation for the spectators, which is a way to welcome more people despite the space we have. And it's also quite a challenge for the arbiters or the fair play people to make sure that we maximize the attractivity, if I can say it this way, while keeping the playing conditions, because of course the most important at the center of everything is that the players have good playing conditions.
Well, talking about fair play, we have to touch the topic of anti-cheating measures. What are the measures and how is it possible to keep it under control, that people are not bringing technology? If you have any sign, any feeling, any suspicion, what do you do? I mean, of course, whatever you can reveal from that.
Yes. Okay, since this Olympiad, the anti-cheating, the fair play part is a bit split from the pure arbiter team, where of course we work in team together. We of course ban electronic devices. There are many people, volunteers plus the core team of the fair play team, who are filtering, supervising what's going on with movement of people and so on. Of course, games are screened after the round to identify if potentially external help from computers was used. Those are the main things, and it's also very important to avoid communication between players and other parties during the game.
Yes, of course, anti-cheating is very important in generally in tournaments and Olympiads even more, because we've heard some cases and there were issues and still going on. But as far as I know, also pens are not allowed, watches are not allowed. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah, it's the list of external devices is. Pens, watches, electronic devices not allowed, but pens are provided and a clock is displayed in the hall, so we expect to compensate.
What are the very clear changes in this Olympiad compared to the previous Olympiad, and why are those changes changed, if you can recall any? I think one of them is that the captains cannot talk with the players.
Yes, there was recently a new text approved by the FIDE Council about the role of the captain, where the main change is about their ability to accept a draw or to ask their player to offer a draw, which does not exist anymore. So this is a drastic change. Other than that, I don't think there was a significant change in the way the Olympiad is organized.
I believe that it was about time to change that, because nowadays with different, some teams have grandmasters, others have amateur players, right? I think this is the most fair play. Maybe as a last question, you can share how the pairing system is going and when exactly the players get to know the team pairing and the board pairing.
Yes, so every day when the round is finished, we check the results, of course. When everything is fine, we pair. So this means in the evening, every team knows their opponent for the next day. Then
how long after the last game finishes?
It should be half an hour or something like this. There are many games to check, but the team is efficient and it's going quite fast. So the captains, they have the night to think, the breakfast to check if their teammates are in good shape for the day. And then before 10 o'clock, they can submit by electronic means their team composition. And after that, maybe 5 minutes after the deadline, the board pairings are published and everybody can prepare for the afternoon.
Well, technology is giving a lot of pluses also to Olympiad. I remember when it was on paper, you had to give it, somebody wrote it wrongly, or the paper was missed on the way when they were collecting it. So now it's a lot easier.
Yes, my first Olympiad in Dresden, 2008, I was one of those who went to the hotel lobby and collected all those team compositions. That was another era indeed.
Did we have any serious case what you want to share with our audience, or everything is going pretty smoothly?
No, I think everything is pretty smooth. Let's cross fingers that it continues like that, but it's a good start.
Thank you very much for being here, and good luck, and we cross our fingers that there are no big issues going to be in the rest of the Olympiad.
Yes.
We are back
Thank
in a
you.
minute.
Inspiring safety record, strong balance sheet, world-class resource assets, groundbreaking innovation, steady and sustainable contribution to nation's social, economical and environmental development. NLCIL Navaratna CPSE under the administrative control of Ministry of Coal, Government of India, a corporate with a human nature, creating wealth for the well-being.
Welcome, everybody.
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special chessable course.
Master your chess with Judit Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Welcome back to the studio, Chennai, India, for the 44th Olympiad. And how special guest I have Vishy Anand here. Welcome.
Hi.
It's lovely to see you here. Usually we have a chessboard in between us, but now we play.
We're all finding new roles.
Exactly. How do you feel about the fact that the Olympiad is here in India and actually 3 teams are playing?
That's, of course, a very positive development. You know that you're going to get a second team, and we knew it's quite likely that we will get an odd number. Well, it's at least 50% chance. So, in fact, that we have 3 teams, that is 6 in total, is very nice. And I was very excited about our India 2 team. I don't deny it because 4 of them are in my academy, and the remaining one is Arjun in the A1 team. But I mean, I know all the players for so long, and the same, I know most of the girls, women, one way or the other, either with Hampi and Harika. I've played in many tournaments, so it's great that they're all here getting a chance to play and doing well.
Yeah, well, whoever I meet in the 8-woman team is in my hotel, so I get to meet them time to time. So it's nice to see the team spirit. How is it done in India that they are so positive and they are so appreciating the opportunity, and somehow from outside you have the feeling that they unite so much, those 30 people, and also in interviews, but not only that, when the teams are together, you feel this extremely positive vibe from them. What is the secret of that?
They know each other for a very long time. They are all comfortable, and I think everyone in India is genuinely grateful. All the chess players, the chess community in general, is very grateful that we have this wonderful opportunity to have a big Olympiad here. And there's this feeling of celebration that we have this great tournament here. Even at the beginning of the year, we had no idea we were going to get this chance, and then we did it. And the government has been so supportive. They've gone that extra mile to make it happen, make it efficient, and they've given a lot of support. And most of the teams have also been training together in many, many camps. And I think all of that helped build up this team spirit, and because they've been seeing each other, at least a month and a half already this year. So that's there.
Well, I also believe that it depends a lot on your personality, that you gave them such a mentorship and being a real role model as a personality, not showing off. You're there with them, you talk with them, and this also gives a great opportunity to appreciate all the opportunities and also to appreciate it themselves within each other. Because, for example, in many other countries, you would see like Gukesh and Pragnananda. They would be like really big rivals, and who is playing what? You're winning, I'm winning. How is it going? You don't have at all between those youngsters those rivalry?
I would think it's a pity if it wasn't there. I think some healthy rivalry between them, this feeling that somebody else is doing well, I can't stop. Because it's easy for all of them. All of them had a good year, and over the last year, they've gone up like 70 to 100 points. It's easy to sit back and say, now I can take rest, but it's nice that they feel this pressure. Having said that, they do not feel like, while they're competitive rivals, they don't feel any animosity. So that is important, and they get along very well. So that has been nice, and yes, all of us are happy. I mean, I'm happy I get to hang out with all of them here, and it's nice that all of us are in a chess tournament together, and it's a really big one, and the same for them. So it really feels like a chess festival.
So maybe we can take a look also what's going on in the chess game in between. So let's go for Gukesh. He has 6 out of 6. What do you think about his performance? Were you expecting it?
Who expects 6 out of 6? You expect a good result. I think maybe it's a better way to put it is, did I think he was capable of 6 out of 6? If somebody told me he will be 6 out of 6, would I think that's impossible? And of course, my answer would have been no, it's not impossible. He can play one good game, he can play another good game, he can focus, he can do that. But how can you expect 6 out of 6? So, but I'm happy that people are paying attention to him and that he's had such a good year. It's a big step up for him. Him, Pragnananda and Arjun are the top 3. And then a little bit behind you have Raunak. Nihal is about 20-30 points behind, though in terms of chess strength, I think most people tend to mix him in this group. But Gukesh has done amazing stuff. His game at Sarkisian was really impressive.
Yeah. Yeah.
Really impressive game. His game is Shiro also.
Yes.
What command? I mean,
Yeah,
just to
plus
allow
two
this
games.
queen side to break open, they
Yes.
swap the queens. Such cool calculation. So some very impressive things. But then he comes the next day, hits hard with white with some new idea. He's doing something. And nice finishes. Bishop takes b4, queen g2, e7. Just
That I
it's just
wanted
great
to show,
stuff.
but
Yeah,
we
it's
didn't
great
show
stuff.
it yet. Yeah. I was enjoying it.
Yes, very much. And following this and so on. In fact, I have a problem. I'm doing a column in the Hindu and Sports Star. And the temptation is to keep on talking about Gukesh, but every day I have to remind myself, no, we have to talk about, for instance, our women's team. I mean, come on. Humpy is +2, Tanya and Vaishali are +4,
Yes.
Bhakti is +3, and Harika, given the circumstances, is holding very well on board two, and they are leading. So you have to talk about that. Vantika is 4 and a +4, 4.5 out of 5. Like this, there are so many Nandida. So there are so many standouts. And like I say, you feel like talking about Gukesh all the time, but it's important to say that we have some other amazing accomplishments here.
Yeah. What do you think about the game?
And by the way, Hari as well. So you
Yes.
shouldn't forget the seniors.
Yes, yeah.
Hari is another +3.
Yeah.
So far, very stable
And what a
beating
game.
Abdu Satoro. Very
Yeah,
nice
and
game.
what a
So-
style he beat him. Like it was an easy stuff.
I know
It
the whole
looks
team
like.
looks, the whole Indian team looks confident, and it's not like every day looks like an accident. They're winning, but it looks, they played a good game.
It's
so.
not by chance. We have this game Cuba plays against India too. Gukesh is playing with black. It's his move. First
Yeah.
impressions?
First impression, well, a move ago I was thinking, what should he do? Should he go rook h5 and then take on c5 like that or something
Instead
like
of
that?
knight g4, right?
Instead of knight g4. But somehow it doesn't feel convincing because anyway, if I play a4, then that pawn structure is very bad for the black bishop on c8. And of course, he will probably play c6 instead of a4. So we get something similar. So now knight g4, c6 is only move, otherwise white is just worse.
Yeah.
But if I take on e3,
Wants to give up the pawn in a different way.
yes, but if I take on e3, take on c6, and somehow try to bring the king to c7 and then play e5 and bring the bishop out.
Well, it can be extremely dangerous for white.
Yes, but on the other hand, if I
I
play bishop b5, a4 and lock that pawn, it's not easy for black to get back that pawn. That bishop will have to come a very long way around.
a4 before.
Then I have c4. Or I could start with a4 and then play bishop b5.
Yeah.
So, no, my point is just it'll take some time, but I have the feeling that black is
But
completely
maybe
okay.
black shouldn't take on c6? What do you think? Maybe black doesn't go, let's say, a4?
That is an interesting idea. I wonder how long you can put it off. Because there will come a point when maybe you'll have to take. I can go knight
Well, the
d2, king
question is
c2.
whether, let's say, takes. After that, black goes bishop c5, king e7.
Okay, so knight d2.
Where now?
Here. Let's play a little bit. So bishop c5,
After
e4.
all, you take my pawn. Bishop c5, knight c4.
Oh, I was thinking e4 and king c2.
You go somewhere, I don't know, f5, bishop d3, right?
I don't know. I don't know whether I'd rather you just take and break your pawn structure and then I move my knight, or I. But you might be right. Maybe it's better to play knight c4. But then some rook d8 check, and I cannot go to c2 because you have bishop e4 check.
Yeah, or
So I'm getting
castle.
pushed around a lot. Or even castling.
Well, I know you're not always in the castling competition.
That is true. That is true. So,
So
I
you can get
suggest rook
confused.
d8 and you
Yeah,
say,
that-
well, I can just castle. So.
It's not every day that you have the opportunity to castle from the rules, given the situation, right?
Well, Mickey and me were talking at the beginning of the tournament, and Michael Adams. So he asked me any advice, more or less. Yeah. And I said, just remember that here you can castle. So that was so,
Yeah.
good to remember.
Well, we know that you have your academy. What is the secret? Are you trying to get the academy as strong and as powerful like it was in the Soviet times for the Soviet chess, or what are the core principles in your academy that you know that it will lead to success?
It's a fairly limited target in the sense that the idea was to take some of our top juniors, both boys and girls, but obviously we picked more boys, and organize training. And the idea was more or less that I would do something like what Botvinnik Kasparov did. More Botvinnik, because already by Kasparov's time is different, but maybe time-wise my thing is more similar to Kasparov.
You went yourself to Botvinnik school.
I did not.
You did not visit?
I did not visit the Botvinnik
But you visited
school.
Moscow.
I visited Moscow many times, but I've never been to the school. Besides, the school used to happen, but
Once
again,
a
it was a
year or
different time.
something.
Yeah, in fact, we operate every month, and because we started during the pandemic, it was
Online.
it was online the whole time. So it was nice because I met someone in this company called Westbridge Capital, and they said, let's do something together in chess, and we started this idea. Then we discussed it. We were about to launch in early 2020. But thanks to the pandemic, everybody forgot about it for 6 or 7 months. Then in October, we wrote to them saying, are you still interested in this, just because we have lost touch a bit? And they said, no, we'd love to do it. So then the whole thing got rolling again. And basically, I have a couple of trainers. So Yusupov, Gaevsky, Sandeep Anchanda, you can see all former people I
Coach
work
of
with.
yours. You tested them.
Tested, yes.
Just to make sure.
Many years. And then, someone like Boris Kelfen does a frequent class for us, things like that. So, but the idea was for me to sit there and a little bit, I tried to imagine what Botvinnik would do. He was not only showing moves, he was also, in his way of working, but he was also trying to share some experience and, let's say, guidance. And so that, I think, is a little bit what I think. Because in terms of analytical moves, there are many people who can do this. But I thought what I should try to bring to the table is maybe some wisdom.
This is what I wanted to ask, that what is the real difference between a good trainer, because you have actually even in India many good trainers, right? And the trainer who can actually really give something. Is it attitude, mindset, moves, analysis, put pressure on the student, that you really can deliver good result with your talents?
My own feeling is simply attitude. I mean, a trainer who has a love for the game will give you a love for the game, or will awaken your love for the game. A trainer who has the ability to motivate, set goals, will help you do that. And so in every way, mostly, I think the best trainers will do it by example, by being themselves. But equally, this applies to working methods. When you see somebody work in a very different way from you, you think, I can copy that, I can do that. And that improves your thing. In my own time, I benefited from a whole series of trainers. I think you worked with a couple of them as well, so we know. And that is kind of the idea. But having said that, I picked 4 or 5 kids who were already, I'm not sure what to say, kids? They're already
Kids,
just competing in the top. I know, teenagers, but anyway. So they're already knocking very close to 2600 or slightly above, and at that time, and they are all grandmasters and under the age of 16. So I had a pretty good hand to start with,
Yes,
of course.
yeah.
But it's good that all of them are progressing nicely, and that we were able to help.
Did you see with any of the player who has like big shortages in something? Like, for example, when I was 15, it was quite obvious that my shortages was in the opening very heavily. Also, my positional understanding. What do you see on the players that you really have to fix it because they are not rounded players yet?
The funny thing is, nowadays, it's harder to know what you're missing because computers show that we are weak in everything. And
That's
in a way,
great
it's a way.
self-confidence builder.
I know, because even in an area you think you're good, you can improve. And so maybe this quest for self-improvement is the most important thing, because you can improve anywhere. You can improve in your strong side and your weak side. Everything can be refined, and everyone else is using it and working like it. So that's one thing. We try to show them classics because it's clear that most of them have. Okay, let me put a caveat there. If I showed them any of our encounters, they would say, yes, I know the classics. So we are thinking Laska, Capablanca, but they are thinking Judit, Anand, and so on. So with that caveat, I tried to bring them to some of the older classics and fill some historical, give them a historical perspective.
Century, you want to say?
It's possible. I mean, the trainers can use this
Yes.
material, and I think it's nice to show this evolution, even if the actual moves are not relevant anymore. But at the same time, you understand that our view of the pieces belong in the center, don't move the same piece twice. These old Steinitz rules they're not only inadequate, they're slightly wrong in the sense that they were overgeneralized. They were fantastic rules for 100 years, but now you cannot have these kinds of views. So hopefully the main thing we're giving them is just the excitement of learning new
You
things.
said that you have also boys and girls. What do you do with the girl session? Do you have training sessions together or they have separately?
Yes, very much. We do sessions together. So what happened was we have the main things. That is Pragnananda, Gukesh, Arjun, Nihal, Raunak, Leon Mendonga, and Vaishali. So these are the main in the program. But then we realized that we have all these classes and there are so many other talented youngsters that maybe, in a year or two we could pick and sort of thing. So then we have Vantika, Bhakti, Divya, who else? So many names.
You have so many talents that it's hard to keep it in mind, I guess, even for you.
Yes, so all of them. Then there's Karthikeyan, Murli. So a lot of others, Aditya Mittal. So many others. We are allowed to participate in the program, but the focus a little bit is for the top 6, which then became the top 7. And it's always a choice. We have fantastic talents, but the idea was to, in a couple of years, produce at least a 2700 player or somebody who's going to represent India in the top 10. And it looks like we're very close now, actually. Well, Gukesh is 2720 already.
Yeah.
And Arjun is only 2689 or something. Or is he even higher? Sorry. So they're almost there, but nonetheless, the idea was, what is the point of the program is to make sure that India's juniors get the help and support they need, and that they will get.
Do you see any chance that the girls can catch up in a few years and be very strong players, 2600 or even higher?
Very much. The thing is, they needed some motivation, some inspiration. And hopefully this Olympiad already you can see that, for instance, Tanya's performance, she's rediscovered herself. You have, Bhakti has done very well. Hampi and Harika were always there. Vaishali is doing very well. What I wanted to say is that a little bit, I didn't look very broadly. One of the criteria was simply very young. So I tended to err on the side. So we have some very good talents even who are slightly older, and unfortunately at the beginning I couldn't pick them. But hopefully we'll manage to engage with them in some other way, because with the girls it's clear that some Vantika and Divya are still quite young. But the idea is that their rating catches up a little bit, and then we can do something probably after this tournament, after the Olympiad, can reevaluate and see. But it's
so you're also
very exciting.
You're working on the fact that to have girls bring them up in the open section.
Very much, and in fact, we have the same problem that immediately there are more boys than girls. It's a problem everywhere, as you know. But still, we have enough girls. And I think if we motivate and work with them, and all we need is that first one to have a result, well, like you, and then the rest follow. So hopefully that's all it takes.
Well, it's music to my ear what you're saying, that you're also working on this direction to support the girls and to give them a push on competing in the open section, because I believe it is also about mindset, about the teachers, coaches, mentors, parents, and society. What are the expectations from the girls, right?
Yes.
And this is great to hear. What do you think? How many medals are you going to take for India?
Look, I'll take one and then I'll take more. But as you see, all our men's teams are within shooting range. The women's team is leading. And there may need to only 1.5 behind India won, and which means they're only slightly behind the remaining teams, the chasing teams. So they're all in the shot, but you can't expect for some such unbelievable. I mean, 6 medals is not, you shouldn't hope for it. But a couple of medals would be very nice. I think the country would feel very happy if that happened. And since they're so close, you start to get tempted.
You said in the beginning when you sat down that, well, we are in different roles, not in the chess competitions anymore. How much are you competing still and how much time do you have? especially that now you're also going into chess politics?
So I play a couple of times a year. Last year I played in Zagreb and Dortmund. This year I played Warsaw. I got Norway chess as well. Then I played in Leon. So the idea is to have a couple of tournaments, and then that gives me a little bit of time to get ready again to play chess, because you lose track very quickly. So maybe 1 or 2 weeks of full concentration, trying to catch up in everything, and then play well, hopefully. But I'm already reducing it on the other side. So I'm not playing the whole year round, and so it's been winding down. And then that gives me time to approach other projects like Westbridge, the Westbridge Anand Academy, and the new role. I don't know what shape it'll take, but I spoke to Arkady. I said, I'd like to play a little bit of chess every year. He said that shouldn't be a problem. So it should be able to combine.
Yeah, because for our viewers, that basically you are running as the deputy president with Dvorkovich, and what are your expectations in this future? Depending on this result, if you're going to be team in the leadership of FIDE or without, but generally we see that everywhere is chess right now, and the Prime Minister was also in the opening ceremony, so it's on completely different other level what we see right now. Is it going to grow and stay this way? What are your expectations and feelings about that?
Well, I think that at the moment chess has a lot of momentum in India. But as you know, these things after the Olympiad, to retain that interest, to keep it high, will be very important. And the same thing with the world. Past the pandemic, past Queen's Gambit, past all that, it seems that all these changes were not negative for us. They were positive. But how to keep the momentum going and how to keep building on it.
Okay, well, thanks very much for being here, and all the success on the board, off the board, being the greatest mentor in India and with your academy. So see you later.
Thanks very much. Also enjoying your new role, but
thank you. See you shortly. We are back in a minute.
Today is gonna be a little something more. Plan in mind, a special thing in store. The light bulb inside my head says, get out and play, 'cause you never feel this way. It's my lucky day, it's my lucky day, it's my lucky day, my lucky day. Don't need a pot of gold, a rabbit's foot or to be told.
Inspiring safety record, strong balance sheet, world-class resource assets, groundbreaking innovation, steady and sustainable contribution to nation's social, economical and environmental development. NLCIL Navaratna CPSE under the administrative control of Ministry of Coal, Government of India, a corporate with a human nature, creating wealth for the well-being.
Welcome back to the 44th Chess Olympiad in Chennai, round 7, and we had just Vishy Anand visiting us, telling so much about chess and related activities he's doing and how the Indian youngsters are doing. So, but now let's dive into the games. What is going on? We are already in the middle game of round 7, and let's see the clashes. Sarkisyan, Caruana. Let's make a quick look around what is going on.
The structure has changed a bit now. Black has played f5 and we had
c5.
c5
Yes.
And we also have structural modification on the king side. The knight went to f4 and then an exchange took place. It's not easy to judge this structure so one-sidedly because double pawns can also be strong. For instance, the pawn on f4 ensures white a control over e5 without weakening e4. There is always the reserve move f3. Knight on e4 would not stay there forever. So the game is balanced, I believe. I don't feel any special problems for black. Do you think so?
I think it's a pretty balanced game. I'm
Yes.
curious if one day Sarkisyan will be possibly pushing g4, g5. Let's go to the next board because there are so many games to catch up, and look at this. What is going on here?
He lost the pawn on e6.
Oh my God, look what is going on here. What is this? Vasily So will sacrifice his queen. Is it a checkmate? Look how beautiful, amazing game can be.
It works. It works until the end, yes.
Just have the position in time.
More beautiful than rook e3, yes.
Sorry for my bishop d5 checkmate, but I got so excited because look what happened. We were talking about some kind of very solid position going on, and it will be a long game.
It used to be.
And look what happened. Rook e3, black plays e5 Melkumian, and he was not aware of it, what's happening. He went e4, blundering this amazing move, rook e4. It's definitely the idea of the Olympiad so far.
Yes. So it is about peace trajectory after all, but it's about the black king's trajectory if d takes e4.
This is amazing, and well,
the game is over.
Practically it's a pawn up, and let's see again.
Two bishops and a weakness.
This is something you have only in great tactical chess books.
In the romantic times, yes.
Absolutely. I'm envying Vasily So to win this way. Anyway, black is not going to be capturing on e4, but that means that he just won an exceptionally important pawn on the e file. So in the next move, he will be going back and he'll win the game.
But it's strange that he didn't understand the danger until the last moment, because, okay, with the pawn on e5, he can take on d4.
But
no?
I think the problem is that he thought that after knight e4, let's say, because after this, white is also having great compensation.
Yes, he thought it was some positional sacrifice.
Exactly,
yes.
that he thought that he's going to be winning a piece and it's going to be some something like that. So this is amazing, rook e4. I love that. Board 3, and it's crucial for US to win, because obviously now the team members also look at this, that, oh, what happened? But let's see how Dominguez is playing right now in this position. White has quite strange bishop on e1 for the moment.
But the bishops can always go that way, return, they are very mobile.
Of course, and it can also show up on e5, it can support knight a5. White wants to go c4 desperately. Is he going to have enough time for that?
Well, time he will have. The question is which will be the effects. From static point of view, Black is doing fantastically well. His pawns are more mobile, no? From strategic point of view.
Look at this king.
Okay, but I was talking about things statically, no? But of course, dynamically, White has to look for something. Yes, for instance, c4. He has to go c4 no matter what.
I think this is the question, for example. Probably Black will not castle to h4, but maybe Black can have and find safety for his king on f7, possibly.
But does he really need to move the king at this side?
I don't know. Also possible, of course, just to play bishop d7, let's say.
Or f4 and bishop f5, I don't know. With check if...
I don't know if I would go f4, because... Well, of course, it's tempting, but somehow, I don't know, c4, not c3, yes. c4.
No, I mean, there is no knight around, no white knight close to the e4 square, so...
The only question is whether how much Black wants to develop, whether f4 is a developing move or not so much.
Because maybe you are right and the bishop is needed on d7.
The c6 square is the only thing which I'm worried about in this position.
But even if, with a bishop on d7, the knight may arrive... on c6.
Yeah. Let's say takes. Queen goes somewhere.
Knight a5.
Knight c5, knight a5, rook c6.
To tell the truth, from concrete point of view, I would be a bit worried with Black, no? I mean, things look fantastic from a strategic point of view. But it would feel so much better without queens. With queens on board, who knows?
At the same time, it seems like Lenier, Dominguez, really knows what he's doing because he has spent not more than 12-13 minutes up to this point. So it is his analysis, while Tershahakian spent more than 40 minutes on his clock. Let's see the board 3, or already board 4. Board 4, where Shackland is playing with the white pieces, it seems like that he has a very nice position.
So you prefer white here?
I think so, because eventually one day e4 will come. And if e4 is played, then huge advantage for white.
But first of all, it's not so easy to play e4. d4 is hanging. Secondly,
now, yes.
Black has some more realistic achievements. He has blocked the queen side. a4 and knight b6. I don't think Black has problems here.
Okay, we'll see what will happen.
And I mean, when e4 will really become a threat, then c5 is possible. Not now because of bishop e5, but e4 is not...
For now, it's not a serious threat because of the d4 weakness, but maybe in a later stage, we'll see how Shackland will be able to move.
There are mutual weaknesses. So actually, I mean, white can weaken his position. For instance, g3 is already a bit weak, and if e4, then it can be even more serious. So it's complex. Maybe white has a feature, but he has to build up this feature somehow.
Let's see Giri's game, what's going on there. Still nothing happened?
No move after...
I'm surprised that that queen f6 and white has not made a move.
Actually, there seems to have been a few moves. Bishop e3, queen takes, bishop takes.
Let's see again.
Yes.
So, exactly, bishop e3 was played, queen d4. Bishop d4.
The same questions as before. How is Black going to prepare bishop somewhere? But okay, without queens on board, even f6 may be playable, no?
Well, I don't know, probably f6 will be played here.
Yeah, I mean, with queens on board it looks a little bit more scary, but without queens, why not?
It seems pretty balanced, this position. The only worry can be for Black is the b5 pawn.
Yes, before, not sure if it works. Before bishop takes, before maybe, no? No, before
you mean after,
with white, yes, let's say f6, yes.
Yes, b4, I thought this is not possible
yeah.
due to the pin. Though it's not so obvious, takes rook c2, knight a3.
And knight takes b5
And,
with
yeah, it
some
can be
control on
Knight b5,
check on
bishop
d6.
c6.
But no, check on d6. Yes, it's
That's
possible.
a problem.
Bishop
Well, bishop
c5.
c5,
Yes.
exactly.
And you cannot take because of rook
So
d1.
this would be something nice for white.
Yes, some initiative at least. No, it's close to winning, no? So maybe before makes sense preparing knight a3 and bishop d3 to just make things very quick.
Exactly. So maybe in this position, black is considering to play b4 as fast as possible to simplify and exchange one pawn.
Rid himself of a weakness and creating a weakness in white's camp. But okay, if the b file opens, then it's also a question whether white's slight advantage in development.
There are other options for black also. He can start e5 and pushing the bishop back and go bishop c5,
Bishop
for
c5,
example. But I think he will manage. He went bishop e7, giving up the pawn, inviting white to take here, rook g8, bishop h6, let's say, then knight h4, threatening on g2 and knight f3. So the g3 is not a pawn which can be taken.
You had a game against Carlsen, no? You played with black, and I remember there was some small tactics involving losing the g7 pawn, and then suddenly you got decisive pressure along the g file. I remember it now vaguely, but I cannot. It was some sort of close Sicilian too.
I think that was the game where I took off all his knight.
So yes, bishop e7 is actually a nice move. If you can do that, then maybe
Okay, we'll see what is going on here. Then Fan Forest is playing with the white pieces against Fressinet. We have some interesting position. What happens if knight b4 here?
Rook f6, no?
What a nice trick, rook f6. But why is it? Yes.
And take on f8.
Rook f6 because the intermediate move here, and after rook f6, if gf, queen b4. So this is why knight b4 is not possible exactly.
The structure is a bit unusual, no? Mutual weaknesses, but white.
What about knight d8?
Well, to tell the truth, now too, rook takes f6 is interesting. No,
Takes, knight d4?
Knight d4 or ab, yes. The structure is very good. We have a pawn.
I'm pretty sure that white, for black, it was a surprise that after queen b3, he went queen f7 innocently.
And maybe rook
and
e6
got rook e6. What an interesting idea by Fan Forest, Jordan.
But he doesn't need too much to sacrifice material. I mean, pawns just like this.
Yes.
You understand this is not even a sacrifice, what he prepares now for his standard.
Yeah, he's a very interesting and original player
Yes,
and good opening preparation. He also works together with the world champion. He also worked together with Anish Giri for a long time. And this is very interesting, rook e6 and rook f6. Let's move on to board number 3 between Lagarde and Lamy. Black seems to be doing quite fine.
Well, white is a bit behind with everything because he would like to blockade on c4.
Well, that's only dreams.
But it's only dreams, no? First of all, the square is not really available. The knight on a5 does a good job, and b5 is hanging.
Well, white can castle, but he played bishop
Oh, he didn't even castle. Oh.
He didn't castle yet, so bishop c3 wants to attack, but isn't something happening here? I don't know, knight b3? Probably knight b3 maybe is not possible yet because takes, and e4.
And then knight g5, no?
And knight g5, queen f6, still... I don't know what is this exactly, if takes.
Well,
castle.
at least white is decent here, no? No, here it's equal probably. He would need a knight on c4, but there are no knights on board.
Well, that's not going to be the case. I don't know if after bishop c3 there is something else for black.
So e4, how is e4?
If e4, bishop g7.
So we have
And
to
after
take.
takes, d takes e4, and the bishop is hanging there.
That's a problem.
Though takes and bishop b5.
Well, black has complete control on the queen
Yeah.
side, no?
These two pawns.
And the minor pieces are also controlling a lot of squares, and white's majority fails to impress, no?
Let's see what else after e4. Well, I think bishop g7 is a must. In this
Yes.
position, white can go knight d2, let's say.
Aha, okay, this is more... okay, maybe that is a problem.
So this is not so easy in this sense.
Well, bishop takes b5, knight takes e4, queen d4, but okay, white is has his
It's a
ideas.
very complicated
Yes,
game.
yes.
Very complicated. Pawn on d3 has its pretty good structure.
Yeah,
Black can go queen
is...
e5
Yes, so black has some activity, white has the structure.
or queen d4 maybe.
Yeah, queen d4, because e3 is not possible. Well, and the knight on f5, on e4, I don't know, f5 is in the air,
Okay, let's see board number 4 between Bock, Benjamin and Maurizi from France.
So white has some nice blockade, dreams of an ending with a good knight against a bad bishop, but black is quite active and well developed, no? I mean, if we remove all the pieces from board and we leave white knight on c3 and the bishop on e6, then I think white has decent winning chances. But okay, it's still far from that.
Let's go for a moment to the big clash between the two Indian teams. What's going on between Hare Krishna and Ganguly in this position seems to be a little bit better for white, isn't it?
It has been a semi-tarash, an opening where white has the center and slightly better development. Actually, I remember I suggested to you that when you were still playing, that maybe the semi-tarash should be a nice opening for you. It was not that fashionable then. And we made the introductory moves, and then you suddenly said, why are you so well developed with white? So then we gave up the... Of course, but now white has converted his better development into this strong passed pawn. But it's not clear yet, no? Whether it's a clear
Well, I
advantage
would just
or...
rather play it with the white side. This is what I can say.
Yes,
Maybe
yes.
I would go rook c5, trying to force matters after queen c3. Simply the d5 pawn looks like a huge advantage for
No,
white.
the question is whether black has a fortress or not.
We'll see what happens. Board 2. We see Judit playing with black against Satur Rahman.
So I assume white should bring his knight to e3, no?
Well, in dream scenario, it should be there on e3, but
well,
for the moment,
rook e1, knight f1, that was what I had in mind, but...
black probably can start bringing his, well, not yet, but in his dreams, knight should be on f4.
And on d3.
Queen f4 seems to be a logical continuation. I don't know if one day black can bring his rook to d6.
No, in principle, black is a bit ahead with his plans, no? With his mobilization, let's call it. Because with the knight on d2 and the queen on d1, white is not fully developed. And knight b3 is no solution because after rook b8, he would be hanging on the b5.
But I think it's going to be quite concrete because at some point white can also try to sacrifice the pawn and open up the diagonal
b5,
for the bishop.
But still, what will he do with the knight? That remains the question. I mean, no matter what you do, if the knight is badly placed on d2, it's a question.
Yeah, but white, as you said, can try to go to e3.
If he gets that and nothing happens in the meantime, then he can have a very nice position. Then, of course, d5 is coming at full strength.
I don't know if, let's say, really what I mentioned, queen f4. If this is the move, and maybe I'm going to be regrouping to g5, trying to get knight h5 to f4.
Queen g5 also gains a tempo because of the threat on h3. So I think that black is better, no? Do you feel
I don't know exactly how fast, because queen e2 can be a move, and let's say queen g5, queen e3, for example. So I wouldn't say that I prefer black, because if white is very fast, this b2 bishop,
Well, of course,
I
that's
can
a
prefer
fantastic
to the
bishop.
f5 bishop.
Yes, yes. It's true. Yeah, actually, queen e2, queen e3 is a quicker plan, and it also ensures white.
Because everything comes down to concrete manners. When Vichy was saying that the old big guys, it's great to have the classical way of thinking that you have to develop, you have to castle, you have to occupy the center, you have all those principles, which are all true, but nowadays the game is becoming much more concrete than that. And we can have a principal idea that this seems to be good, and we think that it would be great maneuver if white puts the knight on e3, how great it is. If the black
Well, queen also, yeah, okay.
brings it to f4, how great it is. But eventually, it's going to be move to move, and then we'll see who is going to be faster to control those squares.
That was the question, of course. It's like some sort of race.
So let's see board number 4, where Eric Gais is playing with white against Gupta. I don't know how the Indians are handling this match, because probably it's like everybody is rooting for everybody, but somebody will have to win, or is it going to be a draw? And who will need more than half a point or full point in a later stage? But what I liked very much, and also Vichy pointed out, that somehow there is a healthy rivalry between them. And as far as I understood also, that it seems like it is at least motivational for the other players to get better and better. It's not that they have bad feeling about it. It's a healthy race between them.
Yes, because we were talking about the team spirit, for the traditional team spirit of the Armenian team. But with Indians, it's like it's 3 teams, which, as far as Anand said, they are somehow solidary to each other. Or at least there is no animosity among them. They are just colleagues. But here, okay, if we talk concretely, how is this position? White has certain reasons to be happy, no? The knight seems to be better than the bishop here. Whether it stands on e5, sustained by the queen on d4, or it stands just on d4, no? It's a good knight, basically. Does black have enough,
it's a beautiful knight, and if white will be able to reach with his queen to d4, to play rook e1, I mean, we are just talking about dreams, then white is huge advantage, I believe.
Yes, black can try something like a5 with the queen on d4, but then a3. And black gets the square on b3, but it's not very clear how useful that is.
Well, now f4 was a very logical move, and probably the only move, because black wants to open up the diagonal for the bishop.
And to prevent the blockade after f4, for instance.
And to prevent the f4, which would be a killer.
Yes.
Exactly. So it was the only move to try to play against the stability of the e5 knight. So white is having a great position. But the question is what happens. Let's say g takes f4, takes g3, and trying to go anyway with f4. Black can go back with rook f6. I'm not so sure that g3 is a good move. Maybe instead of g3, better to play queen d2,
or queen d2.
to attack the rook, and once it goes back,
but then rook b4 is somehow too exotic, no? If
rook b4, maybe this is the best option, but not exactly, because then can take on b4 or knight f7 first.
Yes.
So black has to move back.
I wanted to fight for the d4 square, but it doesn't work. Yeah, such a knight, it doesn't have only a static function to dominate the bishop, but it also has such tactical...
well, the knight is a dangerous piece. That's why I like it so much. But I think here white has a huge advantage.
It should be close to winning, no? The problem is that I don't see any dynamism in black's position. I mean, he has a passed pawn in the center, but...
but that's blockaded with the queen. Later on, it can be regrouped with the knight if white wants. But actually, I love the knight on e5, to tell you the truth.
And the pawn on c6 is permanently requires defense, so no.
So we have this game where white is much better than, let's see, the On the other board, Judit is...
Bishop g6 and rook e1.
Yeah, this is what we have, bishop g6, rook e1. Judit is doing, I think, pretty okay.
If black is slow, then white can have a fantastic position.
But I'm not sure black will be so. He went rook b8.
So bishop c3, I assume, no? Or queen c1.
But I'm still...
He wants to go knight h5. That's probably his idea.
At some point, knight h5, but for the moment, the e4 is hanging.
Yes, yes.
So it's not so easy. But eventually, knight h5, knight f4 will have to show up.
Actually, this is my kind of position with white because there is this blocking square. It's like an open Spanish, you know, where you can reach e6 with your knight. But my only question is whether whether white is in time to reach the regrouping.
Okay, let's see what's going on with the Sargsyan game. That's the match of the day between Armenia, the leader, the number 1 seeded right now, and with a full score against USA, who dropped only half a match point against... we have...
We have your g4 on board.
Yeah, this was expected that one day we are going to see g4, and we did not have to wait so long. It was g4 immediately, c takes d4, rook c8, queen c8. So for now, let's see if white is ready to capture the pawn back, bishop d4. White wants to go g5, or possibly, can white go queen d4? I think probably not, because after that knight g4 is possible, because this pin is right g4. Here.
Okay.
Though still, white can go maybe bishop d5. But it seems to me that bishop c5 might be an unpleasant.
But bishop takes d4 may be more solid, no? And then the same thing, knight g4. If bishop e5, f takes e5, how is that? But maybe it's good for black, no?
Well, it becomes quite complicated, I must say. It looks very tempting for white.
Yes.
But what happens? Bishop e5. F takes e5. Can black take here? I don't think so.
Or bishop h3, knight f2.
No, knight f2 is not possible.
a6 is hanging, okay.
So if h5, f3.
f3, and it's... yeah, and the bishop on d4 controls it all. There is no check, no intermediate move, nothing.
It's very, very tough now for black. So let's see, bishop d4. If Sargsyan is taking back with the bishop. Board 1. They're balanced in time. I don't know if possible to play, does it make any sense to go bishop b4, chasing the rook up to e3?
But then he may have some attacking ideas later. Well, of course, the back rank is weak, so you
and now bishop c5.
To control the center, yeah. Rook c3 maybe.
And rook c3.
To keep you busy a bit. Well, knight e4 maybe.
Well, it looks pretty energetic for white. Knight e4 probably, can I take on c5, queen d6. So there can be some trouble. Or queen d5. Queen d5 is much better.
Attacking everybody, yeah?
Attacking c5, f7, e4. And again we see a beautiful e5 knight. So let's see what Sargsyan is going to be up to. Even though the fact that he's more than 100 rating points, I think, lower than Fabiano, even more. No, not more. Sorry. Everybody knows that he can be extremely dangerous. And in one game, anything can happen. But what was very painful for Melkomian, we have some action there, because after rook e4, where we stopped, that d4 was not possible, to queen f7, the amazing tactical solution, knight f8, white played rook f4, immediately forcing the f pawn to be moved, and after f5, Vasily just captured on f5, gf5, rook f5, and I doubt that there will be a way for black to defend, because the d5 pawn is hanging, which is important, but I think
the fourth pawn,
after rook f7, that would be even more painful. But probably black can go knight g6. And after rook f7, let's say black would be trying to go bishop f8. what was this the best solution for white? This is my question. Probably rook
He can
d5
take on
is
d5
better,
and
right?
bishop c4 at some point.
And yeah, when queen goes away, bishop c4,
It's still dangerous.
king h8.
Plus, it's 4 pawns for the piece. Somehow, Wesley couldn't stop. I mean, he sacrificed the rook, which was a pseudo-sacrifice. Some other players would have just gone back and won by technical means.
Yeah, but I think it's right that if you believe that you're going to be a killing storm on the king's side, it's just forcing. Otherwise, you go back, you have a pawn down, you're going to be there for another 2 hours. It's not satisfying also if you can just smash.
Here you can go queen f7, rook g8, and then rook h5, threatening queen takes h7, no?
Yeah, that's a great threat, but probably black can go bishop d6.
That's too bad, no? But then we win some more material. Exchange queens.
Yeah,
and
white can take on g8, so I
it's
think
a huge material
I think
advantage.
Wesley did the right decision by sacrificing because he's gaining back some more pawn. The bishop pair is going to be a killer, and look, there is 4 pieces attacking the king.
Yeah, and it's enough material. It's already 3 pawns for the piece, and no, it should be winning.
Okay, so this game, for sure, USA will collect their first win. And let's see board 3, what happened with Dominguez. Still he has his king on e8. We had a move after rook c1. Black went b4. And since then, almost an hour was used by Dominguez. So what has happened, rook c1, b4 was played, and this was the way how they exchanged the pawns, the b and the c.
But can you explain why did he play b4? Isn't this a waste of time?
I'm not
Doesn't he
sure
lose
because
a
right
tempo?
now white cannot take rook c3 because of knight e4. So there is a tactical idea behind it, and
Okay.
threatens with both
Okay.
things. So white had to play queen d1, which is
Okay.
losing maybe tempi.
No.
Though white is playing with the bishop maybe to a better square. So it's not clear it favors white or black. But after queen f7, white went rook c3. Black went bishop b7. And black is trying to push
Win a pawn.
white. How are you going to defend the d5 pawn? And if I take that, isn't white worse and having a huge treble here?
Yeah, only if he has some dynamic things. I mean, the d file will be a bit hanging for black.
Maybe white should be going knight a5, for example.
Bishop d5.
Bishop takes d5, bishop c4, somehow to get some initiative in this position, because black cannot castle still because of capturing on d5 and rook d3. And there would be some material gain for white.
But white's pieces are not coming into play that quickly. I mean, the rook on h1 is still...
Well, black still keeps his king on e8. There is no way out. And what to play?
That's a problem, yes. It's a question.
Because the d file can be something special for this game, because there are too many bishops standing there.
Bishop c7 to make it by 1 bishop less.
Bishop c7, probably I could take on d5.
You have to take with the queen, I guess.
Queen d5 or knight d5.
With the knight, I thought, but maybe with the queen is also possible, no?
Queen is possible, but I don't know, after queen a4, black goes what, queen d7? Oh, rook d6, you never know.
Like Van Forest's rook e6, no?
Yeah, and then, okay, white can go bishop b4, rook d1. Okay.
And then it's quickly,
It still seems that it's far away, but we don't know. 1 or 2 moves and things are changing quite a bit.
So this is a very sharp game, actually.
Very sharp. Extremely sharp. And it can be a problem if black cannot castle, though maybe now he should.
If black survives, he wins. If not, not.
Well, with such a pawns in the center and also knight e4 possibility, of course, black can have a huge advantage.
Yes.
But for the moment, there are still challenges to be taken account. Okay, so what happened is, actually, after bishop b7, bishop c4 was played, and finally in move 22, black castled short, because he looks for safety in his position, and
maybe that was the wisest thing to do, no?
but it's never clear whether how safe really his king is. For example, my question is, can white go knight c5 with an idea to take d6, and let's say bishop d5 takes rook c5, and now maybe white is better.
If e5 falls, then it's bad.
But after knight c5, what can you do? Because I desperately want to go into e6.
Yes.
Maybe bishop d5 is possible. Bishop d5, knight d5, and
Knight c5 is hanging.
black is just doing fine. So let's see what happens after castle, but one thing is sure, white is going to be fighting, and white will create some kind of opportunity for himself. But we shouldn't forget that these pawns are extremely powerful for black.
Maybe knight a5, because I don't like it that after knight c5 the knight is hanging. Knight a5, and then maybe the pawn is not edible. And c6 is not such a
this
bad
is
plan.
important that black cannot take the pawn now, because rook d3, and then
Everything
one of
is
the
defended.
pieces
I mean,
is
the
gone.
white pieces. The knight on a5,
Yeah.
so no intermediate moves. And okay, knight a5, and if anything, I can go knight c6. And okay, at least white also has something. No, half of the board is his.
Absolutely. So this is going to be still a huge battle. Board number 4. Let's see what happens there.
So both players wanted to improve their structure a bit. Black
Yeah, we
plays
have
g4.
g4, g5 played.
Yes, g4 in order to remove somehow this weakness on g3.
But can black go something like knight h5 now? Takes, queen check, king g1, and the rook is defending everything.
Yes, if queen g2, yes.
So this is not possible yet.
Yeah, white has a better control over their set. Of course, black is stable, but the question is...
Well, c5 is not going to be played now, that the bishop is played around. It was interesting, though, that after, in this position, black played bishop d6, white played g4.
Yes, because the bishop g3 was kind of molesting. And then he can sustain the bishop with knight h5.
Yes,
So he
bishop
doesn't
c7,
he doesn't want to block.
rook
yes.
e2,
Makes sense,
g6,
yes.
rook f1. Well, now the question is, can black go g6 with an
And king
idea
g7.
king g7 and put pressure on the h file?
Plus, ask him, show me.
Let's say king g2, then queen d6. So what is really happening after g6?
Probably bishop e1, he has to, but it's still long. Bishop e1, bishop, how does he do it?
I mean, my real question is that what happens if black is going to play this plan?
Yeah, because I assume he wanted to bring his bishop to f2 and play f4, but okay, if bishop g1, then queen d6 followed by rook h8.
Bishop e1.
No, I mean if the bishop reaches g1, I just want
So you play bishop e1 and
king
bishop
g7.
g2.
Yeah, the bishop
F2.
has to stand somewhere there to allow e4.
Yeah, but I think
then
queen
queen
d6,
d6, yes,
queen
and
g3.
or rook h8, yes, or even
both.
No, this is what I mean. There is no coherent.
White has
regrouping
no
for
time
white.
for something like that.
Maybe it's not even time. Maybe it's simply not working somehow, because he needs the second rank. But actually, doesn't black already threaten quite seriously that king g7, rook h8, and queen d6? I mean,
well, that's the thing.
irrespective of what we do with the bishop. So
That's what I don't understand. What white has in mind? Maybe e4. He has to go as fast as possible.
Take on g5 or something.
Takes, queen d4, bishop g5.
Knight fd7, maybe, no?
Well, there are, I think, several things. Bishop e5 can be played, knight other b to d7 can be played, rook f2, bishop e5. I mean, it looks pretty nice for black.
Strategically, it looks great, no?
Strangely enough, black played rook e7. And I can't believe it that white was not black was not considering g6, because it's the most obvious logical move to. I mean, you see the weakness of h3 and you want to attack it.
Yes. And it's the kind of moves, the classical guys would always consider just like this. I mean, before doing anything. And by the way, rook e7, after e4, there will be this spin. Bishop takes g5 if something similar happens, like in the previous line.
Yes, but it was more powerful when the pawn was on g6, because then the f6 knight is more vulnerable, right?
It's also, maybe he feared that, but rook e7, yes, it doesn't use the whole board, no? Somehow it's the... Okay, let's check e4, for instance.
If e4 takes...
And let's say take with the knight.
Take with the knight. Takes knight e4.
Takes with the knight. With the bishop, sorry.
Take with the bishop.
Because if f6 is okay.
Yeah, now the g5 is threatening to be taken.
So maybe bishop f4 is...
f6 I don't like.
Then bishop f4 you have to go, no?
Bishop f4 is possible.
But okay, then the structure is not that one-sided.
But white is not worse at all.
Yeah, this is what I mean. Yes. I mean,
queen d2, now the pawn is hanging.
White has made some progress.
Queen there, rook e1. I mean, the bishop is very strong.
Yes.
e4 is on the board.
Yeah, it's the only choice, because otherwise you may simply...
Probably, actually, after g6 also e4 was the move.
The same.
It was a must. There was no other move. Okay, so here we're going to have some fast moves in the game, I believe. Though white should be always careful about this possibility of knight h5.
But maybe he did right. I mean, he doesn't get the classical center with pawns on e4 and d4, but he opens the bishops. He gets some good play.
Yeah, interesting game. Let's go on. We haven't seen Anish for a long time. White is very balanced on fun forest game. Oh, what has happened? There was a simplification after...
an exchange sacrifice, yes?
Yes, knight d8 takes, knight d4 was played, queen b3, c takes b3, rook e8, knight f5, knight c6. It's not clear how good it is for white, because there are some weaknesses, like on d3.
Yes.
d4, knight c2,
and
rook c1.
Open files for the rooks.
Well, now I don't know if how is rook c8, knight d6 is possible, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if knight e4, knight d4, king f1. Though knight c3, knight b3 is hanging also. So what about knight d4? I don't know. I'm not sure white is the one who is definitely...
He doesn't control so well the position now.
Maybe bishop d6? Knight d4.
Knight takes d4 anyway.
Knight e7. And this is winning for white.
Okay. Yes.
So rook c8, bishop d6, threatening knight e7. Also white wants to go bishop c5. And positionally it can be bad, but I think, no, rook e1 is not possible. No. So black should go something like rook c3. But it's a question.
Knight e3.
Knight e3, knight d4. And then here.
Oh, yes.
This move, so after knight c3, knight d4 is a threat. This white has to be aware of.
King f1 is a waste of time, no?
In knight e3 the problem.
Knight e3, okay.
But also rook b3, so there are quite a few threats by black. So after rook c8, I don't know what white has in mind.
Yes, because when you sacrifice the exchange, you have to be sure that you control the position better than here. Here it's dynamic, open files, back rank problems.
Well, white can go bishop f4 or bishop g3 as well, but still I think black is going to be playing rook c3. And threatening to take, the back rank problem is there. If black can simplify the position, then on the queen side, black can just win.
Should be winning, yes.
I think there is something wrong, but black played rook e1 instead, takes, and still would like to go rook c8 or b takes a, but I feel that here white will have a huge advantage.
Yes, if d5, even without
because
the rook,
the rook will not be able to get active, I think.
Rook q1,
so it's not going to be so simple, because after knight d5, knight d3, d6, knight c5 or knight e5, but somehow I have the feeling that the black rook will not have enough place to play. Let's see board 3, what's going on here. We have the position what we look.
E4, okay, and it's getting...
E4, now C4 was played, which is quite interesting, I must say.
Black really plays energetically because he's better developed, no? It's at least too tempy.
Well, black wants to force white to take with the pawn, right?
Yes.
This is the idea. But what happens if bishop takes e4? Queen e6? Or queen e5, maybe? I think maybe...
Yeah, the question is whether knight f3 is such a good tempo.
Well, yeah, the question is where the queen is standing the best.
It would stand well on e5, but maybe knight f3 is not so good for white. Yes, because now the bishop is kind of...
Yeah, but white can take, and the bishop has to be taking. The a5 knight is not necessarily a great attacker. Maybe rook b1, so it can be also weak. The b7 is not the strong one yet.
Yeah, well, rook a8 and b5. Yeah, it's not easy. This is piece play, concrete piece play, so you have to understand which are the best squares. So after bishop takes e4, you would prefer queen e6, no?
Yeah, maybe queen e6 to play, but also takes. Also takes, and if knight takes...
c4.
If knight takes... Somehow I have the feeling that this game will be simplified and will be a draw at the end.
It's very close, but white has to cross a dangerous zone, I believe.
I don't know how dangerous it will be for him. It seems like it's more dangerous for white for a short time.
Yes,
But let's say after queen e6, white can go queen c2, let's say. Threatening with queen c3. If c takes d, then queen c3 is possible, queen f6, but okay, bishop d3 maybe. Right? No, sorry. C takes d3 is a blunder. C takes d3, queen b2 and queen b5.
Queen b2, okay, so this... Well, okay, queen c2...
So after all, maybe black has to get control over the black squares and play queen d4 or...
Queen e5, yes. And
queen e5, queen c5 possibly.
But probably it's better to defend the long diagonal, no? Queen c5, again queen c2, and you're a bit hanging. So
after c4, white is thinking. Let's see what's going on in the Kramer game between Serbia, Germany. We haven't seen this game. Let's see how the young man is doing. He has under 20 minutes. It's move 23. It's board 4. These players are getting maybe into time trouble sometimes soon. They have, Germany and Serbia, they have 10 points right now in the standings, in the cross table.
So white has an extra pawn, but I'm not sure a3 is hanging. In principle, optically white has a nice position, but it's not so clear. He's a bit behind in development. And usually this kind of structure, it's better to have a knight to control some things. The bishop on a1, not so sure how useful it is for maintaining the control. And black is well regrouped.
But I think probably maybe black is thinking to play e4, knight f4, queen h4.
Knight c5 also.
I mean, yeah, there are some...
I feel it's dangerous for white, no?
And it seems like the white king will be not in safety in this game.
Yeah, no safe place, no.
So the question is, to open up the position, and there is some issues for white.
Yes, I would be a bit afraid. I mean, everything is beautiful, but something is not like it should be.
Okay.
Even the bishop on d5 is a bit vulnerable, if I think of it.
Yeah, for now it looks like stable because black cannot play c6 because of the b5 pawn.
But it's the usual square for a knight.
Well, there is no knight.
There is no knight.
There is no knight.
I know.
Okay, so let's move to the ladies section, but before that, let's have a small break. We'll come back shortly.
Inspiring safety record, strong balance sheet, world-class resource assets, groundbreaking innovation, steady and sustainable contribution to nation's social, economical and environmental development. NLCIL Navaratna CPSE under the administrative control of Ministry of Coal, Government of India, a corporate with a human nature, creating wealth for the well-being.
Welcome, everybody.
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special chessable course.
Master your chess with Judit Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Back to round 7 of the 44th Chess Olympiad in Chennai, India. And let's go to visit to see what's going on in the women's section, because there India is leading in the Olympiad with a full score, and now they are playing against Azerbaijan. Let's see what's happening on board 1 between Mammadzada and Koneru.
This looks like an invasion, no? Bishop d5, knight on d6.
Well, it looks pretty tough from looking at it from the black side. Though it's move 19, both players are under 25 minutes. The knights were just exchanged, so knight takes, rook takes. What is white up to in this position?
Knight f3, maybe.
Knight f3 looks very powerful.
Because, okay,
though.
black has more pawns in the center, no? And
well, exactly the way you say, so
yeah,
I'm
no,
going
but,
to be pushing it.
Yeah, but white has to show something, but maybe knight f3 doesn't work, no?
I think black can be very energetic here. Mm-hmm. So it's these are the positions where I think we have to be more careful by saying that what is it by intuitively, right?
Yeah, but I intuitively I don't think that knight takes e8 was the move. I mean, if you exchange the active pieces, okay, maybe there is nothing better, and it just means that black is better. But if you exchange one of the active pieces, I don't know.
Yes, but it's there, right? Black is ready to push her pawns.
Yes.
So takes, and white played queen b3. Interesting that she went to the other side to play.
Well, she wants to take a pawn, but okay, then I prefer black in principle, no? This center...
Well, I believe e4 will be on the board, though black can also think about playing knight c6, defending, so provoking white to capture. But after capturing, white can't even take it because there is going to be a queen trap.
The queen will be trapped, yes. Mm-hmm.
So knight c6 is a quite reasonable reaction to queen b3. Though white can go queen f3 in that case and keep the bishop there. So e4 is not possible because of
knight e4,
mm-hmm. And there is a pin on the g file. So let's see after queen b3 what black is going to be up to. It seems like black is doing very fine in this position, right? Let's see board 2, what Harika
and
is
doing. And I think the knight e8 was a concession. Maybe she should have played queen f3 at once without taking, just to keep the center. Okay, but it's not important. The move is on the board. Now I feel that black is doing very well.
Rook d4, very solid position by Harika on board 2. She has only 15 minutes though left. Move 21 seems to be not a very complicated game. What happens, let's say black can go queen c6 or queen c7. I don't know if white can get any advantage here.
Just
Rook d1, castle.
She has an extra tempo, yes?
Well, she has the d file, black has the c file. So what can white do with it?
Yes, it's no minor pieces to occupy weak squares like c3 or c5. So
it looks pretty balanced, right?
Yes.
Okay, let's see board 3. How is it going? Vaishali is playing with the black pieces, and white is by Dulayeva Gorhar.
And in principle, black has a nice blockade on dark squares. It's a typical Bogolyubov, no? Of course, the blockade is not full, but I don't know. Maybe white should try something like c5. Does it work, or prepare it? Because b4 doesn't seem to.
White just played queen f3, which is quite strange in some sense, because she could have been playing b4 immediately.
So takes.
And after takes. Really, c5 is something.
Yes, but maybe black can play c5.
Black can play c5.
Yeah, and if b4 the knight, b4 if so, then takes with the queen, and then later the knight will land.
Yeah, b5, knight b4, and then black has a pretty reasonable position.
Black is okay, yes.
Yeah.
If takes on c5, then takes with the queen, then the queen steps back, and the knight may come to c5. It's some sort of nice blockade. Well, there are some dynamic elements maybe, but e4 is hanging.
Still, it's sometimes it's considered that white can be better here. let's say rook b5, queen goes back to c7, and somehow, well,
But e4 is hanging.
yes,
that's
for
the
now
problem.
it's not possible because of e4 is hanging, but maybe white can go queen e3,
Knight c5
knight
and knight b,
c5.
but knight b6 is still not possible. Okay.
maybe rook b1 first, coming back with the bishop, and eventually one day knight b3.
But then knight fd7.
Knight fd7 is also possible if the bishop is moving away from h3.
Yes, and if f3 is maybe something you don't want to play.
Yeah, it's also a committal move,
Yes.
kind of.
No, there is play left, but in principle this was more or less black's plan, I believe, after b4.
Yes, so queen f3 was played.
And
So
maybe
for,
c5 is a threat, no?
for now, b4 is not a threat. I don't know if c5 is a threat because knight takes c5
And knight c4,
and queen d7, queen c7.
and nothing really happens, no?
And so for black, there is a question how she wants to be improving her position. Queen d4 is possible, for example, to annoy a little bit the knight on d2. And let's say one after rook d1, then maybe b4 can be threat. In fact, black can play maybe queen c5, bother a little bit the
A3 is,
a3.
hanging, yes.
White has to go to k1. I'm not sure White has really something special, though she will improve her position.
Yes, okay, king g2 or king h2 or...
And eventually probably b4 is a possibility to make.
Yes, well, the bishop on h3 stands well, but somehow I also have the feeling that white might have reached a maximum of activity, which is just enough to maintain some balance, no? Because not clear how to make progress.
Very complicated game. Let's go to Tanya's game on board 4. She has a fantastic pawn on d6. But there is a great blockader there on d7.
And in the end game, the fantastic pawn would be just weak. If we remove all the major pieces, suddenly f6, e5, the king goes to e6, and...
So you want to say maybe that black is better because it's more of a weakness than a...
No, I say that the
strong?
future may be black's. I don't know exactly how it is now, but the major pieces are still on board. I always want to show that there are two sides of the coin.
But maybe white can be in danger also at some point if she's not fast enough.
Yeah, the tendency is to black's favor, but maybe white has something now. Or,
She has only 3 minutes on her clock,
Wow.
and it's only move 25, so this can be huge danger for Tanya
yes, dangerous.
that she has to handle right now. A difficult moment in the game. What happens if, let's say, white goes knight d4 with an idea knight b3 and knight c5?
Okay, let's say she takes on c1, no?
Bishop takes c1.
Aha, you want to keep.
Well, I was afraid if I take rook takes c1, then
take
rook
queen
takes
d5.
c1,
And queen d5 maybe, no?
queen d5, and suddenly
No.
my pawn is going
No
to be
knight
falling
b3,
off.
nothing, yes.
So that's why bishop c1 what was the move which I thought about. I don't know how black, if simply knight e5 and knight c4,
That's also a square, no?
occupying that square.
Yes.
Rook c4, of course, might be the move, but maybe I would be ready to sacrifice something.
Maybe knight e5 is the move, no?
Tanya
Because
took on c4.
maybe she was afraid that the knight would land on that square. Maybe she was
And
right.
now the question is, now black has to make a decision whether capture it with the pawn and have a pass pawn, which I'm not sure.
Which
I'm
can
in
be
favor
also
of
weak.
that.
Again, it's the double.
Exactly. Or rook takes c4 and just controlling the c4.
But then your knight d4 may be good then.
Well,
So
maybe it's a better version you want to say.
Yeah,
yes?
I mean, there is no knight coming to c4.
And knight b3, knight c5 can be executed in a
Yes.
safer way.
B takes c4, of course, creates some obligations.
But of course, we have these positions where suddenly black has to make a choice. And these are the moments when you can spend quite a little or more time spending how you want to be exchanged. But she took back with the rook, which is the most logical reaction.
It's safer somehow.
It's safer. She feels that her queen is excellently placed. Actually, I don't even see a better place for the queen there.
Yes.
The knight is blockading the pawn on d6, so it's very useful. Knight on g6 stands perfectly fine, ready to get into play on e5 or sometimes to go to h4. The rook stands very nice on the 4th rank, but of course white has to try to
Knight
somehow
d4,
reach
yes.
there. So if knight
C5.
d2 is not good enough because rook c3 probably, and white cannot go to e4 yet, and not so easy for white to defend the a3. And also this queen on b7 is really very
Controls
powerful.
quite a lot, no?
Controls
Control C4, for instance.
Well, maybe we can say that the most important squares are controlled by the queen there.
But after knight d4, maybe the same. Rook c3, how is it? Well, knight d4 looks more active,
But
of
after
course.
knight d4, also knight h4 can be very unpleasant,
Aha.
maybe. White is pushed back with the queen to f1.
You don't like f3, no?
Well, I didn't think that I would like f3 that much for white.
Yeah, but bishop f2 then, I mean, it ensures
True.
some
maybe
some
maybe that's
comfort,
the best,
no?
and actually the knight on h4 is not standing
Mm-hmm.
any good. Maybe. It's a question whether after knight d4, what you say, whether the rook is really standing well or not
Yes.
so well on c4.
Yes, I would have liked
So
that
what about
square
rook
to be-
c3?
Rook c3, yes. If queen d2, then you can just take the pawn, maybe, no? Or is it risky?
Can I
Rook
go
c1.
knight e6 takes and bishop d4?
d4, okay.
Or-
Is everything hanging, or
Basically the e6 and the c3. You want to go queen g2?
does this also work? Yes. Maybe that's just fine, no?
No, but look how I trapped myself. Knight f4, queen g4 and rook g3.
Whoa.
I trapped myself like this. So it's fg, queen g2 or
Yes.
queen g3, knight e2.
Yes.
Wow, that's a neat trap.
You still got the thing going, yes?
Well, so knight e6 is a self-trapping.
Let's say queen d2, okay. Now that...
Queen d2 takes.
and rook
And rook
c1.
c1.
Yeah, that
And
was
maybe I tricked.
Well, yeah, knight
Black.
knight g5, rook c7. It's not the end, you know. It's just starting actually. Queen d5, let's say, very active.
Maybe queen e4.
e4, so that there is no f4 going. It's just started, no? But queen d5 is also possible because if f4, then queen takes this. Then you have a
I
check.
think
you have a
both
check.
are absolutely possible. The queen stands in the center, e4, d5. Both are pretty promising.
Yes. There is some threat of rook a1 followed by queen h4 or queen h4 at once. To threaten
Well, knight
somehow.
c4 is also in there.
Knight c4, yes. Yes.
Tanya went knight d2. Well, maybe we're going to see
It's move 27, yes, only.
but you know, even this way we can end up with this trick.
And rook g3, yes.
The same story, yeah. So this
Yes,
is in
yes,
the
yes.
air in several ways. So after knight d2, black is on move. Let's see how Tanya's opponent, Fatalieva Ulvia.
Who has a perfect score, I believe, no?
She had a fantastic score.
5 out of 5. Not that Tanya's score was bad, but this is her...
And I see we see a knight move, maybe knight h4 on the board. Tanya has only 2 minutes. 2 minutes with a difficult position.
Knight h4 was played indeed.
Yeah, pushing back the queen to f1 or f3.
I'm not so sure about knight h4.
I'm not so sure at all either, because as you pointed out, bishop on f2 will be standing quite good.
And is f5 such a square for the knight? I mean, I prefer to keep the knight closer to d7
And also
c4.
knight e4 is supported by the knight and knight
yes.
c5.
Yes, actually, yes.
f3 is on the board. Of course, Tanya has not much time to think because she has only 1 minute and 35 seconds plus after each move the 32nd.
And forcing your opponent to play the only moves is not a good idea when she's in time travel. You just help her. You have to offer her choice. Just rook c3 and okay, your move. But when you play knight h4, of course, you induce f3. Well, she spends some time, but...
Well, the question is how you evaluate, right? That f3 is a weakness or is a good move and helps white to regroup her pieces to better places.
Yes, there are two things. The f2 square and the e4 square for the minor pieces. And suddenly white can be beautiful, no?
Well, this will be a big surprise if within a few moves actually white knight is going to be standing on e4, and right now I believe it's
I don't like black's position
very close. Maybe rook c2 is the move what she has to be playing.
But queen
I think f3...
Queen d3 or bishop f2 first and then queen d3?
I have the feeling that black, when she played knight h4, she completely underestimated that f3 can be even beneficial for white.
Maybe she just went emotional, no? I mean, 5 out of 5 and your opponent in time trouble.
It is very hard to sit there, and actually that's what she should have done, I believe, that after knight d2, she should be sitting there and considering the several alternatives, not playing fast, because this is such a typical mistake when your opponent is having short time and then you're just so excited and you know that you have a great position and then you say, okay, I'm going to win, I play fast, I push my opponent back, and probably she thought queen f1 was a must.
And now I think she's worse, really. I mean, I see only plans for white. The knight is so far from everything on h4, no?
This is why chess is so difficult sometimes. You're sitting there, you're playing already, 3 hours, you have a good position, better position with black, and you make one innocent attacking move where you think...
mate in one, you understand?
And you get f3, which is supposed to be a weakness, but actually it's not a weakness because it supports the activity of the knight. And if white knight reaches to c5, that's more than a dream for white in the position what she had a few moves ago.
And it would have still be relatively okay if the other knight would be closer to the blocking squares on c6 and d7. But the knight is lost somewhere on h4. I mean, okay, knight c5, I understand she takes with the pawn, but you still need to block the pawns. And you cannot do it because your knight is just you have an errant knight.
Out from the action.
Yeah.
So please let's keep an eye on that game, and let's move on just to see what's going on the other boards, what's happening with Muzichuk. In Ukraine, it seems like white has a huge advantage, so much that she's going to be winning.
Yes, the knight is very bad, no?
Then we have on board 2, Anna is playing again. It seems like
pawn, yes.
black is doing fine. So Ukraine plays against Netherlands. In this position, actually, I just got the information that it was a draw.
A draw, but isn't black a pawn up?
On board Georgia.
With Romania, no?
With Romania, it was a draw.
Yeah, that was... Yes, I had looked a bit at the break, during the break.
It's this game.
Yes.
This is the game where... Why was this a draw? I need to understand this.
I had this question too.
Because knight f5, queen g5, knight g7, and this is this move repetition they had. They cannot offer a draw before move 30. So this is the way. If is a move repetition, then it's possible to make a draw.
So I sacrificed the piece actually, no? And
it seems like there was a piece sacrificed before on h5. So we have a draw there. And then let's go to the Georgian game, Georgia against Romania.
So Bulmaga is really pressing here, no? She has the knight on d3. Whether
Bulmaga has an amazing position against Janidze. It's incredible game. Board 2, it was a draw. Board 3, let's see.
I'm afraid board 3 is Just bad for Romania.
Board 3, black is losing.
Yeah, pawn
We can
down
say.
and the knight on a3 is
Exactly. And on board 4, how is it going?
not very nicely either. But okay,
Well, it's
not
pretty
really
balanced.
lost.
There is not much to complain with white. I
Yeah,
think.
okay. Black is doing fine, but white.
Yeah.
bishop F2, yes.
Then let's go to Ukraine, Netherlands. Maria is winning. Board 2, Anna is just better with the pawn up, so she should be also winning. Board 3, the ex-world champion playing with white. And let's see what black is up to here, because some tactical things happening. So rook g3 is kind of what I would be expecting. Black sacrificed the piece for 2 pawns, but there is a very powerful bishop on b2. I would take white.
Yes, I don't see the compensation, no? Do you see it?
I don't know what black is up to here, because the b2 bishop is extremely powerful. What has happened here? Just a few moves back. Black took on d4. Maybe she was more aggressive than she should have been. I don't know.
Well, there are some famous examples where black took on d4 against this structure, but I don't think this is a good version of it.
Queen d8, and it's white to move right now. It seems like white has an advantage. Let's see what's going on board 4 between Ukraine and the Netherlands.
Well, black has a great position, no? I mean, it's an Isolani, but it's with a knight against a bishop, and the blockade on d4 is not so clear. The king side is weak, the queen side, everything is weak, actually, no? Not only
Black
the
has a
d5.
very nice position indeed.
Sorry?
Black
Yeah,
has a very
yes,
nice
yes.
position indeed. So it seems that Ukraine is very much seems to be on the winning side of this match. Let's go back to the open section.
Actually, it's not little to have 2 ex-world champions in the team, no? Maria Muziciuk and Ushenina. And Anna was a runner-up, I believe, once. So quite...
Yes. Let's see what's going on. We have a draw already in the big match between the 2 Indian team. India 1 against India 3. On board 1, where we thought that white has a great position. Interesting.
She managed to bring the bishop to d7, and then, of course, it's a lot better.
It's a lot better, but still, I would think that white can go queen b6, queen d6, possibly queen e7, push the pawn d6.
It doesn't look so comfortable for black,
Somehow
no?
to press a little bit, right? And it was move 30, where the draw was offered by black, it seems, because... I don't know. I would definitely take white.
Yeah, I mean, okay, where is the risk?
Okay, let's
Yes.
see board 2 what's going on. How with it is going. We have the exchange of knights since we left, and it seems to be pretty nice for black, I must say, the b file.
Yes, because white doesn't have this d5 with such an impact.
Why not?
No, he
So
has,
what happens
he
on
ha-
d5?
No, he has it, but the bishop doesn't have a target on f6.
Yes, the f6 move, it looks just eliminating the power of the
Yes.
bishop on the
No,
along the diagonal.
no knight hanging on f6, I meant. No, of
Yes.
course, d5 he should play at some point, but the question is whether it's so effective, no?
So f6 was the last move, just to make sure that the bishop is not going to get that power what it's dreaming of.
No, of course, there are some things with h4 to be ready to play h5 combined with d5.
Yes, h4, maybe
Some
queen
s-
f5
yes,
or queen
yes.
f7 also is maybe an
To
idea after
Attack
f
c4, c4
and defend the h5
yes.
possibility.
Yes,
We have
yes.
d5, which is quite understandable that white wants to push the pawn as quickly as possible, possibly to reach the square d6, and then already when it reaches to the 6th rank,
Bishop b4.
it can
after
give
that.
some
Yeah,
unpleasantness
yes,
in the
yes.
position. Okay, let's go to the third board. We will have quite a lot of time trouble because the time is very, very balanced between the players. Erigaisi
He reacted
is
with g4. Remember the position after f4?
after
He didn't
F4.
He didn't take on f4, but played g4.
Played G4. Interesting. I'm surprised. I'm really surprised.
And the way the game went, maybe he. Well, I'm not sure
King
if
G8.
Black solved the okay, avoiding all the
Well,
things.
generally speaking, it's understandable that everything is tempting. It's just
Yes.
if I can eliminate the pawn from F4, I would rather to do that.
Yes.
I understand that the bishop is not good in any case.
But after
okay.
after g5, the bishop will. He also played g5 later.
A5, Queen D2, Bishop C8, moving away from the attack. G5, Bishop F5. Finally, Black's bishop is breathing.
I'm not sure if Black solved all the problems, but it's.
BE8. What happens if Queen F4 and Bishop E4, right?
Mm-hmm.
This must be the move what Black has in mind.
Some drawish simplifications.
So after Rook B E8, White should be playing probably Queen D4, which after Black is going to play Rook E7. He wants to be doubling the rook, so Rook E2, Rook E8.
And the knight is trapped on the good square on E5. The
Rook
knight is not.
E1, but this pawn is under attack, so...
But can you really take it? I mean, there is always this Bishop E4 thing, no?
Well, maybe Bishop E4 immediately, right?
Uh-huh. But then Knight G4.
Knight G4.
Well, and Bishop. If Bishop F5, then takes everything and takes on F4, but then it's a perpetual.
C5 is also under attack.
Okay.
So let's say after Bishop F5, takes, Knight E5, I would rather play. To attack on C6 and on F4.
So you have to take on G5, but after Knight takes C6, maybe it's bad, no?
Well, I would not like to be playing it with Black.
Yeah, no counterplay.
Such a C5 pawn, so on Rook B E8.
I was thinking that he wants to go Rook B4, not Rook B8.
But after Rook E2, I believe Black can go Queen E7, attacking the C5 and G5 at the same time, and the knight cannot jump because of the pin.
Okay.
Well, I don't know, of course, how dangerous this can be, but I think Black can go Queen F4, Bishop D3. So that would be a blunder from White's side.
Somehow it looks less nice for White than it was a few moves earlier, no?
Well, it seems like it could be something better. White played Queen D4, which generally is a nice move, but what about Queen E7? After Queen E7, White would
Knight
be
C6,
taking, right?
probably he can, no?
Yes. And after Queen G5, the D5 pawn is hanging. So Black cannot go Queen E7, which is very useful for White.
Maybe Rook E6 to keep the possibility of
Rook
Queen
E6.
E7, yes.
But after that, maybe Rook Queen takes here.
Queen
But you go
takes,
Bishop E4.
Bishop E4, no?
Bishop Queen F4 is not possible, so after Rook E6. What is White's next move?
Well, my idea would be to go Queen E7, so maybe King H2, in order to meet Queen E7 with Knight takes E6, no? But then...
But you can do the same thing with Rook E2,
Rook E2,
same
Rook E2.
idea. But my problem is not Queen E7
Rook
for the
F8,
moment, but
yes.
Rook F8. And after Rook E1, we still have this Bishop E4 idea, which we were discussing before.
Yes.
What is White's next move? Does White threatens to Queen F4? What about Bishop E4 here?
Bishop E4, maybe, no? Maybe Knight D3.
Knight D3. That is the move.
Because now the Rook on E6 is hanging.
Yeah. So that's a nice move. I think Black still suffers in these positions, actually.
Yeah, I don't know if White evaluated correctly all these things, but maybe it still works for him.
For Black?
For White.
For White is worse?
No. Maybe it still works.
Works, yes,
works.
sorry.
Works. It seems that he has gone a bit on the edge to losing the advantage, but maybe it works well for him.
Okay, so we'll see what happens after rook d4. It looks like black is having some problems in this position. Let's go and move to board 4, where ooh, so dangerous for white.
And it's equal pieces, no?
Equal pieces, I don't know.
Equal
f6
pawns.
seems to be quite a promising move. Rook c8 to bring the rook for now. This leads, it seems like, maybe only to a draw. Though maybe white wants to go king e2 and sneak out. For the moment it's possible because of this pin
Yes.
by the queen. What has happened here? To something like this? Wow.
What an opening was that? Oh, but that was
It was
a long history, no?
um,
Italian or something.
It was Rai Lopez with bishop c5. And it seems like
This I had seen, but I didn't.
g4. What an aggressive play by black. Look at this. d5, knight h5, knight f1, takes, knight e5. Wow, very much straightforward play for black. What a move, d5. I love it.
And knight back to
I
g7.
love this move. King h8. Black is not hiding his thoughts, how he wants to handle this position. Takes, check, and then queen d4. This is the position we are having right now.
Very nice,
And
yes.
f6 happened because now queen e1 is a
Oy.
threat to start with. But also rook g8 is a threat, so I wouldn't be surprised if white would have huge trouble.
Yeah, it should be winning for black, no? I mean, okay, white has a central pawn, but
So it seems
The
like
king is,
team 1 is having a good position, right? Because here black is having a great position. Erigaisi. He played knight d3, but this is strange.
does he want to take with the knight on?
That's not possible. No, that's not possible. He wants to take probably with the
Yeah,
rook.
but then bishop takes
But this is
d3.
giving up a little bit on the advantage.
No, now black has a passed pawn. Now we can consider that black has a passed pawn in the center. With
This is very strange.
queen and rook, he cannot really.
This is crazy.
And knight e1 doesn't make sense because the knight is dominated anyway.
No, knight e1, you go rook e8 and black starts to get better.
Yeah, I mean, you have
This
to.
is weak suddenly. This is extremely stable. The white knight cannot get back
Yes.
without being exchanged. So this doesn't make any sense.
So he
Very
simply
strange decision.
lost control, no? I mean, okay, g4 was questionable, but maybe still correct. But here he has to be very accurate to maintain. No, I don't know. After the exchanges, I mean.
No, hold on. Maybe it was a problem for him that after rook e6, if rook e2, maybe queen d8 is the problem. And the g5 is there. No, because that's the only reason I can imagine that he goes knight d3, that he found some trouble that bothered him, because already after queen f4, bishop d3, and he's losing material. Though queen g4, there is still a move. Queen g4, queen e7, then knight e6, so not queen e7,
Queen
but
E8,
queen
queen
e8.
So probably he.
So probably he
didn't
misplayed
evaluate.
it.
Yes, and then he understood right in time. But okay, now here is being a bit worse, no? I mean, okay,
Not really.
it's a
It
pass pawn.
shouldn't be. Do you think it's worse already?
Not worse, but
I
okay.
don't think
Black has some pluses. I mean, okay, it's the best pawn.
But white has the e file.
It's true. But it can get tricky. I mean, black has play. Earlier he didn't really have.
I think white is okay.
It should be still okay. Yeah.
White is okay because the d4 is still far away from being a serious passed pawn. And black did not take on d3 yet. But I would be surprised if black is not taking. Though black is possibly going queen d8. This is also possible. And after knight f4, capturing here, but knight e6 is possible after that. Queen e7. Okay.
Just
So
trying
black
to
can try. Rook e1, and black is on move.
But black doesn't have much time, so he should play simple things, not... Black has less time, so I don't know if it's practical to...
Well, let's see what's going to be the game. Board 4, what's going on. Queen d2 was played because queen h6 is threatening, but now I think queen h3 is going to be the move, but then queen g2. So things are not over at all, because after knight, queen d2, pawn on h6 is hanging. Can black go knight g4 or knight f7? What is the best move?
Knight g4.
But probably it's nonsense, just takes and takes.
Yeah, knight f7, of course, it's a bit... queen d2, what a move, no?
Well, it's not easy to convert advantage in so many different games. Is it possible that black plays rook b7 and after takes king g8 and the threat is rook g7 and it's unstoppable?
Maybe.
Though bishop f5 seems to be
or bishop f5 better,
maybe
yes.
unpleasant. I'm not sure because rook g7 and there's a threat.
And bishop e6, rook takes e6.
But that's not enough because check on a8.
Aha.
Check on e8, rook e8, king f7, queen h5, rook g6.
And then we can run with the king, no?
I'm sorry?
We cannot run
now
with the king.
The
rook is
knight,
hanging.
the king takes the rook
Yes.
in a second, and queen g2 is in the air. Black plays
So
queen
rook,
h4.
rook 1 e5 probably is the only move, no? But...
Queen h4 was played.
Leaving us to dream with such...
Which actually is a good move, very good move. Very
well,
good
and
move.
rook b7 may come anyway.
And rook g8.
Or rook g8.
Exactly.
Rook g8 is actually very brutal, yes?
Well, I mean, queen g2 is not possible. That's what I wanted to point
rook
out.
g8 and queen h3 is the threat.
No, this can be dangerous. Let's see quickly what's going on with Sargsyan against Fabiano, because it seems that white just took a pawn, which not means that white is better, but it means that something are speeding up. White has 10 minutes, it's move 34. Black has only 6 minutes and 26 seconds on the clock. So the tension is huge. In that match, USA is leading 1-0 because there was a crushing attack by Wesley So against Malcolm Yan.
Okay, that was a good game.
This was a very painful loss for the Armenians, who are leading in the Olympiad with a full score until now, but there is a good chance that they're going to be dropping points today. Let's see board 3 what's going on. White is playing for Armenia and Dominguez is playing with the black pieces. What we have reached out here in this position, this is where we stopped, and after knight d5, rook d3, we thought there is some material loss for black, but there is a tactical way of going out of it with knight b4. Takes, knight c6, black went a5. This is the exact game what we are seeing right now. Black gave up the pawn on e5, and after queen e6, knight went to f3, where it seems to be pretty stable and also ready to go to knight to d4, centralize the knight. Rook a b8, very logical continuation to attack on the king. a3, pushing back the bishop, so evacuate the square for the rook for the next moves, but he did not play rook e1, but played knight d4 instead. And after queen d5, white is trying to exchange the queens. And maybe it's not so easy for black to avoid it, because knight c6 can be an unpleasant move in the next move if black is not going to be exchanging.
But why should black avoid the exchange, no? That's my question, because black is prepared for a good ending. The only dangers for him can be with queens on board, because his king is a bit open.
Yeah, it seems like black is completely fine, whatever decision he's making, right?
I think black's position has more feature than white's.
So let's see, what do you do with black? Are you capturing it?
Yes, I would take and...
Takes, bishop f6.
Yes, even f4, but okay, bishop f6 looks more active.
So this would be the moves at first sight, but it's interesting. White took g takes f3.
Uh-huh. He wants to keep the knight on in the center, no? Ah, you said yes. Okay, rook f3.
Bishop f6, of course, very logical to have the bishop on the diagonal, making sure that the knight is not going to be moving away.
White doesn't have many elements to be proud of, no?
Well, I would definitely rather play it with the black side. That's not a question, I think, and most of us would want to play from black side, but still, okay, rook d1.
No, I don't say that white is necessarily lost, but he has to be careful a bit.
So how
King
is
f7
black
maybe,
doing?
or rook d8, I don't know.
King f7, rook, let's say, to d2, and then somehow I would want to
So rook d8 now. Rook f d8.
Well, it seems like black is really having a beautiful
King g6,
position.
he has moves. He still has moves
Yeah.
to before exchanging on d4.
Rook hd1 is on the board. White has only 3 minutes, and Dominguez, who is a famous time travel player, he has more time, and he has a little bit more than 8 minutes. What's going on board 4 between Shakland and Hofhannisyan? Let's see what has happened here, because we left the game at somewhere here after e4, exchanging the knights, and black went bishop f4, which we were actually discussing. Interestingly enough, went bishop a5, knight d5, bishop f5. But it seems that black is just doing completely fine, isn't it?
Yeah, he should have taken on f4, I believe, no? Because that bishop...
Well, it seems like it, that white is in a much bigger danger, possibly.
Yes.
What about taking on h3, queen e8? White has only 2 minutes, so let's see what is up to in white's position. Check, king e2, queen g2, let's say...
King e1, bishop g3, so he loses the pawn with check, which is... if so, then bishop
Well,
g3
the question
first.
is, what is really going on afterwards?
Yes.
But it seems like black can go check, take on d4 also, possibly with the check as well. So it looks like kind of tricky for black. Don't you think so?
Yeah, it's... no, but he, instead of provoking a weakness on f4, he allowed himself having a weakness on f5. I mean, instead of exchanging on f4, he allowed the exchange on f5, which was kind of...
So this, if white is in danger in this game, then Armenia would be...
still with chances.
Absolutely, because on board 3, this is what we have. Dominguez has chances. Then let's see what Fabiano is up to in this position, rook a8. Who is better in this position? Because it might as well the case that it's black already who is having a good position. White has to be moving his queen somewhere. What about queen b6?
Or knight g6 first.
Knight g6, let's see.
I mean, so once he played knight h4,
Knight g6.
queen c1, queen u1.
Yeah, after queen c1, queen e1 would be quite okay, and knight c3 would give nothing, because I guess rook e7.
Or not rook e8 winning material. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't harm to have the knight closer to the e7 square, because there are these tricks with knight e7, knight takes d5, and he's a pawn up, yeah.
And what happens if after knight g6, let's say black takes on f2, takes on a5? Is white ready to take this and play rook d2?
Well, there is a mating attack, no?
Well, I don't know how serious is the mating attack. Black has to be going back.
Yeah, but rook d7.
Rook d7, and the bishop is having
king
trouble.
f2, king f2. Maybe,
Yeah, this looks very dangerous for black indeed.
Or g takes h5.
He went queen e1. He did not play knight g6 because maybe he doesn't want to exchange the queens yet. He's playing for more than simplifying the position. For now, it seems that black cannot take twice on g4 because by playing queen e1, he is defending the knight. He wants to win this game. He knows that they are -1. They have to go and fight.
Yes.
For their first place. To keep it, that's not going to be easy, but at this stage, it's very important not to lose a match.
Maybe queen e1 is not a bad move, no?
It's a very nice move. I love the battery on the e file, having it front the rook.
Yeah, somehow black reached some nice activity at some point, but then he started... Maybe h5 was not such a good idea, no? Because, okay, he lost the pawn on a5, the rook had to go away from the center, and now the queen has to abandon the f1
But this
square.
looks extremely dangerous for black.
Yes, but now he's pushed back. I mean, okay, he had an optimal position, and then after h5, he loses the pawn and he loses ground on the king side also.
So let's go back just a few moves. What has happened? Rook e2, bishop c5, bishop d4. Rook d8, I don't like it really. Takes, queen e1.
And maybe now h5 was
wow,
kind
maybe
of
h5 was
asking for
over
trouble,
optimistic.
No? Yeah.
At the same time, if black goes rook a8, I'm sorry, then knight d2, and the problem is that he cannot take it. So because of rook e8.
Yes, I understand.
So maybe it was not the fact that black wanted to play.
So it was a very complex game, actually. It's not easy to...
And look how beautiful this queen on e1 is attacking the a5.
Yes.
And after queen a5, rook c8, knight h4, rook a8, and it comes back.
Yes.
And now it has such a great support over the h4
yes,
knight.
such a coordination, no?
So black is in trouble because the knight will show, not on h6, but on g6 it will show up, and you don't like that with black. So black has to do something incredibly fast, because otherwise there is a huge problem, and I don't know how black will survive this game. And it's so important. Veselysov won very convincingly. Board 3 is, well, it's difficult for white though.
Yes, it's true.
I mean, here Dominguez may push it so hard that he may even win.
But Shankland may have problems.
And Shankland has... what has happened? Well, black has a pawn up.
He's a pawn down, and okay.
So this should be...
It doesn't mean anything yet, but, well, it's a pawn.
It's not so easy yet what to do with black, because check and queen f7 is there. At the same time, then the f3 is going to be taken with the check, which is extremely important. So queen g2, black has 7 minutes, white has only 2 minutes. So Shankland is suffering on board 4.
Yeah, maybe he just keeps the position because it's not clear which is black's next move. No, if king d1, let's say. Or...
Well, if queen d1, then I think black can go maybe queen f1.
Making progress. Okay, let's say king c2, no?
And on king c2, to give a check on c1, king d3, it looks
a bit on the edge.
dangerous. Well,
no?
b5. Well, little bit, maybe more.
Yeah, okay, so he has attacking mechanisms.
Well, I think actually black should be winning.
Yeah.
Move 39, king e1 played.
It looks like a fortress, but actually it's the king which causes problems. So maybe king
black can maybe even play king h7.
In the f6.
And f6, g6.
g6, and if queen e8, then probably you win the pawn with check. Yeah, okay,
well,
bishop
after
g3.
Queen e8 already
bishop g3,
check
yes.
and takes on f6.
All the pawns, yes. Well, if even king h7 is a possibility, then
It's very difficult to make a move with white. Actually, it's kind of a zugzwang, I must say. The bishop cannot play because the b2 is hanging.
Yes.
Wow, what a match.
Yes.
What a match is going on between the top two seeded right now, between USA and Armenia. Incredible. Incredible. Dominguez is fighting. He doubled his rooks.
You understand how dangerous it is? The Americans can even lose this match if Dominguez doesn't win, for instance.
Absolutely. Shakland should be losing this game
And
objectively.
Caruana seems to be in big trouble too.
Fabiano is in big trouble. And can you imagine how Wesley So is feeling right now? He
Playing
played
the game of
such
his
a
the
beautiful...
tournament. No, yes.
He had such a beautiful idea played. Though let's see what happened between Fabiano. Queen c7 is back, so he couldn't do anything else, which means black is lost, I believe.
Well, even G takes h5, I mean...
You're
if
greedy.
anything. Well, but h6 at some point I can... no, I don't say it's the only... Actually, white has to find moves too. But maybe f3, maybe f3.
G takes h5, I don't know, somehow
It's not your...
I mean, maybe it's a pawn, but somehow it doesn't feel like the killing
I
way.
remember what Gena Sosonko was writing about Tal. They were analyzing something, and then Gena suggested a move which was, I mean, the structure would be something like this after G takes h5. And Tal told him, Gena, you may be right, but I don't want to analyze this position. It was in Grunfeld, he played bishop e3, knight takes e3, f takes e3, something also ugly from... Maybe you're right, but I don't want to play this.
We have a move there. Sargsyan plays it very convincingly, knight g6. That's where the knight belongs. He goes c4, Fabiano. So b takes c4, simplifying the position. Queen takes c4 seems to be the only reasonable move, but after that, isn't it possible to
knight
go...
e5.
Knight e7?
But is it enough?
And go knight d5?
Is it enough? I mean...
But my question is that maybe also f3 was possible. Let's see, queen c4 is on the board. Well, Fabiano is having a very difficult time.
Well, f3 may lead to mate. Oh, okay, knight d6 is
Knight d6, I believe, is the move which has to be done. And then I don't like the bishop on g2. That's something I don't like. And f3, weakening the king. So I would rather play f3 only when it's already winning.
It wins something, yeah.
But the big question is really this: what happens on knight e7 and knight d5?
Okay, let's say bishop d5.
Bishop e4,
and
rook e8.
Rook takes a4, I was... rook e8 also.
Well, this seems that maybe black can save it, so this is not the way for white.
No, rook e8 is also possible, of course, but I mean, just, okay, if he takes on a4, then it may be just a draw.
White can go a5, possibly.
Because black is hanging a bit. He has to permanently... Okay, let's say queen c5.
Another idea instead of a5 would be rook b2. So to start going from there, and somehow the back rank can be extremely dangerous, right?
If bishop c6, then maybe knight e7 already.
Well, after bishop b6, queen a5 would be not good.
Rook b4 is also...
Rook b4 is possible. Also, this is possible, and order to eliminate the bishop. This also makes some sense.
Then rook b4 takes on c6, takes on e4, and it's...
But there is a pin. So that will not work exactly, this one. But I think after bishop c6, I mean, a5 is possible also.
Yes, rook b6 may
Just to have the knight on g6 is also queen b4, for example, was something to consider, I believe.
But then check and queen f4.
The knight is on g6.
Okay.
So check, king here, and already threatening with queen b8.
That's not nice.
So now white has to play extremely precise, I believe, but having a pawn up.
Yes, no, pawn up and the safer king, no? It's, no, rook b2 looks very strong.
So it's on the board.
Uh-huh.
It's on the board.
Uh-huh.
Sargsyan seems to be winning, if he's winning, exactly the right moment of the tournament. Because if something is the match of the Olympiad, it's definitely when you play against USA.
Yes, for them at least. Yes.
Well, I think for everybody generally, because they are the main favorite. They are definitely there for until the last moment. They are going to be giving you the heart attack for every team.
Yes,
I mean, just by sitting opposite against...
Just by seeing the pairing, no, in the evening.
Exactly.
It's enough to...
Extremely exciting. 2 minutes. Well, Fabiano went down under a minute, but it's already moved 39. He knows how big trouble he can be in this position. Queen b1 we were discussing.
And
That's also possible. Queen b4 we were discussing, but Queen b1 is also quite annoying, isn't it?
Just threatening mate, yeah?
But it seems that after Queen b1, black can take on a4, and after rook b8, bishop e8, and maybe black is keeping.
Hanging very badly, but...
Maybe black can be keeping. But of course, the next two moves... The next move is extremely important for white. But Sargsyan knows that he's going to be there. He goes knight e7 check. Is this the best move, I wonder?
Okay, so king h7. Does king f7 make sense? Somehow
well, king f7 is kind of forcing things,
yes.
but still, after king f7, probably rook b4, and this is what you mentioned, that probably this could be possible, but
no
you know what? Not rook e4, but bishop e4 and queen e4 gives 2 pawns for white and the winning position.
This is what I wanted, yes.
Sorry, I thought you wanted to take bishop, rook e4. That's what I thought first.
No, bishop e4, but with the king on f7, rook e8 doesn't work.
Okay, so let's go back knight e7. So let's go to king h7.
Because maybe the same line doesn't work then, no? After bishop e4, you have rook e8, no?
But I think you can start with bishop e4 here.
Okay, yes. That's true.
And after d takes, white goes rook b4, and queen c5, knight c6, takes, and queen e4. And
yes, this is more or less... No, this should be winning. I mean...
King h7 is on the board. Sargsyan is not leaving the board, but checking, calculating, feeling the tension, feeling the opportunity. Let's see what we have on board 3 since then. What is going on? Well. Dominguez seems to be going to be winning this game because he has a pawn up right now and with the bishop also. So this game will be victory for Dominguez, I believe. And Shakland is still fighting heavily. So this match can be 4 decisive games.
Yes, but now the tension is in the Armenian camp. Because they lost one game, probably they lose that one, and they have to win these 2.
Yeah, Sargsyan has to convert his advantage into victory. And board number 4, Shakland is fighting. So we'll see how the Armenian Grandmaster will be able to win the game. Actually, it's also possible that simply he goes queen c1.
But it's white to move.
It's white to move, sorry.
Yes, because he played bishop g3, he entered this line, and now he returned with the bishop.
Because we had this position with black to move also. Yes. But it's very difficult for white to make a move.
Maybe it's a Zugzwang, as you said.
And now we see Shakland thinking how to react. But what is surprising, that the clock did not change yet, and it's already moved 43. But of course, it's extremely difficult. I wonder if we can see the clocks of the... Let's see, that's the US captain, I think, who is back. We see bishop e1. So Shackland is fighting. Fight, fight, fight.
Interesting move.
Well, it seems like maybe it was the only move.
Yeah,
right?
by the method of elimination, you reach such moves, no? What to do?
Well, this game is very difficult. We see some results already in the Indian match. If I see correctly, we have drawn board 1 between Hare Krishna and Ganguly. Then we have another draw. We ended up in a draw, the Vidit game. Black had the pawn up. On board 3, we see a very tough game going on, where White wants to be winning, and I believe he will, because he has extra pawns. So Erigaisi, he is the one
Is this the good knight versus bad bishop game?
Yes, and I don't know what has happened here, because this is where we left, and I thought that Black is doing just fine. White went rook e5, rook e8, queen d4, and somehow Black went completely wrong. It was not a good pass pawn.
This was not such a good game, no, in general.
It was,
from either side.
it seems like White just won after that. For me, it's a little bit surprising, this position, but I believe Black will not be able to save this game. Let's see if queen d5, king c3, queen e5, king b3, queen e3, king b2, queen d2. So it's not so easy. Not so easy yet. So king d3, queen d5. But in the other hand, it seems like the A team of India will win against India 3, because this game, even if it's a draw, they won on board 4. We've seen this game.
Yes.
So this is going to be a victory to India 1. And then let's see what's going on the match between France and the Netherlands. There is a draw on board 1. Giri's game was a draw. Van Forest Fressinet was also a draw. Interesting that that's how it ended. On board 3 they are playing, and Black is suffering heavily. This should be winning for White, isn't it?
So who is to
Isn't
play?
it,
D6.
well, D6.
It's White's move. Okay, then it's completely losing, no?
It was some heavy thumb trouble, I believe.
Let's say rook d5, no? But rook d5 doesn't threaten anything. We just advance with the king.
White can just
Yeah.
bring the king.
Yeah.
But also it would be quite annoying to play rook c8, rook c7, and only after that to bring the king. It seems very much that the game is lost. And let's see what's going on board 4, which is better for White.
No?
Kind of winning, right? Knight e4 seems to be a threat in this position. Which means that...
it's also Zugzwang, actually, no? If it's Black to move.
It's Black to move, rook e5. We see the move, which was the
Only
last one.
King h6 would be the only move, but then okay. Then indeed knight e4.
Rook e5.
So it's not full Zugzwang, but knight e4 cannot be parried.
Well, basically, White is going to be winning, which means that most likely it's going to be also 2-2 this match. So this is what we are seeing in the front. And then we see the...
And it's not really typical fightless draws.
Oh, absolutely. It's blood over there, over the board. And then we see Serbia, Germany, 2 draws already on board 2 and board 3. And we have Keimer playing with the black pieces. He seems to have not a bad position, though suddenly when we left it last time, it looked promising, but here it seems that White has great
The knight disappeared.
power.
Once the black knight disappeared, things are not so bad for White. With the black knight on board, it looked more dangerous.
So it seems like, I think White is better here, clearly.
I think so. B6,
Very,
B7,
very
B7
dangerous
is some
for
sort of
black.
threat, no?
And on board 4, Germany is also worse. So Germany is in trouble against Serbia. Let's see what Gukash and India 2 is up to. Let's see his game. Let's see how it is going. The player who has 6 out of 6 and leading the young team of India 2. But right now,
he has a bit of weakness, an extra pawn, but
well, black has an extra pawn, but let's see what these 2 double pawns can bring to black. Because if white could be having his knight on e4, of course, then it would be only white who is playing for a win. But it's very difficult for white to be pushing his pawn to c4 and to play knight c3, to make space for the knight and to regroup it to e4. So it's a very, very accurate play is needed by white. Maybe rook e4?
I think black has enough compensation for his strategic problems.
So what happens on rook e4, let's say?
Okay, so probably take, no?
Takes, and rook h7.
Rook h7, no? Yeah, with the knight on e2, I don't really believe...
Suddenly white is in trouble.
Black could be better because it's the knight. It's not so much about the structure, but about the
This
knight.
is the trouble. And when you think and you play your game and suddenly it comes to your head that your opponent has 6 out of 6 and his name is Gukash, you may play some bad moves.
And okay, if knight c1, then rook a c4. You cannot... It would be nice to play knight c1,
I think also c4 is possible.
Or e4, yes. You don't have the time to bring the knight to d2.
Well, it seems like to me that it can easily be that black has an advantage. Because this is black's plan, right? To play c4 with the rook and e4.
Of course, bishop e5.
Yeah, that's already clear advantage.
No, that's, no, with the knight on e2, white has problems. And he's a pawn down, if anything.
Let's see what's going on board 2 with Mihail against Quesada.
Optically better for white, no? But the c-pawn is running.
c5 was the last move. Let's see how white can ensure his game. Let's say f6. But maybe not f6. What about playing rook fe7? With the idea that after c4, white goes rook e8. But at first sight, it seems like white should be winning to me.
It looks like winning for white, but he has to calculate a bit, no?
Well, maybe takes, king c7.
And f6?
f6 is not possible to rook b6.
Rook b6.
Right, this is what white has to be careful. I would go rook e4 back maybe, or start playing e4, e5.
e4, okay, c3.
Let's say king e3.
And nothing, yeah?
And
rook
somehow...
takes f2, rook takes f2 maybe.
Rook f2. Rook e5. Well, it seems like I did not do it the right way. So let's see after c5. After c5, it's move 42, I'm sorry. Let's see what white should be doing. But it seems like white is...
What if rook c4? Because if you play b5, then...
Then you want to go to h4 and double the rook on the 7th.
I can even take that one. Okay, I was thinking of rook e4, yes. And then I control the pawns.
Nice idea.
And I have moves. F6,
well...
you know, I have reserve moves, you know.
Yeah. Okay, so white is better. Let's see what Prague is doing. Bishop g6. Look at this. In this position, he went bishop g6. What a move. But what is this? What is this? If king g6, queen f5. Wow.
Well, he just tries to save the game, no? Or what is it? Or is he
well, yeah, it seems like white is in trouble.
So this is just a resource to queen f5?
But it's the queen. What do you mean it's queen? Queen g3? Ah, it's not a queen. No, but what is this? It's a queen.
It's a queen, no?
But he had no moves left.
He was out of this.
So Prague just wins, but I don't understand now. what I don't understand. But okay, queen g3 is on the board, so Prag is winning on board 3, Nihal is winning on board, or much better on board 2, Gukesh is playing for a win. Board 4 is going to be a draw, but still White is pressing.
Yes.
So it means that India too will make a victory today, which means that they are definitely fighting up there for a medal, for sure. But let's see what Gukesh is going to be doing. Still White to move. White is hesitating after rook b4. Let's see what's going on other boards. What the Uzbek boy is doing. It seems like Abdusattorov after the free day, he's going to be winning again. He had a bad day against Shashikiran. No, Hare Krishna, sorry.
Yes.
Against Hare Krishna, he had a bad day. Basically, he made one bad move in the opening and it cost him the game. But it seems like he's back in business and he won his game on board 1. The Uzbek won the game on board 2 as well
It was
against
a crash, actually. It's 3-0, no?
Peru. And also on board 4, the Uzbek won already 3-0, and there is one more game going where it's not clear what will be the end of it, but we can say that Uzbekistan has 12 points by now, which is quite significant progress for the team. Of course, every match win gives a lot to these teams. Let's see what Spain is doing. Alexei is not doing fine, I must say, because this e2 pawn is going to be extremely dangerous, but I don't know if it's lost for White.
He has a lot of pawns, but none of them is so dangerous.
Maybe now White will play after bishop f4, king c6, maybe bishop d6, and trying to eliminate the bishop, get the pawn on e2 and play for a fortress.
But that's the fortress. Yeah, maybe it's working. Yeah.
It's not
But
so
it's a
easy
bit on
to
the edge.
win.
No? It's a bit on the of course, yes. But also to go for it, it means that you understand how your position is and you saw how you hold it. Otherwise.
Yeah. No, he played bishop f4, king c6. He went back, bishop e3.
Rook d6 is the threat now. Some sort of threat, and then bishop f4 and.
But after rook b8, what does he want? To play rook d6 and rook b6.
Rook d6, yes.
This is the idea. Understood. Understood. Well, most likely I think White is going to make a draw. Then let's see board 2. How is Anton doing? It seems he's f3, move 41. There was a time trouble by black, I see.
So, fantastic compensation for the exchange, no?
Exactly. So this is a very tough match because on board 3 and 4 there was a draw already, and then we see Azerbaijan, Israel draw on board 1. But
so once again, the first board, their first player, who is the lowest rated, held a draw with black. So against Mamedyarov, which is not.
But actually, Israel won. Azerbaijan won their matches already because on board 2, Gusainov won with the black pieces, and Durabayli won on board 3 against Rothstein. It seems like it was a big crushing attack.
Yes.
Somehow, it was.
It's massive, no?
Somehow, King H1, Rook came to G1, and somehow it was.
It's massive, no? C4 is coming.
Queen H5 and game over. Black resigned. Wow, this was quite shocking. So Israel lost the match, and Azerbaijan is coming up. So they also have 12 points. Now it was so important for them to win today.
Okay, I understand that black is in big trouble, but is it a good moment to resign already?
Where?
I mean, okay, let's
Well,
say bishop
probably-
d6, no? The threat is bishop takes f7, so
I thought
bishop
rook
d6.
G7 is the threat.
You just win rook g7, yes? Okay, if the bishop moves, for sure. Well, bishop f7 is the first threat, I think, no? And then rook g7.
Well, that's the simplest,
And if
but
bishop d6,
everything,
then
the
rook
f7
g7,
hangs,
yes.
rook g7 is in there,
Yes, yes, yes.
so it's
But it's funny, the
practically-
bishop stands on b2, but it will not take part to the attack, probably.
Yes,
because if
because
c4, knight d4.
knight d4.
I was just hypnotized by the bishop there. I wanted to make it play, but it's not necessary.
On board 4, Potny is still playing with the white pieces and trying to... I don't know exactly what this game will be, but white should be better a bit, no?
But if
Though I'm not sure. King e5, king f6 was played.
g4 is some
So-
sort of threat. Maybe black is a bit better, no? Unless f4 is playable now, but f4 doesn't look...
But it's not significant because the match is
there,
over
yeah.
already. Let's see, actually, Greece is leading in the match between Ukraine because black won. Theodoro Nikolaos won against Volokitin with the black pieces. This was bad news for Ukraine, and Banikas drew.
he's a rook down in the final position, no?
Yeah.
But mating.
Yeah, it was something like this, where black played rook f3, rook e1, rook ef5. Oh, so white blundered heavily, and after king h2, queen h1. Probably this was
Good I asked,
missed.
no? Because I understood that there is a mate, but still...
Yeah, rook h1, queen
Something
f1. It's not
happened, yes,
possible
yes.
to defend. So this was painful, though Volokitin wrote a very nice book, some tactical
yes,
book, and
calculation,
probably this could be included.
in the next edition, no? And actually, this is even too simple for that book. That book is quite advanced, I think. The level is quite difficult.
Yes.
This would be too simple, but he missed it.
Well, here Greece is fighting for... what is he fighting? Maybe he's fighting for a win.
Well, the bishop is...
Bishop, so
stronger,
knight
no?
c7, king e4.
Well, white has
Korobov is
winning
fighting.
chances if
Well, it seems like black
not
has no move
completely
with the
winning, no?
knight.
Yeah.
But how do you win with white?
We should play for Zugzwang, no? Somehow. Let's say bishop c8, no?
Bishop c8, king goes out,
But then I advance to f5.
king
You have to
f6,
go
let's
there.
say.
And then let's say king d4, no? Well, of course you have this f3, but...
Yeah, now f3 and knight d5 and,
okay, and this is
grabbing
a draw.
this pawn.
Maybe the pawn on f4 ensures black... you have to do the Zugzwang with the bishop on b7 somehow, but I don't understand how. You should just lose time with the bishop, but you don't have squares.
Bishop d7, king e7, bishop
Bishop
c6.
a4, because on c6 it doesn't change much, I think.
If bishop a4, okay, king f6,
And now bishop, where? c6.
king e6,
And I didn't reach... not enough squares along the diagonals. And now bishop c8. We have already been here already.
but maybe king g6 is possible?
Yeah, and king,
King
e5.
e5.
f3.
King d6.
Aha. f2, then check.
Yeah, it's
But
not so simple.
It can be tricky, no?
King d5,
f2, no?
check.
And bishop this. Well, the black king is a bit passive. Okay, so there are ideas,
There
but
are some chances.
It's very tricky.
But
it
it's
can be
definitely,
double-edged, yeah.
definitely white who is playing for a win,
Yes.
which is a bad news for Ukraine, because let's see what's going on the fourth board, where Ukraine is going to be winning.
Two
I
extra
believe.
pawns, outside pass pawn, okay.
It's not easy, but it should
Yeah.
be winning. So the big question is whether black can hold this position. If he can hold this position,
It's equal
probably
match.
it's going to be 2-2. Let's see what's going on with England. Mickey Adams is playing with the black pieces. Actually, it's a draw already. Board 2, Mac Shane with white. Wow, this is a problem.
2 missing pawns, yeah. So white is in Zugzwang. I mean, if it was black to move, then also lost.
I think white resigned in this position, so that's why we don't see...
No, because even if it's black to move, let's say king d8. If king takes e6, then c4. So,
But everything is winning. C4 is winning immediately also, right?
Ah, okay. Yeah. So
basically, yeah,
it's
simply everything is winning. So Brazil is leading 1.5 against England. Let's see board 3 what David Havel is doing. Of course, what else? He's having a much better position. He wants to score his, I don't know, 5th victory or 6th victory.
He's check.
Playing incredibly well here. But definitely he's trying to equalize the match. And then in board 4, England is not doing so fine.
So 5.5 out of 6 he has.
So far.
Yes.
And now he wants to score his 6th win in this round, which England needs it desperately because in this position, white is fighting for a draw, isn't it?
But maybe it's not so difficult for white, no? Knight g5 is coming.
Rook c4 was played. Yeah, probably it shouldn't be difficult.
No, I don't think this is... I mean, okay.
Yes, bishop a5, knight d4, knight e2, or knight g5, knight e4. Keep in mind rook f4 as well. Which means that if David can win, then this match also going to be a draw. Then we have Iran against Australia. Wow, what a crush on board 1, move 22, and black had to resign.
Trapping the queen, yeah.
Well, winning a piece, practically.
Oh, well, but the queen doesn't have moves. Only
queen d5, and then the knight is hanging.
Sorry.
So white won there, white won also on board 3. What a nice tactical things we are seeing here.
Yes. The king stands a bit strangely
nice
on h4, but...
that's a nice one. King a7, b6, and checkmate in 3 moves. How beautiful.
Well, b7, b8 was also
exactly,
inspiring.
b7.
And rook, let's say. Or queen, okay. Double check and mate.
So this was a convincing mate at the end. So board 2 is playing. The Iranian player is playing for a win. And on board 4, it seems like also black. So this game in round 7, it can be 4-0 by the Iranians.
Yes.
Wow. So let's see what's going on.
With the old system, this would have meant improving the placement by, I don't know, 10 or 20 places, no?
At least, maybe.
At least, no, 4-0, but...
yes. And it happens very rarely.
Yes, but now it's just a win.
Well, which is also an important win because Iran is also having now 11 points after this match. And let's see what's going on with the Hungarians. Erdős won again, so he scores 5 out of 7 on board 1, which is quite a great result.
Yeah, I mean, the solid player who is meant to hold the board 1 is actually...
But his rating is very low now.
Yes,
Somehow he lost a lot of ratings, but his strength, of course, is very strong.
Yes.
Powerful. And then let's see, on board 4, Hungary won as well, so we are leading 2-0. And then we have 2 more games going. Berkes is having a better rook end game, and Banus on board 3. He's struggling. He may lose this game, but Hungary will win 3-1. Yeah, that's a good news. That I'm happy. I'm happy for them because it means that they are going to have 11 points, which is quite okay. Playing on the 12th board. Let's see what's going between. Already Philippines against Poland. There was a draw on board 1, draw on board 2, and it seems that white. What's going on board 1? Duda lost.
Oh.
Wow, Duda lost on board 1. What has happened to him? It was a Sicilian Najdorf. This is a big surprise that, well, wow, b4, very aggressive, taking the pawn. So he thought he can grab the pawn, and it seems like, well, exchanges nowadays, it doesn't count, but it seems like it was not necessarily so good. a5, of course, trying to open up, but why a3, why not b5? Maybe he thought there's not going to be any specific attack from black, but to open up the a file, it seems very dangerous.
Especially with incomplete development, yes.
b5, queen a7. Black is very active, going to tripling on the a file.
Just simple moves, no?
White goes passive, but the black player, Paragua Mark, he played a good game, I must say.
Well, I remember when he was a talented young boy, but that was 20 years ago, so he's an experienced player.
Look at this, queen a7, and white resigned because after queen b3...
Rook a3, queen b2, e4 probably, no?
c3.
Yeah, so it's a good question why.
Well, queen
Maybe
a4.
he lost on time.
No, he lost on position.
He lost on position.
I'm afraid. So, Philippines won on board 1 and lost on board 4, which means Poland, Philippines 2-2. Poland, Philippines 2-2. And then we have another match finished.
Is there any match going to end with another score than 4-0 and 2-2?
I see that it seems like Croatia won 3-1.
Erwin finished the game, but that was that joyless ending, no?
Let's see what's going on with the Dutch team. What's going on with the Dutch team? Actually, we have finished the Indian Armenia. Let's see. Gukesh won. Wow, it would be so good to have him in the studio. We missed this one.
7 out of 7.
Well, 7 out of 7.
With every...
Who can stop him?
Round by round, deeper into the world of the impossible.
Wow. No? No, I'm looking the wrong
round.
I'm looking the wrong round. I'm very sorry. Let's see what really happened there. I just picked the wrong game. No. There is still going on the games. And let's see. Gukesh is still playing this game. So we go back. He reached this position that he was able to play e4 because black after rook a4 white played knight e1 and black went e4, so because the knight moved away,
yes
this way e4 was already possible. So we were too early saying that Gukesh won. We are very much apologizing to the Cuban team. No, e4. E4 was played, king c2, and black went rook at c4. But I have the feeling that black is going to be winning the game because, for example,
knight b3 is forced.
But I think
but
bishop f4.
Yes, no, the main threat is bishop c5, but yes, I'm also afraid of bishop f4.
Well, first of all, bishop e5 is also not something white can be very happy about.
Yeah, it's true.
So I'm not even sure. I'm confused that it's tempting. Both moves.
So maybe, but if knight e2, then bishop c5.
But takes. I mean, this looks absolutely killing. I mean, look at these pawns. Sorry, not that one.
And the pawn on e2 is also a target.
Yeah, I mean, it's like king d1, black goes rook d3, king e2, rook c2. I mean, this is definitely a position where you don't want to be playing the white pieces.
This is not a position already.
This is absolutely killing. He played king b3, probably the only move. But also maybe bishop c5 anyway.
Still, yes.
And if rook goes back, then probably it's about time to play. I don't know if bishop d4 is the best, or
Bishop g1 is a possibility.
bishop g1, rook e2, rook c2, and then maybe at some point knight will be jumping back to e2.
Well, you can take on h2, but I'm not sure if it's that clearly winning. No?
Okay, knight e2.
Ah, 92 trapping. Okay.
So
knight e2.
finally it's not so bad.
Suddenly, yes.
So let's say bishop c5, rook e2. Well, bishop d4 is possible.
Yes, okay.
Takes.
Look.
Let's say,
2 checks first, no?
well, king will go here, right?
Uh-huh.
I'm not sure that rook c3 was a good choice. Maybe black has to go this one, and if rook e4, then black can go check.
But maybe better to take on a3, no? Because on e4 you cannot defend. Or can you?
King a3.
Well, you kind of... but check. Rook a7, no?
What about rook
How is that?
c3? Well, rook a7, king b2.
King b2 and nothing. Okay. Rook c3. Well, back to b2
King
maybe.
b2, e3.
Rook e5.
Rook e3, maybe you can go.
Even rook e3. But rook e5 was also possible. If I don't want to... No, of course, rook e3 is just simple.
Okay, so after rook e2, black should not play bishop d4. This is the bottom line of it.
Okay, so white is still alive. Not really happy and proud, but alive.
Definitely. King b3.
Maybe he has to do something slow. Rook
But why
seven.
not bishop f4?
Even now, yes. No, I was thinking to transfer the bishop to b6. Rook. Okay, I agree that bishop f4 remains interesting, but if we play, then.
Well, it remains so
a3.
interesting that it's killing, I believe.
Probably no.
It's just check
Yeah.
and rook c1.
Take yes.
It's over.
Rook
And
e4.
bishop f4 is on the board.
Okay, that's simplest.
So we were too early to say that Gukesh has 7 out of 7, but it seems like we were just premature on saying that, but it will be the case. Let's see what's going on the other Indian 2 game. Actually, Prague 1 already gave checkmate, so it's going to be 2-0 lead. Let's see what Marin Mihail is up to in his very promising pawn-up rook end game, which should be a win without too much of a trouble. Don't you think so?
Yes. I don't
So,
know how the position.
What is this? He captured, exchanged on c6, and probably now, what about rook h4?
Yeah, rook h4 looks normal. King e2 is another possibility.
And if I see it correctly, Gukesh opponent just resigned, I believe, and he is 7 out of 7. What an amazing score by him. Incredible performance. And how many more games can he win?
4, maximum 4. I mean,
Incredible.
It cannot get worse than 11 out of 11.
And he's calm. And of course, how great it is for his team. Well, in the previous round, his victory was not enough for a draw nor for a victory, because on board 3 and 4, the Armenians were, well, we've seen, yes, this is the correct Tambi saying the right truth. Black won in this game and white resigned. So the Cuban Grandmaster is not happy here, but he played against a very strong player and the future top 10 players for sure. He's already Gukesh. He's reaching out over 27-20, I believe, on the live rating list.
It's quite a lot, no? And he's, 16?
He's 16 years old.
Mm-hmm.
We are witnessing something historical here, I think, by Indian chess. And let's see what has happened here. It seems actually the Indian team won already officially, because on board 4 it was a draw. So 2.5 is already written on the score. and still Mihail is playing on. So India 2 scored full match point. They are also on 12 already after this match. And let's see what we are up to on the other games. What has happened with the US match? Let's see what's going on there.
Well, Caruana is about to
Wow.
resign, in principle, I think.
Wow, what is going on here?
But Lenier is going to win, so okay.
So let's see Queen G6. 1 second. Is it really completely winning for Sargsyan?
Rook G7, I assume, is convincing, no?
Exactly. So after Rook G7, Black will not able to take because some way or another
Yes, you exchange
White
the
will
queens,
be
yes.
exchanging the queens with Queen H4, Queen G3 or some way or another. Very painful loss for US.
He had to
Vasily
resign,
so
yes.
won very early, and then, well, maybe it would be great to see this match. What's going on with Dominguez? Dominguez is going to be saving US again.
Yes.
He's going to be winning. So US is leading 2-1, and let's see how Shackland is fighting out, but he's not be able to save it. So that match,
this-
I believe,
This will be, it still requires some technical effort. So I think, okay, at least the Americans will have 2-1, and Black still has to prove some technique to win this, I believe, no?
but is he really has to prove so much? I mean, isn't C5 possible, for example, in this position?
I mean, it will take some while. Okay, it's still... no, I understand that you don't want to play this with White, but...
Well, yeah, that's for
no,
sure.
Plus, I didn't see C5. I thought he has to break with G6, then King G7 and F5, but okay.
I believe that
I
no
didn't see
matter
C5. I didn't see
how concretely whether C5 wins or not, this is a position you cannot afford not to win.
You have an extra pawn on the king side and play against the bad bishop on the queen side. So it's two big advantages on both wings, so of course mathematically it's a win.
Okay, it seems like very tough things are happening in the Olympiad round 7. Exciting things. I'm going to go away and I will be replaced very shortly. We'll have a technical break and then let's see and enjoy the rest of the game. See you.
So I'm joined in the press conference room by Aryan Sari, Grandmaster, Norway's second board. How are you doing, Aryan?
I'm doing great, thanks. I won today, so pretty happy about that.
Okay, that's really good news. You've told me before that also the team is on track for another win. You started off a bit delicately, the team, some unexpected losses, but it seems you're getting back on track. So what are you expecting for the last 4 rounds?
So far in our team, only Magnus has been doing great. All others, we've been struggling a lot. Yeah, just in the crucial matches, in the critical moments, things went against us. Today, I think it's looking good, so we're leading 1-0 now, and we're higher rated on all the boards, so I hope we can do better the remaining rounds.
Okay, the Olympiad is 11 rounds, it's number 7 today, still 4 rounds to go. What are your expectations? You're thinking of trying to end up in first 10, first 5? What are you thinking of at this time as a team?
The way it's looking now, I think your top 5 is very unrealistic. I don't know if it's even theoretically possible. Maybe it is theoretically possible, but we were on 58th place before today. But we were talking about it yesterday that if we make a top 10 place, that would be good.
Okay. Looking at your stats, I see you're playing reasonably well. With today's win, you're more or less on your expectation. But Urkedal is not playing so well in this tournament. Is he okay? Any special reason why he's not on top form?
Urkedal?
Yeah.
Yeah, Urkadal is our fifth board, so he's the reserve. I think this is his third game. He hasn't played many games. Actually, Hammer is the one who has been struggling the most. He lost on time against Australia in an unclear position.
Hello everyone, I have Angel Pride from Bahamas, and Angel is a national official. Angel, welcome to India. How has your experience been so far with the hotel, with the management, and with the overall the environment?
So far, the experience has been really amazing. It's actually more than I ever imagined. The people of India are so nice and welcoming. The food is perfect, really. I love spice, and it was great to try different things. The hotel experience, same as the people in India. They're very nice. They ensure that we get what we want, and they offer different stuff in case we don't like something. But I'm sorry. It's been a blast. I got shy. I'm sorry.
It's all right. Angel, you are only 19 years old,
yes,
and you are a national arbiter, chess arbiter, and you never played chess yourself, but you have your siblings play chess. How did you choose to make chess a career as an arbiter? How is it, and how did it come to your mind to make your career as a chess arbiter?
Well, I love the opportunity to be able to travel around the world and meet new people. I also I don't know, for some reason I really love standing around and watching people play chess. And I really got a liking to it. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Angel. Thank you for your time, and good luck for your career.
Okay,
chess
thank
career.
you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Inspiring safety record, strong balance sheet, world-class resource assets, groundbreaking innovation, steady and sustainable contribution to nation's social, economical and environmental development. NLCIL Navaratna CPSE under the administrative control of Ministry of Coal, Government of India, a corporate with a human nature, creating wealth for the well-being.
Welcome back to our live broadcast. Together with me is my old friend and our colleague, Michael Rachal.
How are you doing, Mihail?
Hi.
A pleasure for me to be with you here.
Long time no see.
Covering for Judit Polgar, nonetheless.
Yes. So let's see what happens. So in the match between the States and Armenia, we had one win each, and it looks like if America is winning this game. No, Dominguez, he has these passed pawns, not easy to control. Do you think it may require some technical effort? I mean, on short term, White can resist, but of course he cannot deal with two outside passed pawns.
Yeah, it's 2 pawns against 1, bishop against knight.
Of course, there is a chance that he gets rook versus rook and bishop ending, but I don't see exactly how he can eliminate both pawns.
Yeah. And also with the pawn on a3, I remember an ending of Magnus Carlsen, none other than Magnus Carlsen, with the same pawn, bishop on f8 and pawn on a3, and then he can switch the rook to do other things.
Yes,
and
just
bring the king into play.
Of course, just rook somewhere, and the permanent threat is a2. Actually, that is not easy to deal with, no?
The only thing is, if the h6 pawn was a g pawn, I think the win would be very clear. Being an h pawn,
yes,
there might be some chances of a rook ending.
Yes, I mean, okay, if we give up this knight for this pawn and exchange the rooks, because with rooks on board, it's not enough for a draw.
Yeah, of course.
It's still a win.
Bishop,
actually, not a trivial win.
It's not a trivial win.
You have to know the mechanism, but well.
But it looks like very good chances to win for black. Yeah, that's for sure.
Yes. So actually, if now is 3, what?
Already it's tricky to find a good move, no? Maybe
So
rook a4.
you have to go rook a4, no?
Yeah, and then I'd probably
Rook-
put rook h1 or king h7 and get my king into play, something along that line.
So which is the highest emergency? I would think that maybe it would be not a bad.
Yeah, that looks
But
like
okay,
a good
but
move.
then let's say knight c4.
Knight c4.
Knight c4, and it's not clear what. Okay, so it still requires maybe some technical effort. What about this game?
I heard you talking with Judit about this game before. You mentioned that the bishop on c3 was a very bad bishop, plus the extra pawn on the king side.
Yes.
It looks like it should be a win. But again, I thought that it wasn't so completely easy. There was still some technique to be done. And I actually liked your idea of playing g6, giving the pawn.
Yes, and then
hiding the king behind and then going f5.
f5 and king. Yes, but okay, c5 as mentioned by Judit.
Judit said c5.
Yes, because after we exchange here everything, then bishop e5 will come.
Yeah.
Taking advantage of the fact that black has an extra pawn.
He just played bishop b6, which is also a very, very natural and nice move. Because white's king could prove to be weak even later on if c5 comes with strength.
He simply wants to win the pawn. I mean,
wants to win the
not to
pawn.
exchange the pawn, to win the
To
pawn.
win the pawn.
c5, c takes d4, and then everything
Then it's completely
stays. And then queen c4, breaking the blockade and
Then it's
everything.
completely lost.
Of course, black plays at his leisure. So, fantastic match, no? This Armenian team is really stubborn, and if we look at the ratings, we can see a huge difference to.
I actually asked Vishy Anand this afternoon. I asked him about Armenia, and he told me Armenia used to be very strong, also with Levon Aronian.
Yes.
And maybe people thought that when Levon would leave, Armenia would become a bit weaker, but it still is a very, very strong, compact team.
They are a team. I was talking about that. We twice played against them. Actually, Romania beat them twice while I was playing. But I remember at one of the Olympiads, my game was the last. My game was black against Akopian. All my fellows were somewhere, had disappeared. And the Armenian team was there. And they
were still there waiting.
Yes, including Vaganian, who didn't play that day. And I felt that I'm there alone, and they all want one thing to happen, that I don't win. But okay, I eventually won. But still, it was this thing which I felt.
Team spirit.
Yes. My guys were somewhere, I don't know.
He just played a waiting move, bishop a7. I think he wants to get in c5 at a moment when the king is on g1. Because he just played king f2. But I think this will be winning at some point.
King g2 runs into g4.
Exactly.
Exchanging
And
queens.
King g1 would come c5, and king e3, maybe it's just too near the black queen to be good.
Yes. Well, there is queen e5 check, but I'm not sure that helps that much.
But even if king e3, maybe even g4, f takes g, and some queen g2, cutting off from behind. These ideas could also be interesting in some positions.
It can also be dangerous, no? No, but he's also playing cat and mouse a bit. I mean, well, it's winning. I know how to win. But maybe he will show me an easier way, because, okay, with white, you cannot do that, and using the method of elimination sometimes produces funny results.
Yeah.
Not that it would change the position objectively, but... okay, so let's see
But if this happens and Dominguez wins, how's Sam Shankland faring in his game against Robert Ignacio?
No, but this is the Shankland game.
Oh, this is the Shankland
This is the Shankland game.
Sorry about that. So how's Lenier
Dominguez
doing
was
then?
Dominguez won already.
Oh, this was the position with...
He
won already?
Yes, it's written here, lost to win.
Wow, that is surprising.
Yeah, I would have thought that okay, he should be moving the pieces around for a while.
You can see they finished because they're talking, but the arbiters next to them, are they discussing a position or?
It's strange because there was no repetition, I think. No repetition, no draw.
Oh look, the moves are coming now. Okay, so let's see what happened.
No. These are I was playing over the last few moves.
Seems very strange to me that White would resign in this position.
This was me because I wanted to check whether they had a repetition or something, but no, it's no. I mean, okay, it's lost, but
it still seems so strange to resign in this type of position.
Oh, yeah, especially when the situation is as it is.
But the win is there, and
this is the final position.
The last move is Rook H4. So
did he lose on time?
Very strange. Doesn't look like it, but who knows?
Yeah, no. Objectively, of course, it doesn't surprise us that much. But from practical point of view, you play. I mean, okay, even if you play just like this for
you play
for fun, you don't resign.
It's a game that. It seems to me there might be some other moves that we've missed, but
yes, maybe there was some problem with the
broadcast. So we'll see later if the moves come.
Oh, look at this game.
This is an interesting one.
We had seen, yes, but now it's bad for White, no?
This is a fun one. 2 bishops and 2 passed pawns.
How did this change? Let me go back a bit. So with Judit, we saw this position at some point, and we thought it was not so bad for White. But what happened?
This is Indicic Kejmar from the Serbia-Germany match.
Indicic Kejmar, yes.
An important match because the other 2 games have finished already in draws. So this could prove very important for the result.
So it was a direct attack, yes? That was the problem. But why not... if bishop g3, then what? Then queen takes c4.
Nice tactic.
If so, then but still queen c4 this was still possible, no? But what about the advancing? Okay, strange, no? g4.
Oh,
and now
that's nice, and that's where he wins the. And this is still a fight, but it should be winning, but it's still a fight, no?
I mean, okay, p6, no? Okay, without the a pawn, of course.
Without the a pawn, I would say
I would prefer white. No? Bishop d5 and life is good.
But even so, this is still a fight. So White could play b6 here.
b6 or bishop d5? Do we need?
Or bishop d5?
Bishop d5 he went actually. Queen
protecting
d1.
the pawn. Queen d1. So it's,
let's say king f2. No, let's try. And
this is actually tremendously unclear.
Well, the pawns are running. No, there is.
So now we have to stop it with queen somewhere.
Yes.
And now what?
And now, if c5, then no, it's still working. No?
We can sacrifice the bishop for the a1 pawn and still have two pawns in 6.
And suddenly this. Well, I mean, okay, black should have a perpetual, no? But
White is in the driving seat here. White is playing for the win here.
So maybe yes, maybe at least White is not worse.
Well, if Kejmar realizes that he's in trouble, he'll go for the perpetual now. Then.
Well, you know,
before White brings his king up and tries to hide it behind the bishop.
Maybe this is for sorry to call us so for old men like us, but. These young players, they they calculate and they know how to reach the. There was a game like this we watched a few days ago, ending in a perpetual. No. Yes, yes. There was some pawn on e6. Black needed to win in a worse position, and I don't remember who that was. It was maybe a Dutch game, the Dutch player with White. And White was ready to repeat moves even though he was better. And Black continued playing. And he played until he reached a position which looked extremely dangerous, and only then he forced he forced a repetition.
They go for it. They go for it.
Yes,
They
yes,
go for
yes.
it.
So, well, we'll see what.
Look, King G3 already heading for F4 and E5 if necessary.
Well, actually, yes. Where is the perpetual? No.
Well,
there should be a perpetual
it
somewhere.
seems to me that there might be one combined with the advance of the A pawn, but
yes, yes.
Or also with the queen on G6 and the king on E5, we always have Queen G3 check to push him back. So
yes, yes.
it probably should end in a draw.
The diagonal checks.
It should end in a draw at some point, but
yes, yes.
Well, black can't get too frisky because if he gets very frisky,
it's a beautiful position, no?
Yeah.
And without the A pawn, I'm sure that
without the A pawn,
close to winning, no?
It could be close to winning, yeah, because then we maneuver with the king and the 2 pawns.
Yes, yes.
No, without the A pawn, I'm sure this is winning. If there's no perpetual, white is winning.
Yes, yes. So nice.
Very interesting position, very instructive.
Yes.
So this means that it should be interesting to see the Ivanisevic-Kolar's game.
Ivanisevic, yes, Ivanisevic.
Because the other 2 games ended in a draw.
Okay, so we should go here.
This is quite an important match for both teams, both for Serbia and Germany. It's a very important match.
Yes, they're not that well placed,
but they're just behind.
Yes, but not that far either. So,
exactly, they're tied 3rd, 4th.
Yes.
To 10th, 12th. So
now is the moment to start winning some match, at least some matches.
Yeah, to pop their heads up and try and.
Yes.
So what's happening here?
So white is a pawn up, and I must say.
This looks good for Kolas.
But it's black to move, so he wants to.
Okay, so he wants to try and
give
draw
out of checks, no?
Okay. But as they say, with the knight next to the king, normally you can stop the check somehow.
Yes, queen g4 now, no?
Queen g4.
Queen h2, and we can even advance.
Queen h2.
We can even advance to, if so.
Can we go to f5?
Yes,
okay,
this
nice.
is what I want.
Nice, this looks good for white.
Oh, no, it's not good for white because there is a check
you
here.
have to be careful. A very dangerous one, yeah.
Okay.
So here we just play
then
king to e3,
king back,
modest
retreat.
No
check, yeah.
Knight is defending pawns, we're threatening queen g5.
We are settling this, and if king h7, then here. It's not clear what we have achieved, but well, it looks like unpleasant, no?
This looks very unpleasant. An extra pawn, slightly better pieces.
Actually, should white exchange coins?
That's interesting.
I think he should, because the white king doesn't have easy life, no?
I agree. If you exchange queens,
then you can play.
Yeah, d5 is never possible because of the black squares.
Yes. If c5, then b5 probably. So
I would say it's winning if you change. A good chance of winning.
Yeah, it's probably the best chance, because with queens on board, I don't know how you organize your progress because of the king.
And also with the bishop on light squares and the queen giving checks on dark squares.
Yes.
With the queens on the board, black will always have a chance of a perpetual.
Yes. Actually, the pawns and the bishop they cooperate.
Blockade,
Yes, they create this barrier.
This is quite instructive. The best chance, maybe, unless there's some sort of forced mate, which I can't see.
Yes.
A good chance would be to try and exchange queens and go to the ending.
No, it's disappointing because even after, if we get to play this check, and the knight f6, okay, it looks crushing.
It looks crushing,
but where is the
I
mate?
couldn't find the mate.
Maybe it's a Zugzwang, no?
I couldn't find the mate.
Well, queen h1, queen h1, it's not a Zugzwang.
What is dangerous is to play queen g5, king h7, and queen f6, and then threaten knight g5, and all sorts of different tactics.
Yeah, but then, okay, he starts checking queen
but then
g1.
He starts
queen g1, yes.
Yeah.
This is what I mean. It's not
it's
easy.
Not so easy. Not so easy.
So probably the main threat now is queen f4, no?
That would be the threat, yeah. So this is important. So Kolar's is better here on fourth board, and Keimar will try and get a draw then on first board with the queen.
Yes.
And that would leave them with a good chance of winning the match.
Yes.
Yeah. That's probably the match strategy here.
So what happens in the match of the Netherlands? So draws on the first 2 boards. It ended 2-2 because Erwin Lamy lost. And Benjamin Bock won, if we take it from the Dutch point of view. How did it? Okay, it seems that actually Keimar is just checking. He doesn't want to try his luck.
Yeah.
Maybe he is afraid that later the king would hide somewhere. I don't know. And he doesn't have that much time. What a fantastic game, no?
Some things happen on the Gukesh board. We can go and check that one out.
But didn't he win a long time ago?
Oh, then maybe I'm mistaken. Yeah, sorry. It's an old comment. Yeah.
Okay, so maybe we should. I think there are. Okay. Spain is still.
Friends,
so
Spanish
Shirov.
friends.
Shirov. Well, Shirov.
Shirov had an interesting position before with the pawn on e2, and it was very unclear to me if he was playing for a win with white or he was trying not to lose with black.
Somewhere here we decided that he has some problems. Okay.
He did have some problems.
Yeah,
we
thought he's worse here, and he has to find something.
That's what I thought. I thought
Judit
black was trying to
suggested
win.
something like, and actually I agree with her that, okay, bishop here, and then play bishop d6 and rook takes g4.
Okay.
And
sack the exchange, win the pawn on g2, and make a fortress somehow, sort of fortress. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean to play this and then take here and here, and maybe it would be not easy.
So that would be 3 pawns against the rook. A4 would fall.
But there is some sort of
some sort of structure. Yeah.
2 g pawns, 2 pass g pawns are not don't count like 2 pawns, and the bishop on d6 is stable.
Yeah, protecting the 2 pawns. That would be very difficult to win, actually.
Yeah, probably not. But what did he do? He kind of
he
hoped to control the whole position, but
okay.
Well, he took the pawn on g7, but I'm not sure that pawn is that important.
And now he has to protect his first rank. That's correct.
Yes, that's the problem. That now he has the black rook is active.
Yeah. So now he's protecting the first rank.
Yeah, and now the king can advance. Maybe no. If king c7 then c6. Maybe it's not that bad, no.
Maybe it's still a draw.
Yes, but the rook doesn't have that much activity yet.
He has to be careful. If the rook ends up on d1 or f1 or basically anywhere, so I'm thinking.
What if rook d5 now? Rook
exactly.
d5.
Rook d5, f5, and against bishop f4, some h4 at some point.
Yes.
This will be a plan that Black will try to put into practice. Yeah. It's a tricky one. It's a tricky one.
Yeah.
Of course, he always has
wants
the same
c6.
option.
He wants c6. He also wants to get
He wants to have the same position on the other side.
Yeah, why can't I do what you are doing, no? But okay, what if rook d5? Let's say c7, no? Once you... And now here.
Okay, so now bishop f4.
Bishop f4. And if h4, then suddenly I win.
Yeah.
So it's just...
I suppose it's completely ridiculous, but could we play rook takes f4 instead of h4?
Okay, so here to take...
Is it totally out of the question?
And here. Well, but okay, white is not losing. I mean, probably he's winning, but...
at least he has king f2 and rook c1. Yeah.
I mean, if h3 I can always take. But I mean,
no, you play to win here. King f2 and rook c1, you play to win. Yeah. So it's tricky because then h4, rook b3.
yes.
White could be winning.
So it seems that the black is making his plan work. He's just like this threatening. But you are.
He has to be careful.
You are first. So c6. Rook d5 was played.
And we know that Shirov is very, very strong in endings with opposite colored bishops. That we know.
I remember...
that we know.
I remember...
Famous position Shirov-Topalov, no?
Okay.
That's one of them. Many others.
Yeah, but I also remember some game of his against Paco Vallejo.
Okay.
It was, I think it was the Italian team championship. I was playing there, and in the Berlin, somehow he got a pawn on e7, defended by the bishop on h4 or something, and he even sacrificed on exchange to keep everything going.
Shirov is very creative, and that normally goes for good in gameplay.
Actually, it's not only because I know him for 32. We played our first game 32 years ago, but he's really a player who creates things.
Even
he
good in gameplay.
He played a few good games. So Okay, this may be a draw, no? If Shirov doesn't deliver mate first.
Yeah, it's unclear who's going to do mate now.
And it means, okay, that was the first board. On the second board, we have David Anton, who is playing with black. What is this?
I asked Marin before. He told me that he thought that today's match would depend on the result of this game, because he thought the other three would end in draws.
Mm-hmm.
This was halfway through the match. He said, I think it's going to depend on the game of Anton, which was the most unbalanced game.
So does black have chances here? Not that much.
So he has an extra, what does he have? No, he's a pawn down, but very active.
And the king is in trouble, no? So apparently he's interested in exchanging coins, but...
Unless I'm missing something, it doesn't look that
no, it doesn't
black is better. But if the queens leave the table, then maybe he is, yes, no? Because of the advanced pawns and the pin. Let's see.
Who knows? Okay, now the queen exchange is almost forced, no?
Well, now he can exchange queens and also check on e5 and eliminate the bishop.
Yes, and...
so with rook and bishop against rook and knight.
Okay, with the rook on the second rank and knight f4...
Knight f4, rook on second rank, 2+ pawns.
Yeah, okay, one of them is lost, but maybe it's unclear, no? Actually, it looked very dangerous for black earlier when white sacrificed an exchange and controlled everything.
I agree.
But now it's a bit hanging for everyone.
But now there's been a repetition, because now he checked on e7.
Now he took.
Now he took.
Okay,
Check with the king. Now I wonder what the idea would be. Maybe to play rook somewhere.
He has a tempo now to organize something.
He could even go...
Maybe g4, no? But
I was thinking g4, bishop c4 maybe.
Or bishop g6.
Or bishops, yeah. Or bishop g6.
So that, no, yeah. Okay, bishop c4 is also, okay, yeah.
No,
bishop c4 it pins.
Knight
Okay.
e5, okay, that hits the bishop. Protects c4. And allows rook d1 attacking.
Bishop b3 maybe to prevent.
Bishop b3.
But then rook b1, and the question is whether white can create a mating network.
Mating
no?
with rook b7.
Yes.
And stuff like bishop h6 after and stuff like that.
Yes.
That would be fun. Let's see if we can do this on the board. Of
So-
course, it's just
So bishop b3,
a
let's say.
strange line. Let's say rook b1.
You need a square, yes, because if not, then rook d1 and okay, rook b1.
b1, bishop c2, and
Bishop
let's see what happens.
c2.
Let's see what happens.
We want to.
Let's
Okay,
see
so
what
then
happens. Check.
king here.
And now you have to
Actually,
move the
black is also ready for
Yes.
organizing things, you know.
Yes.
The question is, okay, this bishop is hanging.
Which famous grandmaster said three pieces was mate?
I don't
I remember
know.
some famous grandmaster said 3 pieces is mate. I don't know if
Okay.
it was Alekhine or someone said that. 3 pieces is mate.
It looks like if white has better chances to prove something. For instance, g4 may be a threat, no? g4 and the knight doesn't have such good squares.
Yeah, it's very dangerous.
That looks unpleasant. Well, he still okay. g4 followed by rook g7, and then
Looks dangerous,
we
very
enter a mating mechanism. Yes.
Looks very dangerous.
I mean, for instance, if so, then g4, and I don't know where.
Maybe there's some defense, but this looks very dangerous.
Yes, if the king goes to the corner, then it's a mate. And if so, then we have some
and
discovered
losing the
check.
piece, yeah.
Yes. Some
This looks very
piece.
dangerous. So this was just a sample line, but it does seem that white
Yes.
is slightly better here.
Mhm.
Things don't look very good for Spain.
So.
But you know we don't have our second board, Paco Vallejo.
Yeah, but why didn't he play?
He has
for-
a throat infection.
Oh,
Because for 2 or 3 days he has slightly, but I think he's better.
Okay.
And hopefully he'll be able to come and play.
I saw that
last
this is
round.
his third day off, and it was also the
Plus the weekday,
the
yeah.
Bermuda party. Yes.
He had a throat. I think Paco has always had problems with air conditioning
Mhm,
and
mhm.
heat. Something that he has had problems. Look, Shirov is finished.
So was it a draw?
That would probably finish in a draw. So it's all on the
Okay.
game.
Yes, you and rook d7, and
They just decided to draw. Yeah.
yeah, because you cannot play bishop f4, and black will
So
just take
this is a
take on
draw. and
c7.
that's it,
Yes.
no? So with this draw,
Okay. So it means we already have Jaime Santos made a draw, and so did Iturizaga. So everything depends on this.
Depends on the game of Anton. All depends on the game of Anton. So
he wants king g8. He doesn't want to.
So now this is very serious because Anton, if he holds the draw, a 2-2 will not be a great result against Kazakhstan, but it will be an okay result by the games.
Well, 2-2 is always better than 1.5, no?
That's true. That is true.
No, and black, is a pawn down and has this.
But I expect Spain was looking to win today against Kazakhstan.
Yeah, actually they are number 4 or 5, no, in the tournament.
Yeah.
But Olympiads are like this. Look at the Americans. They are. You have Caruana on the top board, and he's not so convincing. No, he lost the second game. He's on -1 again.
Caruana doesn't seem to be in the best form here.
Yes, and it's strange because Sargsyan, he started making draws, and then he loses. He's like a gambit. He loses this game against Gukesh, was it? Yes.
Yep.
But they win the match. So he's on the first board. He's supposed to keep everybody lower by 1 board so that they can reach their best result. And he makes a draw. Eventually he loses when he plays with Gukesh. But then today's round came. He stays in the team even though he lost.
Yeah.
And then he comes back with a win.
Yeah.
With a win over Caruana.
None less than Caruana.
It's not a bad thing, no.
He is a very strong player, you know.
I know.
Very, very strong player.
He beat me too, so.
He's a very, very strong player. And goes by, I think also Sargsyan, if I remember rightly, he's a very strong team player specifically. I seem to remember with Armenia when they win their gold, I think Sargsyan was also part of the team and scoring very heavily. So it's clear that he comes extra motivated when he plays. But also Fabiano, something with his game in the last tournament is not the Fabiano we know.
Yeah, something went wrong starting with
the second half of the candidate.
The second half, no? Yeah. But this happened also during the last candidates. You remember he had this very original analysis against it was round 1 of the second half, which was played after 1 year, you remember. So he played against Vashir, and there was this peace sacrifice, an idea of Kazimjanov, which just leads to interesting play, but Vashir found all the good moves. And then Vashir at some point just sacrificed this exchange when the position was already drawn, basically. And eventually loses, no? And then everybody thought, okay, Caruana started in the best way, long analysis, eventually he even won it. So now everything is open for him, but he didn't.
I heard that the second half he was forcing a lot of the games to trying to win outright the tournament, maybe thinking that Magnus would never decide not to play. But of course, the way the tournament went, coming in second, was actually not so bad.
Yes.
So I'm not sure if this was but I don't know. This is just a speculation. You never know exactly what's happening. If someone really is forcing to win outright, or just, things are not just working for him in the games. No, you never know.
It's hard to say. No,
it's hard to say.
No, actually, I didn't believe it until the last moment that Carlsen would say no. But I also felt that the second place was important. You should play for the second place.
You never know.
Yeah,
you never know.
Yeah,
someone could become ill. Anything could happen.
Yes, the challenge. Yes, something could happen with the challenger, of course. No, and
so it's difficult to say. But it doesn't seem that Fabiano's come in the best form. Already he's had a couple of slightly sketchy games, and today he's lost again. So we'll see if this could be. So now, actually, the fourth board, the Shankland game, is very important because. This will decide if the stage
2-1 is on the board.
2-1 is on the board. So if Shankland needs at least a draw, so could we recover that game?
Oh yes, I'm trying to.
We saw it before, I think. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, Judit is handling the program usually, so I'm not so skilled with it.
Oh, so this is the game.
So he went for my line.
So this is the game we saw before. So Shankland is playing with the white pieces here.
Yes. So he went G6 and King G7.
He did your idea.
Yeah, probably C5.
He got your idea.
Okay, something happens.
Okay.
Okay.
It'll come back now.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay. Okay, so now it switched to another game, so let's go back there. Something happened on the... Well, actually, we switched to the... this is the
Heimer
no?
was able to win the pawn.
But...
The c4 pawn was sacrificed to avoid the perpetual, maybe.
Yes, maybe. What happens here? Queen f5 check?
Yeah, he obviously sacrificed it to avoid the perpetual.
So he didn't want
to draw. So he gave him the pawn here. Here he gives him the pawn. He's going for the win. Wow, now b7.
b7, but queen c7, no?
Queen c7. He's thinking maybe if he has to put the bishop, but then he loses the pawn. So b7, queen c7.
I don't understand. Isn't this over optimistic? Going here and now what?
You have to move the king somewhere.
Somewhere, but okay. And I go here.
Okay, so how to get... Well, you can play king f5 with idea bishop e5. But it seems optimistic.
No, this is already winning, I think.
But now it looks like it's winning.
Yes.
Specifically, this position looks very good. So
maybe here he has to keep checking. But maybe it's...
But then the king comes to the center. But you can't step on the
only four. That's a shame, no? But how... Okay, he can reach such a position, but then the queen... and then bishop here.
Bishop a7 may be a major threat.
Yes,
now,
but now...
Now go back and get out of the checks, no?
Yeah, but okay, you don't... I mean, you have only one bishop to protect your king.
But I understand why he gives the pawn. He is in no danger of losing.
Yes, it's true.
So we give the pawn, get the pawn to 7th, see what happens.
Yes.
You can't really see so far, so you more or less sense that either you're winning or is this a perpetual.
Yes.
It sounds reasonable.
No, of course you have to play like this.
We would all do this exactly. We would give the pawn instead of getting a draw.
So actually, Keimer, it's not that he went for perpetual at once.
Yeah.
He felt some danger.
I told you.
You were right.
If he senses the danger, but if you see those two pawns coming up, I'm getting the.
I was trying to sell a different image of the younger generation, but
you're right.
But he was wise.
You're right.
Maybe the position required such.
You're right that they do this continuously.
Yes.
But this position was it seemed very dangerous.
Yes,
Look, they're arriving at the.
I think this is on board, no? Okay.
Of course, viewers know that we're working without any type of engine, so we can't know specifically if it's winning or not, which would be easy if we had an engine. But the fun thing is to work without engines.
Intuitively, it seems that white is close, but maybe not that close, no? Because if the bishop is busy on a7, threatening b8, then the queen has this diagonal.
Also, with the white king on g5 or h5, you can't go bishop a7 because of queen a5 check. So there's some tricks there that have to be taken care of.
Yeah, the queen is dangerous, of course, and the bishop cannot get to f4 so easily.
Look, without the a4 pawn, I would think that this must be close to winning.
Yeah.
With the a4 pawn,
it keeps you busy. It keeps you busy. Yes.
Keeps one of the bishops sort of occupied. No?
Yes, it's true.
So we'll see. But this is a very important game. Very important. This game and the Shangran game are super important.
Maybe we can switch a bit to the ladies.
Yes.
So here we have a result. Okay, Mamadzada won against Koneru. That was quite some result. So, on the second board, Harika made another draw. Okay, it's an obvious draw. But
that's a huge result for Azerbaijan.
Yes.
Mamadzada defeating Koneru. A huge result.
Yes. And Tanya leveled the score.
Tanya is in superb form. Superb. She's winning one game after another.
But her opponent also had 5 out of 5.
Really?
Yes.
Fatalieva?
Yes.
Nice.
So that was
so it was a clash in between.
And maybe Fatalieva was better, and when Tanya was in time trouble.
Okay.
But she hurried a bit.
Okay.
She just played a quick move, knight h4, threatening mate, and then it all became. So
the key game is
Vaishali
against Vaishali. Is that the one we have on the screen?
Yes,
Okay,
this is
let
what
me
we
check
have on
here.
the screen.
Oh, so Vaishali has a very interesting position here.
But is it winning?
So let's see. She has to win for the team to win. Okay.
No, for the team to win.
Yeah,
to win.
they're drawn now. They're tied.
It's
So let me check the position then. This is Vaishali against. I probably botched the name.
Baidulayeva.
Baidulayeva. Okay. And is it white to play?
She went king f1.
It's white to play. Okay.
Yes, she wants to advance the e pawn, and she may do that.
So let's say white captures h5.
She doesn't have so many moves. Yes, if it takes, then.
And then we have or rook f3 or king g2.
I would think that she just wants to.
This looks very good. This is winning.
Yes, this is winning.
But I think she just captured the pawn. I saw her hand go to the pawn. So maybe.
But no matter what she does, rook f3 wins. No.
So this looks very close to winning.
So India wins despite.
Look, we can confirm this. She took the pawn.
Okay.
Rook f3 has been played.
Okay.
Now Baidulayeva must play king d4 or king d2.
No, king d2. Okay, it speeds up because
king
it
d2,
comes,
rook
it
d3
comes
and
with
push
check.
and push it. Yeah.
No, or e3 with check.
Or e3,
e3 too. Yes.
So she's going to go king d4 for sure. I think she just played it. But she's playing very fast and with confidence. Could we put the position just in case? Maybe there's some idea.
Yes.
I don't see it, but
this is what. And
she just played e3. She played e3.
No.
And now
E3,
she's taking the rook
yes,
to
e3.
rook h8. Okay.
Yeah, but okay, rook h8, e2. What?
e2. Rook en. E1.
I don't think this is confidence. This is just before resigning, you want to calm down.
e2,
no?
rook e7, e1, take, h5, rook takes g3.
So rook here actually.
King g5. No, this is resign.
Yeah, I mean, this is just playing. Sometimes you don't want to resign. I mean,
she'll go until she has to sacrifice the rook. Basically.
Okay, so India won. What about?
This is huge for India.
Yes,
this
yes,
is huge
because they lost on the first board. Okay, it's a shock.
I actually talked to Kunte just before.
Yes.
For the press conference, and he told me, let's see how the match ends. So he wasn't completely sure that things were going to go. So they're going to be very, very happy. Very, very happy.
Of course, yes. So on the second board we have Romania's match. 3 draws so far.
Romania's playing very well. Your teammates.
They did well. Yes, but I'm afraid they are going to lose this match. No.
There's one game left. Look, Vaishali just won.
3 draws, and we are black in this.
This is the position, yeah.
Yeah, and the pawn is advancing. No. Oh, it's 2 extra pawns. No, this is already lost, of course.
Queen e5, and now queen takes e3, and it's 1-0. No.
Well. Queen h1 still, but
queen h1.
King f2.
But the king will hide behind the e2 pawn. And
yes. No, okay.
Looks like it should be lost.
No, I think they missed their chance in this game. Earlier, I think that Bulmaga had a very good position, but I see that Zagnidze found the moment to sacrifice, to eliminate this irritating knight. So maybe knight d3 was premature.
And then bishop e1, c3, nice.
Yeah, somehow, because here white's position is not so good.
Well, this is a complicated position.
And here, yes.
But even here, I doubt the black is lost.
No,
with that pawn on e3.
No, but black is an exchange up. But I assume that they were counting on such a repetition.
Okay.
I assume no. Sorry.
Queen e5.
Queen f5, I wanted to say, yes. I assume this is what... actually, this is what happened, no?
So okay.
Yes, this is what happened in the game.
So what you're suggesting is that maybe knight d3 was premature because of the draw option afterwards, because there's not enough... the compensation is good for white.
Or maybe she should play here, but okay, how?
It's not so easy now.
Go out with the king and lose several pawns? I don't know. It's a good question, no?
Maybe, but it does seem slightly risky.
Yeah, this king is safe, no? So, especially with little time, it's not something you are happy about.
Yeah.
And you are playing against a very strong opponent, no?
Yeah.
That also. So, let's see what happens with Ukraine.
Actually, this would be bad, because queen g7, king e8. Oh, I was thinking bishop f6, but that's not possible. So no, this is not so clear. No,
Yes,
maybe,
because that pawn maybe. Yes, I don't know. Maybe she should have played, but okay.
no, maybe to capture an a7 with check is probably better. That's the move. Yeah.
Okay. If so, then just check and then take on e3 and
then take on e3.
Of course. Well, and which will be with check.
We can't do this.
No. This is already too much.
So it seems that the draw was correct. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So then we have. So Georgia probably wins. India has won already. Yes, the result is there.
And then Ukraine
this is
one. So basically, India, Ukraine, and Georgia are the favorites here.
So okay, Muzichuk and Anna Muzichuk and Ushenina won. No, they all won 3-0. 3-0, and the question is whether
Maria is the last game.
Maria, okay, but she's worse.
So Maria is playing white here, yeah. What is it? Rook,
worse.
bishop, and pawn against queen and pawn.
But maybe it's nothing. No, maybe this is a fortress.
Looks like a fortress.
Well, and I think that this pawn may save, because otherwise there could be some positions where you sacrifice the queen for the two pieces and promote,
and promote the pawn. Yeah.
Maybe this holds. It doesn't look comfortable, but.
But I'm wondering if the black queen goes to d1.
King f1, and I have rook moves along the second.
And you have
rank.
rook moves on the second rank.
Yeah. Okay. This check cannot hurt.
Yeah, this is good.
Oh, yeah. I mean, okay, it's not forced, but why not?
I'd say it's a fortress.
Probably it looks like a fortress.
Not sure if without the a5 pawn it would be a fortress.
It could be more dangerous, maybe.
So now she has to go bishop e1 again, just wait.
I assume she has to.
Some waiting move. And how does black progress? Queen g4 check.
King f1.
King f1.
Yeah, so how to
cross with the king.
You pin me, I go here.
How to progress from this position? That is rook d2.
This is rook d2.
Then you'll get rook d2
yes, and it's
goodbye.
Even more than a draw, yes? Okay.
That's not something.
It's even more than a draw.
So we do a waiting move.
If so, okay, we can check.
White doesn't waiting move, no? Check.
I have all the moves along the second rank, no? So
this looks like
I don't see the Zugzwang.
This looks like a draw. It might even be a draw without the pawn on a5, but of course with the pawn on a5 it's an easy draw.
I don't know. I don't see how you can sacrifice. Yes, without.
The only idea is that one to come in here and looks for some sort of Zugzwang. Queen h3, some queen h3, bishop d2 check, king d3.
No, but let's say I just move away with the rook.
Okay.
I mean, okay, of course bishop d2 is the simplest, but I just want to check this, no? Here or why not? Oh. No, I want to understand all the resources of the position. I mean, okay, let's say even here, no? Of course bishop d2 is the simplest and then return. But even
this doesn't seem to lead anywhere either. King f1.
I don't see the threats, no?
No.
The queen does not have enough power to... Yeah, okay, so... But okay, they won 3.5 to 2.5, and it's actually good to avoid losing games.
Yeah.
For the psychological...
No, this will end the draw. So Ukraine will probably have to play with India tomorrow then. Nearly, I think that's the pairing that's still to be
well, that will be the match, no?
Let me check, but I think that's the pairing in women.
That would be the match, yes.
India has played with...
So we still have a match going on, Poland against Bulgaria. It's a bad news for Poland. They are clear favorites, but they lost on the first board with white.
Yeah, India already played with Georgia. So the match we're missing is India-Ukraine. That's the match for tomorrow. That could easily be a match for not yet the first place because there's still 4 rounds.
Yes, but
of course,
it can have a lot of
meaning. India wins, they've already defeated Georgia.
Yes.
They just defeated Azerbaijan. If they defeat Ukraine tomorrow, That's a clear indicative that they're going to be
yes.
going for the win, yeah?
Yes.
That'll be a huge match tomorrow.
So Kashlinskaya lost with white in the match against Bulgaria. What?
Against Nuriul Salimova.
Yes. So what is this ending? Okay. This may be equal. Okay. Bulgaria is not losing this anyway. Maybe it's equal, no? I'm not sure.
So there's 2 games left in this match?
Yes, it's 1-1.
And we're 1-1 because Bulgaria lost on the third board.
Yes.
Olivia Kyolbassa defeated Miroslava Krasteva.
And the other game
There's 2
going
left.
on is Antova against Malichka.
Yeah, that's the 4th board.
It doesn't load for some reason. Second board has just finished.
Okay,
say.
that's Soko. So how do they finish?
Sochko. Okay, it looks like a draw, no?
Okay, so this is a draw. So it all goes down to the Maria Malika Antova Gabriela on the 4th board.
So this was actually no.
Did we get the position?
No, here. Okay.
Okay, so let's try and understand what's happening here. So white has knight and 2 pawns, black bishop and 2 pawns.
Just a moment. Okay, this is Antova Marichka, the only game remaining. Yes. Well, white is not going to lose this. That's for sure.
No, white will never lose this. Does he have enough material to win?
Yeah, I mean, okay, if knight is in and king h7, knight f5, I would be afraid that this pawn would start to advance, and
c4,
and white is not winning for sure, because you cannot take on g3.
No, if you can't take on g3,
so it doesn't make sense to.
It's difficult to win this. Let me see other ideas here. What to do? If the king goes to the center, you lose the h5 pawn. You can't capture the g3 pawn. Knight d2. Okay, even if you go knight d4 now, for instance, bishop. Let's play king h7.
This is the best. But knight d4 again.
c4. C4. How to progress?
No, I think it's just a positional draw. I think the knight has to return here, and
it's a positional draw.
Yeah, it's some sort of positional.
Makes no sense to have the knight going back to c2 or c3. You have to block it on c4.
Yeah, because you can never take on g3.
No.
So that's okay, 2-2, but it's not a bad result for Bulgaria, and it's probably not what Poland was hoping for.
Poland, I think, is a stronger team than Bulgaria on paper, but we've seen this many times in this Olympiad.
Olympiad is such a democratic competition, no?
Yeah.
I mean, this is the real
team
life.
Spirit. You have the fifth player who can come in, change the board tables depending who's played with who.
And rating don't count. You cannot just show your rating before the game and say, I invite you to resign because I'm... No. This doesn't work.
No.
So maybe we move back to the opens.
I think team spirit is very important. A team spirit, good coach, someone who can prepare the games at night when players are resting. And I always thought that for team tournaments of this type, a team that has share secrets during the tournament, they help each other, like China does, like Armenia probably does. They have more chances, like Azerbaijan. They have more chances to win than just getting 4 very good players who come and do their own thing.
Yeah, I mean, in football, it's something like this. No, you have an impressive team. They take the best players from the continent,
but that doesn't really make always the winner.
Yes, but it's remarkable that in chess it can also apply, which is not a team. It's not a team sport.
No.
It's an individual sport. But there are unseen things happening during such a match.
The thing is, the unseen things that happen outside the match. What percentage of your performance do they decrease?
Yes.
If they decrease in anything, no?
Yes.
For instance, tensions between top players. There might be not wanting to show things because they have tournaments in the future. The same players.
Yes.
These things in some countries are important, and in others not so much.
Yeah. For instance, there are situations in the history. I remember when we had the USSR versus the rest of the world. Eve wanted to put Fischer on the first board.
Yes.
But then Larsen argued that, Fischer has not been playing for 1 or 2 years and I had some good results. And Fischer didn't have anything against playing on the second board, and I think that was quite a good thing to do for the team, because actually the rest of the world, they won by +5 on the first four boards, where supposedly the Soviets were really strong. Okay, the Soviets won the whole match by 1 point, but on the first four boards they lost -5. So that's
you never know. But for instance, we can all remember the last 2 or 3 Olympiads where the Russian team has not had much luck, always being the best team on paper. And
but they never won. No? They never won after Kasparov retired.
But many times they were the best team on paper, and heavy favorites in many cases. But they never win.
They won the last time with Kasparov in the team, so you need a man. I mean, Kramnik was a fantastic player, but somehow Kasparov seemed to have the power, not helping with the proper. No, but just you have Kasparov there. You feel that
you're focused.
You feel that he pulls you.
Yeah, he pulls you. He pushes you.
He scores quite okay. You see his energy, his willingness to win every game, and then you have no choice. You have to do the same. And after
you never know. But it's clear that some teams perform much better as a team in the Olympiad than the players individually.
Yes.
And that is very clear. And Armenia, I think, is, for me, Armenia is the clearest case. China as well, and India B as well.
Well, India B is simply fantastic. Yes,
they just won again. I think 4-0 or 3.5 to half. Uzbekistan. What about Uzbekistan?
Yes,
they just crushed Peru 4-0.
Peru being a normal
Peru
team.
is a very strong team.
Grandmasters.
Córdoba, Cristian Cruz. Of course, these guys are very seasoned grandmasters.
And they just get smashed by.
It's funny that Granda hasn't played here. Granda's retired or is still competitive?
I read that he had some problems with his federation, but that was a few years ago.
Okay.
But that was a few years ago. I don't.
Are we missing any other grandmaster of the top players here for Peru? Well, Córdoba is the top one, I think. Except Granda, is there?
Well, Julio Granda, okay, he used to have 2700 or
Granda could
close.
easily still play in this team.
Yes, of course.
Okay. So this Uzbekistan team, it makes me think, you have Absutarov, Jakubayev, Vakidov, Sindarov, who didn't play today. These 5 guys are all 16 to 22.
Okay.
And they're smashing teams. Imagine what these guys can do in 4 or 8 years. When they're in their prime, if they still stay in the same federation.
Yes.
Uzbekistan will be a team for medals.
Yes, okay, but there are many teams like this.
Yeah.
Actually, so
with 5 young guys, 5 of them.
Yes. No,
not so many teams with 5 young guys.
Well, India B.
But India B will become India A soon. That's the thing. Now, India has many players, but India, I think, is already clearly a team for medals.
Yes.
But Uzbekistan, you wouldn't think that's a team for medals, Uzbekistan.
Yes.
And I think it could be now.
Yes, okay. So maybe we just take a small break and return in a few minutes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So we would like to have a small break, and then we'll be back.
Good evening, everyone. I have 2 sisters from Tanzania, Anahisha and Mahisha. Came to.
All right.
How was your match today?
It was very good.
Who did you play?
We played against Mali.
And how was the match?
It was good. Both of us won.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
How was your match?
It was good. It was a bit tough, but I managed to win. Yeah.
Anahi, you are only 9 years old. When did you start playing chess?
I started playing 3 years ago.
And you're already playing a big tournament. It's the biggest tournament of the chess world. How does it feel?
It feels very good, and I'm proud to represent my country.
Gorgeous. And Mahi, your sister is playing. Did you teach her?
Not really. We do practice with each other, but we had the same coach, and yeah, we both help each other here and there and helping each other improve our games.
Lovely. And how do you balance chess and studies? Is it easy, difficult? Does chess help, or you find it difficult?
I actually find chess actually helps a lot with studies and everything, because chess is a mind game and strategizing everything. So, and I don't think it really clashes with my school or my work otherwise.
How do you find it, Anahi, going to school and playing chess?
It's good, but my chess classes don't clash with my school hours.
Lovely, but you do a lot. So you go to school and then you play chess and then you're playing a big tournament. Do you miss going out with friends? I'm sure this requires a bit of sacrifice. Like your friends would be having fun, going to birthday parties, or do you think you're making any sacrifices, or it's all cool?
I make some sacrifices, but I can still go out.
That's really nice. Congratulations on your win, and good luck for the rest of the tournament. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Inspiring safety record, strong balance sheet, world-class resource assets, groundbreaking innovation, steady and sustainable contribution to nation's social, economical and environmental development. NLCIL Navaratna CPSE under the administrative control of Ministry of Coal, Government of India, a corporate with a human nature, creating wealth for the well-being.
Welcome back to the live commentary. We have some strange evolution in this game. It seems that Sam Shankland is very close to saving the game and ensure the match win. How did this happen? Actually, we left somewhere around this moment, which so here it was not so easy to make progress with black. Maybe my g6 was not such a good idea after all. Maybe c5 was the move.
c5 was the move suggested by Judit before.
And it keeps the king better defended, because if now g4, then queen d7 and queen takes g4.
Yeah.
So now he created some problem. Okay, it should be winning, I assume, but not Yes, easily.
Here it seems to be he seems to be still progressing here.
Yes, okay. For the time being, everything looks natural, but okay. But why not King G5? It's a good question. No, King G5. Then maybe Queen H3.
Queen H3.
Suddenly there is some small threat.
Yeah,
there is some small threat here, and okay. So he went Queen here. Okay, he gave some checks. Okay, this still looks winning, no?
Still looks good.
I mean, it's an extra pawn after all. But now, well, suddenly the white bishop is useful for something.
Yeah.
And the black bishop is kind of misplaced, no?
And black king is okay. C6 is attacked. Already it's become tricky now.
Yeah, C6 was hanging. He took here.
So now I understand. He ended up sacrificing the bishop for the pawn.
And now F3 is a threat. And probably what he did, bishop takes F4 was the safest, no?
Because he can't do it afterwards, so...
Yeah, I mean, to play bishop e1 later, no, that's not serious. So he took here and...
there was an intermediate check?
Yes.
And now we're in this position.
B3, and well, there doesn't seem to be much play left now here. It should be a draw, no? Okay, so fantastic save by...
So this is 100% draw already? No chance here? There's a few checks. Does that take us anywhere?
So
Queen H1,
Queen
King
H1,
C2?
No. Only not King A1, yes.
Does this take us anywhere? Some strange mating net or nothing? No, Queen A1, B takes A4, and nothing has happened.
That should be not enough. Maybe Queen here, no? Queen D2 is not possible, I think.
Queen D2, no, at least you lose the pawn.
Yes.
So what to do
actually, you lose it in a painful way.
Yeah.
No, it's check. You have to take. Okay.
Oh, it's check. Oh,
yes,
no,
yes.
Then
But
this.
But and A5, and the king cannot go this way because
King C3.
King C3.
So King E4.
But King E4. Okay. King E4 is.
And you get that by 1
yes,
tempi, no?
Yes. Okay. So this
would be winning.
Yes, but okay, here you don't need to.
But Queen D2 is not necessary. So what to play then?
He went Queen G2.
Threatening mates. Oh, something happened there. Something happened.
Was it a draw or what?
I think Sam messed up. I think he just resigned. He doesn't seem very happy. Is he losing now after Queen B2?
Queen G2. Okay, if Queen C2, then I understand that. If Queen C2, then just check. No? And it's the same
position
thing,
as
no?
before.
Okay.
Oh, maybe he missed this idea. Then let's see.
But
he seems very, very angry. His body language is clear, indicative of a very angry. But now what to do then?
Well,
Queen C4. Queen C4 check.
Queen C4, Queen D6. I mean, what's the problem? What's the problem? I mean,
the thing is, you go out of the checks and there'll be mate, no? So King F5.
Maybe he can hide where? Because it's check.
It's funny that he didn't at least try these checks, no?
Did he lose on time or what?
Oh, he might have lost on time. That's always possible. Let's try and get a confirmation. And,
yes.
Update this here.
Yes, black one. It's written that black one already. It's on the
scoreboard.
Yes, but probably it was by time, no? Because.
But that's huge. If that's huge because that means that the team.
Yes. The match ended.
Well, he only had 2 minutes left, so he might.
Maybe the information on our board is not very accurate, so maybe he actually lost on time.
The final position is Queen G2.
Queen G2.
Maybe he was thinking how to defend and then didn't have time to do the check on C4 because of
Queen
time.
C4, but Queen C4, Queen D6, I think there are moves, no? But Queen C4 and I don't see a no. Maybe it's winning some.
Well, it's a pity because computer does say that Queen C4 is a perpetual. So if that's true, that's going to be a huge blow for Sam Shankland. I just checked because it's impossible to know if.
Yes.
But it does say that a perpetual can be found with Queen C4.
Okay. So
that's huge. That's huge. Maybe he lost on time then.
Maybe.
Thinking what to do, this situation where you.
But that
and
was
then
an
you forget.
incredible chance, no? I mean, the win was there for Black earlier, no? In many ways. And then this thing happened. He followed my plan instead of Judith's plan.
I don't think your plan was bad. I think it was reasonable. It was difficult to decide which of the two.
But at some point he lost
thread,
control, no? And,
but at the moment when he played it, you can't fault him. It looks like a decent plan. The other one is very good as well.
Yes.
Judit is a top player. She obviously, her intuition pushed her towards c5. But your plan was also quite good.
Yeah, but okay, I can see some reason not to.
She's a very aggressive player. She's going for the king as well, maybe.
Yes, not to weaken the king's position.
You're a slightly more positional player, going for some more technique.
Yes, but weakening the king's position is maybe not what you should do. And actually,
she's going for c5 to go for the king, for white's king.
Yeah, and the black king is safe on.
Yeah, that's an intuition. Intuitive decision, because there was no calculation behind that, no? She saw that c5 opened more diagonals, and she probably has the intuition. I can check in any case to see if effectively which one was the best from a computer point of view. I'll check that now.
We still have some.
I would have gone for your one. Just to tell you, I think I would have gone because I would have been worried of opening up her own bishop.
Yes. No, I must confess that I hadn't seen that. I saw only part of the board, and I didn't see that c5 was working.
So it was more or less in this position here.
Yes.
Where there was some maneuvering here. I think it was exactly in this position here.
Let's say c5.
Here would be c5.
c5, so, and then exchange on d4 and play bishop b5.
No, it's not clear that c5 doesn't appear in the moves of black. So maybe it wasn't so totally simple. Because against c5, there's the ideas like queen e4.
And
this side position.
And the plan c takes d4, bishop e5 doesn't work.
Yeah.
Or maybe it does.
It's not totally simple. Computer does give here a winning position with.
If you take and.
Oh, but look, b4 is a winning.
No, but also take on d4 and bishop e5, I think.
To go for this idea.
Okay, well, just a moment. We are analyzing a position that we don't have on the board. So let me go there now.
Of course.
Okay, we should share the analysis with our.
Of course.
Okay, so let's go somewhere here. Yes. So you said that if c5, then queen e4.
Queen e4 take.
Well, first of all, b4 is a decent.
b4
position.
I think is better even because look what happens now. Bishop e5 take.
But yeah,
king g3.
Yes, king g3, and I want to go here.
And I'm sensing that it might be
and g6.
Yeah, but maybe not king g4, but some other move to get to g4 with tempi.
Okay, but okay, you wait here. I play g6. So okay, this and king.
Now you have to
here.
start counting.
Then I go here. Okay, and this can be.
Yeah, this could
be tricky.
This could be tricky.
But it's not tricky because you lose the queen, I think.
But both promote, no?
Both promote, but you lose the
that's
the
true.
queen.
But you know, sometimes in this position there's an intermediate move.
Yeah.
But in this case, you win. Yeah, you're right. Well played. Very nicely played.
Yeah. So
it's nice for us spectators to see this.
Yeah. But okay, of course, you have to. And maybe I don't know. Did we?
Maybe there's a draw, but anyway, it's impossible to calculate all these variations. Not impossible. Difficult.
Yeah, it's always. I was talking with Judit about this. That endgame technique can mean several things, and the extreme things are when the position is won, you should win without the need of calculating.
Yeah.
You shouldn't win by one tempo just because you calculated better. But you should just prevent the opponent's counterplay and everything, and you just win. I mean, you just. And there are other positions where you have to start concrete play. Technique can be very concrete.
Yeah.
So you never know in which where you find yourself in between these two extremes. So should I go for a win just because I calculate it and I win by one tempo, or should I just let the position, flow towards a win?
You play king d4 here instead of king f4.
King d4 is tricky.
That's what I just thought now.
Because
I get there with check as well.
Yes, but then we get another situation.
This
It's
is a
the outside passed pawn, no?
Yeah. No, now I think you're winning with king f6. King f6 probably.
King f6, king f4.
No, king f6, no, king g5.
So king g5, I
This
think.
is so tricky.
Yes, king g5 only, yes. So this is... yes, but of course you are not sure.
No, you're not sure. We're not sure here. And we're playing with the pieces around.
No.
Imagine with the
No. Here I'm sure, but you're not sure when.
Previously.
Yes. What? I mean, it's winning. The match is hanging by this game. No, it depends on this game, the result.
And the tension as well. You've played many Olympiads.
Completely winning. Yes, it's completely winning. But how to win it? That's.
You have two interesting ideas. You've been playing for 4 hours. It's difficult. It's not easy.
Yes.
The computer is telling you which one to choose, but the players. You're a player. You've played many times in the Olympiads. You know the stress after playing so many hours.
And here here c5. No, the opponent's hanging.
Some lines he's losing the pawn on b5.
Yes. Okay. Okay, but chess is dramatic, and it ended this way. I think.
In the end, karma came to save the team because although he didn't play well here, he got the win in the end. So
yes, I was thinking when I saw that the game was going to end in a draw, I was thinking that there was the same kind of gambit as Armenia did in the previous round.
Yes.
I mean, the States lost on the first board, and then they won the match. But it didn't happen this way.
But this is funny because now, having tied with Armenia, the States are still behind Armenia, and now Armenia will be tied with India A, and possibly India B.
India B.
So I'm sensing that at some point we're going to have a clash between India A and India B.
Okay.
Maybe even tomorrow.
I think that actually all the games from... Yes, I believe we should see the results and the standings already.
Oh.
To see what... The top boards, yes.
Oh, nice. This is updated?
Yes, so Armenia is still leading. And we have two Indian teams trailing, but also Uzbekistan. Headed by the very young Nodirbek Abdusatorov. And the formidable American team. And in the ladies event, no, this is again the men's event.
Yeah, this sounds right. Armenia first.
Just see, 130 points higher than Armenia, and still trailing.
Yeah. So Armenia will take on tomorrow India to Uzbekistan. That's the thing, yeah. And this is the women's section. India already...
India won all the matches,
all the matches. And already with a 2-point gap, which is significant.
Yes, Ukraine is okay. They are actually just there. So the two main favorites are on the first two boards. But then we see again Armenia, which is not such a high-rated team.
No.
We see very close. And Israel and Georgia. Georgia is no surprise. No, they are the third favorites, I believe. They have always been very strong. Earlier.
Georgia defeated Romania today.
Yes, it was by 1 point.
Israel defeated... Oh no, Israel lost to Armenia. So it's unclear to me why Israel has the same points. Maybe some of those results have to be updated. But again, Armenia
is
up there with
doing well, no?
It's doing very well, yes.
Yes, okay.
They do have a good team. Elina Danielian has been playing for forever. Yes. I remember her forever.
But by rating, they don't look so more impressive than the men, no? And
no. But I know the names. Mircyan has been playing forever. Sargsyan, also Anna Sargsyan plays very well.
And they are technical players. They are technical players usually, with some dynamic qualities, but mainly technical. And
I don't know who Susanna Goboyan, last player, but some of these teams also sometimes have a young girl who's coming out now, pushing forward.
Yes,
and playing very well. It's very interesting, very interesting. It seems to be that all the games are finished, or I'm being mistaken?
I think that we don't have from my list top 15 matches.
Yeah, they're all
then
finished. They're all
there is
finished.
nothing left.
What we don't have is the pairings for tomorrow, but of course that won't be possible.
They will come later, of course.
Much later, of course,
Yes,
because
yes.
these are the top boards, and we still have to wait for all the lower boards to finish. No.
Yes.
And did you notice that Magnus Carlsen was playing in the B venue
Yes,
today?
yes, but he was playing. By the way, we don't know how.
I could try and
finished,
find
no?
out. Yes, I could try and find out.
I cannot.
Tari won. I interviewed Tari. He told me he'd won, and he thought that Magnus was going to win as well.
We were just praising
I'm
him
gonna tell you
that
now.
he didn't lose the interest when
He won.
Okay.
But look, Christiansen lost. So both Christiansen and Hammer are not in good form for the moment in the tournament.
Yeah, for Hammer it's quite surprising because he has some experience at high level. He was number 2 in Norway for
very good player.
And
His form is not so good in this tournament.
Yes. The other two, of course, they are newcomers, but Hammer.
Christiansen, for instance, apart from being a very strong grandmaster, he has a winning streak of 4 or 5 tournaments.
Really?
He was playing in Spain. He's won very strong, but not very strong. But he's in good form. So,
but here he didn't.
He's not playing very well here.
He didn't play well.
Magnus playing very well. Tarian is on more or less his expectative, but the other two players are playing. They did win today, so hopefully, for sure, they'll be back in the A venue tomorrow.
Yes, but it's still far away from medals.
I asked Tari what were their expectatives, and he told me, look, we talked about this as a team, and we thought that if we were able to finish in between the 10 first team, that would be already very good at this point.
At this point.
Yeah, they forgot totally far away from the medals, just trying to get into the 10, which is possible at this point.
No. Top 10 is
Top
possible.
10, that's their objective.
But
now.
if they win everything, of course they get a medal.
If they win everything, maybe, but
it depends against whom they win.
Exactly.
Because if they beat some of the leaders,
and that
then,
means going in front of
of
India or USA, which is highly unlikely. They're playing like this, they'll get that form.
Yes.
I think it's unlikely that if 2 of the players are in clearly bad form, to think they just turn around from one day to another and start winning games. It's unlikely.
Yes, it's true.
And Magnus has to rest at least one day. I mean,
no, but I think he will play all the 9 rounds.
You think he'll play all the 10
because
rounds?
he didn't play in the first 2 rounds, and it's 9 rounds.
No, it's 10 rounds then. It's 11, so he missed the first one.
Only the first one.
I think he's played all the rounds. Let me check. But I seem to remember looking at this, and he was playing all the games. He could play the 10 games.
But he doesn't seem to wish to have a rest. I mean,
No.
he came here. He's a professional.
I mean, he played today, today was a match he could have skipped.
Yes, of course.
Against Macedonia.
Yes.
And playing in the B, possibly playing in the B.
But he did a good thing that he played because they won by 1 point.
Yes.
So it actually.
He's played all the games except the first.
Okay.
But also, Mihail, something that Emil Sutowski tweeted before, which I totally agree. Which other world champion would come to the Olympiad and play the first board on match 28? And Magnus does this.
Match 28? What is
on
it?
board 28. Down at the bottom with basically with teams that have they play for fun basically.
Well, actually, it's not so easy to find such world champions because when the Soviets held a world title, of course the Soviet Union would always play on board 1. No.
But do you think, for instance, that Kasparov, if Russia was playing badly, would rest that day or would play that day?
But it never happened.
Of course, as it never happens, you don't know.
Yes, it's a pure speculation.
Speculation, yeah.
And the same with Kramnik was board 1, or after Kasparov.
So this actually hasn't happened.
And even India, Anand was heading the team, but
Anand stopped playing 3 or 4 Olympiads.
Yes,
at some point. I think after Turin he stopped playing, I think.
Yes, India was not that strong there, and I think Anand was playing, but their expectations were not as high as Norway's. They're not favorite number 3. So it was not a shame for him to play.
But I think it's good because he played in the B hall.
Yes.
And that allowed all the players of the Olympiad, teams with players that don't even have rating, they're playing in the same venue as Magnus Carlsen.
Yes,
that's something they will take for the rest of their lives.
Yes.
I played a tournament of chess and I was in the same hall
with
as Magnus Carlsen. No?
Yes.
That's something very special.
No, it's good that he plays because when he has such a high rating, he has advantage, 100 points or okay, roughly 100 points. No, but he doesn't fear losing, right? Because this can be a pressure.
Yes.
He freed himself of the pressure of the world title match. Yes, but the rating is there and he has to keep it because, okay, this is why he plays and he doesn't fear playing against a 2400 player.
And there was one game, he's won all the games clear, I analyzed them yesterday, but there was one game which he was winning, but it seemed very complicated with Smirnov, with the Australian.
Okay.
You probably sensed it.
Okay. So maybe, since we don't have any more games, maybe it's time to thank you for being here with us.
It's been a pleasure for me.
And, thank you, Michael. Good time to see you next to me again. And hope we'll meet tomorrow again for another broadcast. Goodbye from Chennai.
Goodbye from Chennai.
Inspiring safety record, strong balance sheet, world-class resource assets, groundbreaking innovation, steady and sustainable contribution to nation's social, economical and environmental development. NLCIL Navaratna CPSE under the administrative control of Ministry of Coal, Government of India, a corporate with a human nature, creating wealth for the well-being.
Welcome everybody.
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special chessable course.
Master your chess with Judit Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.